Attention everyone. The Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge is inviting you to join us in September for the African Union CARICOM Summit in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Sign up for the 3-day package and be a part of the AU CARICOM Summit, plus take in all of the sights of Addis Ababa, the new flower. Or you can opt for our 9-day cultural national tour. And that will engulf sites like Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge is inviting you to join us and in September for the African transportation, accommodation, and your visa all included. So contact us now and reserve your spot. Email us priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com or visit our website priestisaacinstitute.com. Ethiopia. See you there. When you're watching it and you've never heard anything like this, and you reach to this point and you're saying, oh, you're just playing with words with the kids and the goat. Well, I mean, you need to start over before we go any further. Maybe you haven't heard all what I said before. I think you missed what I was saying about the Kabbalah and the science of words and just where it comes from and the science of how they put Batman together. Hey, listen, let's just continue, family, because it's going deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper. So I'm just showing you, we got to be careful. We also mentioned Thomas Chippendale for those who don't remember and those who may not have heard this. This is the individual who is basically deified because of his great works in the Gothic style of building, but not using stone masonry, but using wood. So he has been deified in the cartoon characters Chippendale, and not just by in name, but in nature. As Chippendale, Thomas Chippendale, who was born in Otley in 1810, he is a woodsman, just like Geppetto, Pinocchio's father. I'll say something about him more in the program. And he was a woodsman, just like the Christ in the Bible. That's why the Christ in the Bible is a carpenter. He is a great architect. He and his father Joseph, but they're not masons. They're carpenter. You check it, woodsman. It's a deep, deep science. Deep science. When a man in Hoodwink call himself the lumberjack man, a woodsman. He wants to be a woodsman. That's in a cartoon movie called Hoodwink, full of codes and hidden messages and all sorts of stuff. So Thomas Chippendale, Thomas means twins. Chip and Dale are twins. Chip and Dale, chipmunks who live in a tree. Woodsman, that's how they remember him. Chippendale. It's not Chip and Dale, Chippendale. And that's exactly what the fella named Chippendale. You have some Chippendale furniture, you have some top class furniture in your house, filled with the Gothic style of building, but only done in wood. This ain't no joke. You still believe I play with words when I say, don't call your children kids? Yeah, all right. Well, who called these Chippendale? And Thomas means twin, Didymus, just as the Bible calls Thomas the twin of Christ. Well, at least the book of Thomas, though, that they took out of the Bible, I should say. And these fellas here are twins. All right. Good. So the Smurfs now, this is the firing squad edition. What's wrong with the Smurfs? They look like they've seen a ghost.
You must do everything possible to win by
what's going on here?
You must knock anybody who is sparring with you in the boxing ring. This is my last. Thank you very much. Standing, shooting, itakuwa hapa. Itakuwa hapa. Group yako iko tayari? Let a section.
This is Idi Amin General or Dada General. Idi Amin Dada the General.
Napiga target. Standing.
Air rounds, rapid fire! All the 9 in.
Excellent. Excellent. All in the heart.
All right, that was very Smurfy. Yeah, don't worry about this. This is just a picture. They done gone long time. All right, family, give thanks again. So yes, the science here now, of course, is just to take time and to break down a lot of these things. Now, just off the bat, I think everybody can see that the Smurfs are blue.
They look like each other.
They look like each other. Good point.
Except for Smurfette.
And Smurfette, according to one brother was telling me, Smurfette was actually made by Papa Smurf. Of course, you know, Papa Smurf himself is a very wise individual, just as wise as Gargamel and them ones days, like a Merlin the magician. That's Papa Smurf, you know. And of course, you have all the different types of Smurfs with different types of attitudes, whether it's brainy, whether it's lazy, whether it's computer, whether it's mathematics. There's so many different attributes. You know, remember, you know, just I come in there, remember that even in the Quran, Allah is given 99 attributes. It's about 100 and 101 Smurfs. They have 199 Smurf and Smurfette, and they have a little Smurf in the end that come along, and a grandpa Smurf that come out of the blue in the newer series. But the point is, you know, the 99 attributes of Allah. And, you know, the root of all of this, we're going to go deep with it right now.
Yes. And speaking of Smurfette, the movie usually say that she was created by the evil wizard Gargamel, and that she was sent to find Smurf village. And with a little magic in Papa Smurf's hand, he actually changed Smurfette.
Okay. Well, you know, the movies tend to be a bit different than sometimes the original story. But give thanks to that, because to be honest, I myself, you know, that's new knowledge to me, even when I heard that Papa Smurf created her. So that may be a next version of it. Wonderful, very good. All right, so we are somewhere there. We can see some kind of God presence here. Don't take the blue thing for no. You know, blue is a very interesting color.
Blue or indigo is the color of God.
Okay, stands out. That I think we see that even in the God Happy. You see the God Happy is blue.
Even the Indian gods, Shiva and Krishna. Even Krishna means black or dark blue. This is why they are depicted in the color blue.
Yes, very, very important. The sky and the sea being blue as well is very deep scientifically. And as my Lord just said, the indigo is the color. You have to get that from plants and eventually put that into the form of blue in artistry. You know, 7 Smurfs make gold. You get 7 Smurfs, you have gold. You like the God of Man is gold. But just look at the Smurf's hat. You'll notice that the Smurf's hat is the exact hat of the god Mithra. This is the god Mithra and the Mithra over here. This is the Smurf hat. Look at them all here. Mithra fighting the bull. Mithra is also known as Mithra Baga. Mithras Baga. Okay, give thanks. And I somewhat believe that's where the word myth comes from, you know. I would believe, to be honest, just the way it sounds. But I mean, it's obvious, the hat of the Jesuits. It's obvious, family. Look at the hat and look at the hat. I mean, it's just for you to figure out now what's the connection. That's all. Remember where we're coming from, you know, the Kabbalah, the Knights of the Templars, the secret science, you know, Eye on America and the Eye and the 13 in the eagle and everything. So this is a world that is run on some mystic science. This fella, his shoes dirty, man. Whatever this thing they have on is. All right, good. So Mithras Baga is he that would kill the bull, and Mithras is one of those figures that were born on the 25th day of December. Mithras is also one of those figures that is related to the sun. I think he was born from a virgin and all of these different things. So you see Papa Smurf now. Papa Smurf in red stands out. If you notice, he's red, white, and blue. Very similar to the flag. And what stands out, yes, he's the elder there of the family. And very much so, even more than brainy, he is the brains, he is the wizard, he is the key wizard, and he can do all the magic tricks and everything. But there's something, he's the God figure. He is the God figure. There's more behind the Smurf story than meets the eye. So just the whole aspect, for example, of the mushroom. We know the mushroom thing has a lot to do with the God figure again. That is why, you know, the Mario brothers, you see them eat their mushroom and they become strong and start to do all sorts of different things. They get big and go through the different portals. They go through the different portals when they eat their mushroom. That is the Mario brothers, Mario and Luigi. You also see the mushroom presence in a lot of cartoons, even on the shoulder pad of a lot of the princesses like Snow White, etc. So you notice the Smurfs live in the mushroom. They have mushroom houses. This is just symbolic. Psychedelics, you know, they're traveling from zone to zone, you know, portals to portals. It's very deep. You have to take your time to look into it. Why would they be having on or be wearing the hat of Mithras? Again, Mithras Baga, very important. So you see, the individual that slew the bull. Some sick stuff here, man. But what I'm saying now is that there's more to this, eh? You saying? Okay. There is more to this in the depths of it, especially even as it relates to Papa Smurf and the Smurf, and Papa Smurf wearing red, eh? And everyone wearing white, red and white. We touched this recently, yes, outside of this lecture, but you know, we just gotta run through it quickly for those who may be hearing this for the first time. The red and white is a science. The same flag, eh? The flag of the Knights was red and white before the blue came in. So the red and white, you know, we showed you that there's a science that has to do a lot with the whole concept of the Spirit of God becoming a human being. Okay, let me show you again. This is Snow White and Rose Red. I would ask the audience, do you know which one is Snow White and which one is Rose Red? Well, they may say, well, this one is in red and this one is in white. I assume this is Snow White over here in white and this is Rose Red. All right, that's good. In fact, hold on there. I got a nice pointer here. We have a nice pointer here. We have a nice pointer here. All right, there we go. Yeah, and if you notice now that when you observe when you look at the Walt Disney's version of Snow White, this is Walt Disney's version of Snow White. Good. It's just a version. It may not look exactly like the olden days, but there are many different pictures of Snow White and Rose Red, you know. But the main thing is that Rose Red is always the one in red and with the black or brunette hair. And Snow White is the one in white with the white hair. That's basically the main thing about them.
And blonde hair.
Or blonde hair, right. But now in the movie Snow White looks like Rose Red. All right, just to cut to the chase, we ain't going to make it too long like if we're doing any investigation. We don't know what is going on here. Really is a science Walt Disney is portraying. Yeah, I don't know if they murder Snow White or something, eh? That their story have all kind of sick things behind of it. Because where is she gone? Well, she got adopted. Anyway, you know, even in the Bible, it speaks about the fire touching the earth and the water turning red. It's symbolic of the Spirit of God putting on flesh. Red is symbolic of the blood man. Remember, we specifically, just like planet Earth, we are made of the same percentage of water as planet Earth, you know, which is
70% water.
Right. And remember,
30% land mass.
You got to keep in mind that we have the same salinity too as the water, which is seawater. So when the Bible says that the fire hit the seawater and it turned red, it's very symbolic of us. Remember, we're in symbolic world, family. We're dealing with a lot of symbolism here. We use this whole vibes to show you that even in the Bible, when Jacob put on the flesh and came before his father as if he was Esau, it's all symbolism. You know, Adam in the Bible is referred to as the red man, Adam, the red man. If you notice, Esau in the same Bible is also called Edom, Adam. Both of them are red people. Esau in the Bible was considered red. The Bible says he came out red and hairy. Jacob didn't come out red and hairy, you know. And for Jacob to get his blessings from his father, he had to pretend as if he was Esau. When Esau went running looking for food, Jacob put on some skin. He put skin on him, the skin of some dead goats, and went to his father Isaac and got the blessing because Isaac thought He was Esau. He felt like Esau, smelled like Esau, but he sounded like Jacob because Jacob is symbolic. Forget about the human beings. Jacob is symbolic of the Spirit of God. And Esau is symbolic of the human flesh. So when Jacob put on the goat skin, which represents the human beastly flesh, and came to get his blessings, God or Isaac could say, I hear Jacob because he hear God coming out of a human being. That's really what it is outside of the story. Nice story, but that's the symbol behind the story. All of this is what Walt Disney's and these other ones, they craft these stuff into their movies. So this is why now you would see Snow White and still not see Snow White. That is saying Snow White, but this is rose red, the red one, the blood one. Adam, they say Adam, when he fell out of the garden, he put on skin. The Bible says he put on skin. Yes, you may say, no, it means he killed some animal and make some clothes. Well, yeah, according to the story, but it's symbolic. When you become a human being, you put on skin. When you leave the spiritual realms, you put on skin. You become red, from Snow White to rose red. That's why Snow White is no longer around and you're looking at rose red, just like you're looking, let's say, at Esau and calling him Jacob, because Jacob is who is inside. Snow White is who is inside of rose red. Okay, so that's the science that they're pulling out. Okay, we'll get back to that in a second if you didn't catch it good. This is Baba Yaga. Smoking out of her bones. Her? Yeah, man, that's a her, man.
Might seem strange, but it is.
Yeah, man, it's a witch, Baba Yaga. Now, in some of the old theology, Baba Yaga, obviously a witch would have worked for Geppetto, the father of Pinocchio. That means some old-time European outlook at this stuff. These people that we have, Mother Goose and all of these killers here, these are old European gargoyle stories that they bring to us, the Brothers Grimm. Attention, everyone. The Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge is inviting you to join us in September for the African Union CARICOM Summit in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Sign up for the 3-day package and be a part of the AU CARICOM Summit, plus take in all of the sights of Addis Ababa, the new flower. Or you can opt for our 9-day cultural national tour, and that will engulf sites like Lalibela, Aksum, the Simeon Mountains, and much more. Transportation, accommodation, and your meals all included. So contact us now and reserve your spot. Email us priestisaacInstitute@gmail.com or visit our website priestisaacInstitute.com. Ethiopia. See you there. Attention, everyone. The Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge is inviting you to join us in September for the African Union CARICOM Summit in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Sign up for the 3-day package and be a part of the AU CARICOM Summit, plus take in all of the sights of Addis Ababa, the new flower. Or you can opt for our 9-day cultural national tour, and that will engulf sites like Lalibela, Aksum, the Simeon Mountains, and much more. Transportation, accommodation, and your meals all included. So contact us now and reserve your spot. Email us priestisaacInstitute@gmail.com or visit our website priestisaacInstitute.com. Ethiopia. See you there. Yes, royal family. Give thanks for your presence with us. Give thanks for each and every one that has taken the time to come and sit with us and sup with us and Naya Bingi out with us. Give thanks for your presence even at this moment. A moment of joy and a moment of happiness. As you can see, we are definitely celebrating life. All praises, all honor to Emperor Haile Selassie I, in all good doings and saying, Honorable Priest Isaac here with you in a moment of sharing joy and a moment of sharing happiness, in a moment of sharing words of truth and words of light. Family, we are very thankful again for being in the land of the living. And this program, this presentation will be a part of our fundraising campaign as it relates to the mission to Ethiopia. And even on our station broadcast here, we have not spoken of that in a few days. And I think the moment is definitely right, so that those who may not have a good understanding will have a better understanding. What I would like to touch upon also this evening is a very controversial subject area. And of course, I must say, many ones would believe that even with the levels that we touched, that maybe we would have passed that stage. But you must understand that they have people that come into this every day, and they are bombarded with false information and misinformation and all sorts of things, especially as it relates to Emperor Haile Selassie I. And of course, there are very few that are there defending Haile Selassie I. So we cannot take any nap at all on the battlefield, as it relates to the King of Kings. And of course, again, this is what the ones want to know. Inquiring minds want to understand the true position as it relates to Ethiopia, the true position as it relates to Haile Selassie I. And actually, I decided to highlight even this specific picture, which made its rounds a few years ago. And ones were saying, well, this is proof that something's wrong here, where you actually see Haile Selassie in this portrait, in this what appears to be a painting, in front of another figure, which ones are classifying as the white Jesus. That's basically what the conversation is. But family, of course, as I said, we're going to take our time today. So it's not going to be kindergarten. It's going to be nourishment, It's going to be inspiration and bringing the facts to the table, so that when you leave them levels of discussion here, you can say, all right, I fully comprehend. But of course, before we go there, we have other things we want to touch upon. Hear the bingy sounder, man. You understand what is being said in this chant? An ancient chant, one of, I must say, my more favorite of chants. The hand of Rastafari writing on the wall. And that is straight out of the book of Daniel, as it relates to the hand of God writing on the wall. Listen good, listen. It is the hand of Rastafari on the wall. It is the hand of Rastafari on the wall. And for those who know the Bingi chant, you see that last line where they say, "It is the hand of Rasta on the wall." Well, how I came up and heard that chant, they would say, in that very last line, they would say, "It is the hand of Rasta writing on the wall." And I mean, in any way, I mean, give thanks and praise for such Naya Bingi and Naya Congo, breaking down the walls of Babylon. And I would like to even highlight the importance of understanding or comprehending that chant. Again, the hand of Rastafari writing on the wall is really from the scriptures. Of course, I'm speaking of even the Bible, and it is the story within the book of Daniel, and it is like the 5th chapter of Daniel. A lengthy chapter there. I'm not going to really go through the fullness of that for sure at the moment, but what it is, the king of Babylon, that is King Nebuchadnezzar, he was having this feast. No, it's not Nebuchadnezzar, man. It's his son. But what's Nebuchadnezzar's son name again? Belshazzar. He was having this great feast. And, you know, he was just having the feast. And throughout the feast, expressing himself in all of his sinful ways, a hand came out of nowhere. And it is said that the hand started to write on the wall next to the candlestick, I think the scripture says. So he was like shook up, and he called for the astrologers, and the soothsayers and the stargazers. You see who he called for. And none of them could help him. I think he hung a few of them and firing squad and gas chamber. You don't know how these fellas run. So his wife told him, "Take it easy, honey. There is someone in the kingdom. Your father used to rock with this man, and he's a great man. You know, he is an ambassador, and he represented the nations amongst the nations." Say, who that? Say his name is Daniel. You understand? This is the book of Daniel, chapter 5. Read it, you see what I'm saying. It may be paraphrased a bit differently, but it's the same idea. And Daniel came and told him, "Man, you know, you have to tell me what's going on. I can tell you what's going on," because that's how these brothers roll, you know, Daniel and Joseph, and, you know, when other fellas cannot interpret the dream, these brothers tell you the dream. You don't have to tell them anything, and then they tell you what it means, and they don't want no payment. Hold the Mercedes-Benz for yourself. Okay. Yeah. And give thanks. He said that the writing on the wall really is, first of all, the writing was in the language Mene, Tekle, Ufarsin. And Daniel explained, well, listen, and I will read from the 26th verse. "This is the interpretation of the thing, Mene. God hath numbered thy kingdom and finished it. Tekle, thou art weighed in the balance and art found wanting." That's not a nice thing. Outside of a kingdom and a leader, even as a personal human being. When the Most High searches your soul, and I'm telling you, and thou art weighed in the balance and thou art found wanting, it's not a good thing. So you gotta check yourself and discipline yourself quickly. And then Perez, thy kingdom is divided and given to the Medes and the Persians, and that is a bit of prophecy there. And interestingly, that is up for debate if that's exactly what was said. But the point is, a message was written on the wall. The hand came out of nowhere, and wrote the message on the wall. And the king couldn't really understand what it was all about. And he called for help. And the great Daniel came. And that's the interpretation that he got. So again, we give thanks, that's the Nyabingi chant, really. Maybe ones may even be chanting the chant. And this may be the interpretation that you're getting, I don't know, maybe for the first time. Come on, let's take a little more of that, because it's a judgment kind of chant, Yeah, the hands of Farai writing on the wall. You understand what that means? It's judgment time. Remember Nebuchadnezzar and Belshazzar, these are the kings of Babylon. I don't think we understand what's going on. This is a different time. This is a different time than any other time. Oh yes, you're perfect. You're doing perfect. This is a different time than any other time. If you notice, everybody's trying to keep up Babylon. Even the righteous trying to keep up Babylon. He's canceling Medicare. No, that is not going to work. I'm telling you. You mean they're closing down U.S. aid? They're not going to send any more vaccines to Africa? No, we need to protest. We need to plan a campaign, because this is not right, my brother. Power to the people. I don't know if you follow me, because apparently many ones, can't even follow that comprehension. I would believe this audience, is up to speed. Yeah, we are so hypnotized, the same Babylon that we say must fall. When you read the scripture, you see that's another problem. Everybody is throwing the Bible in the fire. Maybe not everybody, but you know what that means. I'm not going to tell you to go and, juice it down and drink it down and get dogmatic on me. Definitely go into it with real understanding and real comprehension. But the point is, the scripture clearly shows us in 1 hour is her judgment. Get out of her and all of that stuff. They're canceling our visa. We cannot go. We cannot go there anymore. It's not fair. I'm telling you. Listen, the scripture showed you mercy. You know what the scripture said? That the Most High would shorten the days. Because if he didn't shorten the days, even the elect wouldn't be able to stand the fire. Get out of her, for in 1 hour is her judgment. And you can see it literally shaking up now before your very eyes, crumbling in front of you, wars and rumors of war. I did a program the other day. How many of you really checked that program out? The very same day when the President of the United States and the King of England, the same day, the same time, had a military expedition on their birthdays, the both of them birthday, and it still wasn't the birthday of the King of England. He moved his birthday up to align with Donald Trump's birthday, the same day of the American Army anniversary. And at the same time, the King of England and the troop in the colors. I did a whole program on that about a few days after the event. And then at the very same time, Benjamin Netanyahu was licking fire on Iran. That's exactly when it started, when the troop in the colors and the American military was flexing its muscles on the birthday of the two kings. Or one king and no King's Day. I went deep into it, my brothers and sisters. For those who may not have checked it, it's right there, right here on the YouTube. But anyway, the point is, the hand of Rastafari is writing on the wall. We're like, we're moving like, like some real house Negroes, as if we coming with the eraser to erase what the Most High has written on the wall. We're supposed to be happy to hear some of these news that come out of the news. But we trying to turn back the judgment. You know why? Because the money that you work so hard for sitting down in somebody's bank. You ain't sitting nowhere, brother. You know, if you're wise, you go and utilize that quickly and get something that just think, say, what would suffice? Let's assume that money dies. Just pretend money dies. What can I purchase that would have value just in case money dies? And I don't have to give you no long lecture. You can just figure it out. I don't know what it is, but it got to be something. You know, whether it's metal, what they call it. There's a term they use today. You know, rare minerals or something like that. Rare earth minerals, gold, diamond, a gas station, just something, land, an industry, a worthwhile business that will thrive, because money dying doesn't mean the economy dies. If every dollar dies, not just the US dollar, if every dollar dies, if the concept dies, come on, things still have to thrive. There still will be wealthy and poor and impoverished and all of that. It will still exist. But you just got to be in the stream of things, that's all. You know, but I don't think every economy will crash, actually. But it's obvious that all kingdoms fall. Very important royal family. But hey, give thanks. The hand of Rastafari writing on the wall, and I think that was just a bingy lesson. And family, that's just the introduction, so I really hope you have the time. But we intend to spend some time even at this moment. What we're going to do, royal family, give thanks again for your presence with us. I am going to highlight before we go to the subject area itself, you know, because as I said, this is the picture that caused such controversy a few years ago. There's this brethren of mine I met in London, Bobo Shanti, and he used to make videos. I'm sure he's watching this video now, and he used to make videos. And when I met him, no, you know, 1 or 2 videos, nothing too big. No offense, I don't mean it in no disrespectful way at all. You understand? Because what we're doing ain't not too big. We're supposed to have millions of views every video. We ain't there yet, so it's not as if I'm disrespecting what he was doing. But I know in our terminology, he was just doing a little thing. He was inspired by even I, because when I met him in London, he was very elated to meet I. Yeah, give thanks. But it was not too long after I returned from London, the brother sent me a picture of this very same stuff here. The brother became a Hebrew Israelite, and you know, this was one of the main things. Now, I'm not sure if this was the time when, because there was a picture going around with a red circle that was literally put together by our brother Bishop Nathaniel. You know, he actually spoke of that in the very same interview we were just highlighting. And so I'm just showing you the effect. That's a serious effect. That's a soldier. Now, I know many ones are going to get very dogmatic and say, well, this wasn't for him and all of that. And I understand. Everyone cannot take the same pressure. Everyone don't have the same understanding. There are people that turn back and still come back again. You know? So maybe they didn't have to turn back to just come back again. But because they didn't have the right understanding, they couldn't stay put. That's all. You see what I'm saying? Very good. So that is why I found it necessary, especially since this is a strong conversation that is arising as it relates to the Black Christ concept and the way that Christ is being portrayed, especially in Ethiopia. But this is more than in Ethiopia, you know. This is Emperor Haile Selassie I. Let's be clear now. And I'm going to be the angel's advocate. And this is what people are saying. Here you have the King of Kings leaning up, whether it's in his home or in his office. You see Empress Menen picture here. You see a picture of the King of Kings when he's a little child here. You see, a nice, ornament, vase, whatever this is here, Ethiopia plaque here, and you have a religious-looking picture. Looks like a picture of the Christ. He seems to have on a cape from this point of view. We are examining this, my family. This is very important because the common theory ones will try to bring to you is that Haile Selassie is kneeling. I see this written all on Facebook. He is kneeling. You look at the picture good, you don't see no kneeling. But anyway, Haile Selassie is kneeling before a white Jesus. All right, I'm just introducing it. We're not even getting there yet, royal family, because you don't know how it is. We are very serious around here. And I think although many ones are just trying to be not only funny, but be problematic, but there is serious concerns for things that you may observe. And again, there are those who really want to learn. So we must take time to look at things on that level. So give thanks again for your presence with us, family. I just want to encourage everyone to get a copy of the ambassador's pen. The ambassador's pen for sure. The link is in the description below the video. And I didn't mention here, but some of you would have seen the clip I uploaded earlier. In fact, let me see if it's uploaded at all. I think it should be uploaded. Green Castle Hill, Mount Anu is definitely on fire. Now, this is very, very serious. And when you try to observe the meditation here, let me just make sure. I'm not even sure. Let me see. All right. Whatever the case is, it will be up. I uploaded a very short video. I think it's about 2 minutes. At this very moment, Green Castle Hill is on fire. And you may say, Green Castle Hill is on fire. Wow. So what? What does that mean? I don't understand. What does it mean? Well, for those who may not even know what Green Castle Hill is, no disrespect. But if you go through the magazine Kidemi, that is the edition for the 21st day of December, Kidemi. You can see it right here. I pull it up here on the screen for you. Kidemi really goes into Green Castle Hill, the mystic megalithic mountain. And of course, when we go through the pages thereof, you actually get a better understanding of the importance of this hill. Countless of megaliths, countless of rocks that align with the ancient, align with the stars, align with the heavens, And of course, at the same time, I must say all blessings to the mighty, blessed, honorable prophet, mighty King Basilic, and of course, his Empress Karima, and the royal family. They were with us just about a strong now, and we visited Green Castle Hill, and we held a beautiful meditation. Give thanks to Honorable Prophet Andre, Honorable Prophet Rastre. So royal family, the hill is on fire now, royal family. We spoke of that. You walked through the fever grass. You walked through the lemongrass. Well, I'm telling you, the hill is on fire right now. So we're very thankful, beautiful. I'm looking right at the flames as I look through my window. And as I said, you can check the previous video, royal family, or one of the previous videos, depending on if others were uploaded before. So this is the magazine Kidemi. For those who have never even been through the magazine Kidemi, take your time. Go through the magazine, read. You want a book to read? I mean, we have a whole library here. I hear people telling me truth bury. We're not burying anything, We burying the lie, for sure. So we are creating a whole archive of reading material, So you get it in print, and you get it on digital. If you want, you can get the magazine in print fashion. All you have to do is email us preciseinstitute@gmail.com. So going through the magazine Kidemi, you get a better understanding of Green Castle Hill, the city of Anu, the importance of how Antigua and Green Castle Hill is connected with Heliopolis. And of course, you have the film that we would have created. And of course, this is internationally not only renowned, but the film was a finalist in 2 film festivals. In fact, this is the certificate here. This is the certificate here, finalist, a tourism video, tourism products, Anu, the ancient city. And that's the South African International Film Festival, Africa. So, Royal Family, it highlights Green Castle Hill. You can actually watch the video by going through the magazine. This is how important the magazine is. And as I'm looking through the window, the hill is on fire. You may say, so is that a good thing? Oh, that's a beautiful thing, because the hill now, because of the lemongrass, which is very invasive, maybe just a few decades in connection to the hill. But at the same time, the rocks being volcanic rocks, and this time of the year, we're talking about summer solstice business taking place, the connection, and the oils even in the grass and the fire in the stone, it ignites. That's what's happening. So it happens all the time. So the hill now is getting a nice crisp burn, and someone like me, it was going to be a delight to revisit the rocks that I haven't seen for actually a couple of years, right there on Green Castle Hill. Beautiful Royal Family. So again, you can go through the magazine Kidemi. It's in the description below the video. The link to the magazine Kidemi is in the description below. Remember, the magazine Kidemi will be out in a few days. Well, not a few days, in a month or so. You're going to see the next edition of Kidemi that is going to definitely take Kidemi itself to another level. All right, very good. But actually, what I really wanted to highlight is the ambassador's pen. And I wanted to highlight the most recent ambassador's pen, which is the one highlighted, the return of the Benin bronze statue, the artifacts, the return for the 1st of July. As you could see, we have a beautiful article here. Well, it's really the speech given, a very nice speech given by the current president of Botswana, Duma Gideon Boko. He seems to be making some waves around Africa himself. But again, the main article penned by my daughter, the Honorable Princess Acacia Benin, and some, and of course, editing from the Institute in general. You have the bronze statue, the return of the Benin bronze statue, very beautifully penned article, and of course, many other things. But what I want to highlight here, family, and I want us to actually take a bit of this within ourselves. This is in the magazine. This is an excerpt, really, that was taken from the meeting of the security meeting in Rwanda, actually just a few days ago. And at the security meeting, you had certain heads of the international security firms that literally deal with the protection of Africa on different levels, from literal defense and cyber security, etc., etc. And it's quite interesting that within this magazine, we do have a security company, SSS, that advertised with us for the ambassador's pen. There you see SSS, just above Pioneers Clinic, advertising with us. Very good. But the head or the chairperson of that event that took place the other day is actually the president and CEO of the Africa Leadership and Dialogue Institute. And she herself, that is Julie Ichu, she spoke quite sternly on the West involvement as it relates to African affairs, and especially when it comes to us trying to assist each other in times of turmoil. And she really used, for an example, the situation that took place in Libya when Colonel Gaddafi was taken out. So what I would like to do is to actually give you a bit of what she said. I want us to take this in. This is just an excerpt really from the State of Africa, the inaugural International Security Conference on Africa.
When the attack happened in Libya and Gaddafi was being taken down, a number of African presidents said, wait, hold. We will fly into Libya and we can have some kind of diplomatic conversations. The feedback from external actors to them was, if you fly into Libyan airspace, we cannot guarantee your security. I want you to think about that for a minute, that heads of state of the African continent were told this on our continent. And ladies and gentlemen, what is Libya today? What is Libya today? And it happened on our watch. It happened on our watch. Ladies and gentlemen, Rwanda 1994. Dilly-dallying over the word genocide at the United Nations Security Council saw 1 million people dead in how many days? And who solved the problem? We had to solve the problem. His Excellency and a small force came back in and had to build this country from scratch, ladies and gentlemen. And today we still get lectures and hear lectures about human rights, and there's something wrong. I want to talk about South Africa today. In South Africa today, we are hearing narratives being built around white genocide in South Africa. You are security actors, you understand the import of these narratives and why are they being placed in the international scene? Why is this happening? What could it open up? Gaza today, ladies and gentlemen, where we've seen the brutalization and the massacre of tens of thousands of children. The multilateral systems, I'm going to come to each of you and ask, are they working? Can they hold? And if they cannot hold, and Africa has never been given an adequate seat at the table. Martin, you can talk about that. Perhaps I'm wrong. You can correct me. But where does Africa stand? 50, are we 54? 54 nations? A strong continent, resource-rich, fastest-growing continent in the world. Where do we deserve to sit? Your Excellency, let me come to you on this. Multilateral systems and how do we maneuver this very serious reality, please?
And I actually stopped there, not to go too far within the conversation. You yourself can do your research. It's the State of Africa, the inaugural International Security Conference on Africa, taken from Africa Leadership and Dialogue. So you yourself can do your research and take in the full conversation. But just for your information, when the good sister, in fact, as I said, the reason why I stopped there, she just read the article for you, because that was actually, as I said, the excerpt that we took from her chairmanship, really, her chairpersonship. She gave that outstanding presentation there to me in a little excerpt form. when she said that His Excellency had to bring back the country, she's talking about Paul Kagame of Rwanda. Also, she made a very key point. Let me find the point. I want
Gaza today, ladies and gentlemen, where
it was before that.
To solve the problem. People dead in how many on our watch? It happened on our watch. Ladies and gentlemen, Rwanda 1994. Dilly-dallying over the word genocide at the United Nations Security Council. So 1 million people dead in how many days? And who solved the problem? We had to solve the problem. His Excellency and a small force came back in and had to build this country from scratch.
His Excellency, that is the president of Rwanda today.
Ladies and gentlemen, and today we still get lectures and hear lectures about human rights, and there's something wrong. I want to talk about South Africa today. In South Africa today, we are hearing narratives being built around white genocide in South Africa.
Now, South Africa today, we're hearing narratives built around white genocide.
Africa.
In South Africa.
You are security actors, you understand.
Listen to that. You are security actors. You understand. Security is not just branding and guns and you can't come in here. Let me see your ID. No, you are security actors. You understand. She talking about propaganda. She talking about what you do before you bring down the enemy.
The import of these narratives, and why are they being placed in the international scene? Why is it?
The import of these narratives, and why are they being placed in the international scene?
What's happening? What could it open up?
I wonder.
Gaza today, ladies and gentlemen, where we...
Yes, Royal Family, give thanks continually for your presence with us. Give thanks continually for the life giver and the keeper of life, Emperor Haile Selassie I. So again, let me just clarify to you, you can definitely read that for yourself. Encourage the reading. Come on. As you can see, this is beautifully set in of course, for your laptop and in tablet form. It's wonderful on your tablet, especially if you request the PDF scroll version. Oh, it's beautiful. Donald Trump. Imagine Donald Trump said he built the Ethiopian dam. How many of you saw that video we did? Donald Trump said he could build the Ethiopian dam. Anyway, so this is beautiful for your tablet, your scroll, even for your big phones, even for any phone. And of course, you also have the well-loved flip book. That to me is just marvelous for your laptops. I mean, what a wonderful thing. So the link is in the description below. Now that's for the flip book. The link for the flip book is in the description below. Just go below and press it, and it's right there. Beautiful. And at the same time, for the subscribers, you should also get the scroll when we email the book to you. Beautiful. We are talking about the ambassador's pen. All right, Royal Family. So let us get to the subject area at hand. We're going to be talking about the whole concept of the Ethiopians. Now, I know many ones will be saying, no, don't try to water this down now. This ain't no Ethiopians. We talking about Selassie I. Don't we telling about the Ethiopians praising the white Jesus. We know that. No, you ain't getting away tonight. Selassie I. We catch Selassie I with a picture. That's how they talk, man. On his office table. Bowing down, man. The man bowing down to the white Jesus. And you know who I talking about too. That be spitting most of that stuff. So we're going to deal with that in an intelligent way. But of course, before such, attention everyone. The Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge is inviting you to join us in September for the African Union CARICOM Summit in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Sign up for the 3-day package and be a part of the AU CARICOM Summit. Plus, take in all of the sights of Addis Ababa, the new flag. Or you can opt for our 9-day cultural national tour, and that will engulf sites like Lalibela, Aksum, the Simeon Mountains, and much more. Transportation, accommodation, and your meals all included. So contact us now and reserve your spot. Email us priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com or visit our website priestisaacinstitute.com. Ethiopia. See you there. And royal family, obviously now is the time. Now is the time. I don't think you should be waiting until next week and now is the time. At least reach out. Give thanks for those who would have reached out. Give thanks for those who would have already secured their spot. So definitely just know that this is something that will, stick in your memory, something that you will definitely be so happy that you partook of, the venture to the motherland. Remember, this is a fully well put together, professional, as the Empress would say, luxurious tour. First of all, you just have to contact us to get more information. This is very important, royal family, so you get a better comprehension of the those who will be really what's the right terminology here? The suppliers of the service and the services, your accommodations, your the whole works. You get a better understanding of exactly what the full package entitles and what is there for you. And remember, this will be actually around the whole African Union CARICOM Summit. So that is why in the proposal, those of you who have the proposal, you see us clearly highlight that this is a diplomatic mission. And it is also a business mission. In fact, let me show you the proposal. Before we get there, man, that was a real tough ad, Give thanks, the Honorable Empress and I would have put the ad together. Well, I guess all of us still, I know it's my voice, but it was well put together. And at the same time, even the Nyabingi, that is the Antigua and Barbuda, the Congress, that's still the Honorable Prince Almasi on the Kete drums there a moment ago. Let's check this again, Beautiful stuff. Yeah. Attention, everyone. The Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge is inviting you to join us in September for the African Union CARICOM Summit in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Sign up for the 3-day package and be a part of the AU CARICOM Summit. Plus, take in all of the sights of Addis Ababa, the new flag. Or you can opt for our 9-day cultural national tour, and that will engulf sites like Lalibela, Aksum, the Simeon Mountains, and much more. Transportation, accommodation, and your meals all included. So contact us now and reserve your spot. Email us priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com or visit our website priestisaacinstitute.com. Ethiopia. See you there. Yes, royal family. So without a doubt, you obviously have a good understanding of where we are as it relates to that. And at the same time, you will also comprehend that it's a very simple thing to do. As I said, you just contact us and email us. Let us know that you would definitely not the mission, not the proposal now, but you would like to get more information as it relates to the upcoming tour. So let's be clear here. Now, at the same time, I am still asking ones to contact us and request the copy of the mission, because in all honesty, I don't want us to lose the mission outside of the tour. This is beyond the tour. Believe me. Take it from me. This is beyond the tour. The tour obviously will also facilitate the grand mission. But this is the mission that our Father speaks of freedom, redemption, and international repatriation. Now, let me be clear here. I know ones are different in their outlook. We are just adding our brick to the wall that's being built by all of those who are fighting and struggling and joining the frequency, because we ain't struggling for sure. We fighting the enemy, but no struggle at all. But we are joining the frequency to our redemption. That's what it's all about. I'm a very civilized human being, rational. I like to reason things out. I don't like the heap of talking. I know you may think I like to talk a lot, but I don't like the heap of talking. Action is better, but the speech is fine. So this is why from my heart, I say it already, I'll say it again. I would love those of you, especially that are with me, to have a good understanding, a heart-to-heart comprehension of what the mission to Ethiopia is all about. We would have done a few programs where we would have taken the time, as I said at the beginning of this program. This is a fundraiser. This is a part of the fundraiser campaign for this very important mission. So we are taking the time to go through that again for you. I'm not going to read the overview of the mission, but again, as you already by now understand, it's really going around as such, pivoting the African Union CARICOM Summit as a diplomatic mission. At the same time, as the Priest Isaac Institute of Holistic Knowledge, we are going on a business mission as well. The magazine is a very central part of that business atmosphere. We are airlifting business right away, even before we reach to the land. How do you do that? We have catalogs. The main catalog for this is the magazine called Kidemi. I really want you to comprehend this. Please follow me, family. The main catalog for this is Kidemi. And we are, just as we do in the diaspora, we have created the avenues where we'll be setting interviews with other business people and business-oriented people, entrepreneurs, etc. And we will be expressing to them the businesses that we are advertising, those who we promote. And this is why we always say, once you are in our magazine, anywhere we go, you go with us, because we thrive on promotion. We thrive on lectures and seminars and webinars, and these things is a very important aspect of the work that we do. So at the same time, once you are a part of the magazine Kidemi, or once you are a part of the ambassador's pen, when we are on our specific mission, you'll be a part of the mission. But the upcoming edition of Kidemi, this is what I've been showing everyone. It will be designed for our mission to Ethiopia. So for those who will be on the tour with us, you will be seeing the magazine live and direct in your hands. You will even witness to some degree our marketing on the ground. Now, I know you're not coming for a marketing class, but just to be around me even on tour, because this is what it's all about. Exposure and marketing and sales. So you will also be observing some of that. Very important. And again, even before you reach there, you set up interviews. You set up, with corporations, Ethiopian Airlines, the Ethiopian Bank, and the different resorts, the same resorts that we will be staying at, they obviously owe us an interview. They owe us a sit down. And of course, we'll be creating long-lasting business with them. We will also be featuring businesses. This upcoming magazine, Kidemi, will be featuring businesses outside of just advertising with us. We will be featuring businesses not just in Antigua and the Caribbean, but from different parts of the world, and creating a catalog with businesses in Ethiopia that we'll be featuring too. Listen, family, you will see what we are speaking of. And at the same time, this is also an expression. I'm speaking to you as a brother speaking to his family. So you have a good comprehension of what it is that we are delivering. So you as well, you have the opportunity to even advertise with us in the upcoming edition of the magazine Kidemi. We have a, we have a beautiful offer that actually comes to an end on the 13th day of this month, the 13th day of July, whenever day that is. I think that's either Monday or Sunday, but at the end of that, we will definitely be highlighting to you. Okay, this is it. Take a look at this. We have a special offer, 50% off. That is 50% off of both the ambassador's pen and 50% off as well of the magazine Kidemi. Beautiful. So advertise with Kidemi and the ambassador's pen, 50% off until July the 13th. And hear this well, family, again. The advertisements that you will be taking will be going into, let me repeat again, the magazine Kidemi. Remember, Kidemi comes out twice every year. And the main magazine will be definitely going towards the Ethiopian mission. So we're very thankful for those who are already on board with us and those who will be on board with us. And you know exactly what to do. I don't think anyone has any problem now understanding how to contact us. Email us, Priest Isaac Institute at gmail.com. Very good. Now I know they have some people saying, man, you got to get to the subject, too much of this. Ras, this ain't for you. You see, this is for those who want to add to the mission. And I'm very serious. This is for those who understand. I shouldn't keep saying this to you. You're supposed to already have your ticket ready to come to Ethiopia. You're supposed to already, if you're not coming, take one of our subscription plans because you understand the importance of what we're doing. This ain't just talk to me. You're supposed to already make a donation or at least advertise in the magazine if you have a rent-a-car business, if you have a laundromat business, if you have rooms for rent, something. Not be rushing the brush. I told you from the time we started that this is one of the programs in our fundraiser campaign for the mission to Ethiopia. Don't let me get started now. Don't let me really get started and start to go deep. And somebody may be saying, somebody said something, trust me. Somebody said something. Take it from me. Because many ones do not comprehend the importance of the mission. People just like fluff, talk, and entertainment. You understand? This is the tiger's nest. This is what we do here. We spend time with our family who want to be educated, who want to learn new things, who want to see the world from a different view. You understand? And definitely who want to add to the mission. So I'm encouraging all the loved ones again. You have the opportunity, and the hill is burning so lovely. I see the fire going other places. Beautiful stuff. So this is why I'm advising everyone who wants to add to the mission, just pick an avenue, pick something. You can advertise in Kidemi. You have 50% off before the 13th of the month for both editions, because remember, by the 1st of August, you have the next Ambassador's Pen. And at the same time, by that same time, around the 1st of August, you have the next Kidemi. So this is very important, and Kidemi will last you throughout the year for sure. Ambassador's Pen is monthly. Beautiful. And again, you can join us for the visit to Ethiopia. Anything you need to know, you could have a Zoom with us. I'm sure Honorable Empress, they could have, you want to tell us or anything. It's blessed. A Zoom meeting.
Yes, we will actually be able to figure out the details in terms of workshop online time for those who are interested. Will be joining us as well. So,
the Honorable Empress is saying we will have a workshop for those who will be interested in joining us. So that's beautiful. So and of course the Empress is really the master behind.
Gonna organize it for sure. There will be some level of organization. If you know you are interested, email the Institute's account at Priest Isaac Institute of Holistic Knowledge. If you know you are interested, just email the Institute account or follow us on the social media Facebook, which many of you are. And that will be the other mechanism in terms of staying up to date with the program. We want to do more conversations on it, dialogues. We intend to making sure that we promote more to getting a greater turnout within the CARICOM region. I know that a few of you have contacted us from already on the continent and would like to just come and join from wherever you are traveling in Africa from. And also those who are based in Europe actually has contacted interested. So I know that you are. Just recontact us, follow up, making sure that you get the information that you seek and you are able to make yourself known so you can be on our email list in regards to that. Thank
you. Yes, I know. I caught you off guard. Holy Emmanuel, Selassie I, Rastafari. So as you heard the Honorable Goddess explain there, and beautifully well in order. And as I said, although she is the pilot of that project, I would have had a good insight. And I mean, trust me, everything is in order, everything is in perfect array. As I said, the accommodations, the programming, I don't know if I could just give them a little behind the scenes. We will be speaking to some of the service providers. I think it's tomorrow, and that is even in preparation for the workshop that the Honorable Empress will be having with those of you who will be registering or interested. So the workshop will be for those who are just interested as well too, or
yeah.
Okay. So.
Absolutely, because you have all the time that you have to pay, and that those who will be also going be able to get involved with the workshop. So it works out for
both. Yeah, yes.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
It's going to work really well for both. It's still a formal presentation. There it will be very, very explained. We got to get into a lot of the conversations to prepare us for this visit. It is certainly a different climate than what we have here. You'll also actually learn more about the nature of the African Union from this summit and to the next and beyond. because some of us are just even opening our eyes and awakening, like from the sleep, in terms of what we have going for us in the scope of African reality, and we can explore more opportunity.
True, blessed love. So we give thanks for that information. So family, so even if you just want to have more information as far as being a part of the tour, you can definitely contact us and I guess register for the upcoming workshop. So a lot is taking place. Give thanks, Honorable Empress, for such word sound and as impromptu as it was still. So at the same time, family, listen, with all of this talking, I have to take a proper draw and get to the subject area at hand. Let me highlight again, because this is very important, that you can also take one of the subscription packages. This is very, very important, from the full sponsorship to the silver sponsorship. And then at the same time, you can simply donate. So there's simply donate. I think that's like almost, that's it. You can donate from 50 to 50. Well, there can't be no limit. You can donate. And again, the mission's proposal is to give you contribution. Yes. The mission, say?
I was just feeling empowered in that contributions, donations is very accepted, and I was greatly yes. So you were saying the mission.
Yes, so the family can comprehend. I want them to feel the mission. You see how we have the different aspects: the head of missions, the administrative director, events manager, chief assistants, the head of missions, second assistants. And we would have updated this, I know I'm showing this, but so you have an understanding of the different the workload as such, the marching orders, that's not the right term, but the job expectation of each department. So again, you know what to do. Give thanks for the moment. That moment was sponsored by the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge. Yeah, you understand? We pay for the time, so that we can get it on this very popular program. All right. Yes, family, give thanks. Attention, everyone. The Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge is inviting you to join us in September for the African Union CARICOM Summit in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Sign up for the 3-day package and be a part of the AU CARICOM Summit, plus take in all of the sights of Addis Ababa, the new flower. Or you can opt for our 9-day cultural national tour, and that will engulf sites like Lalibela, Aksum, the Simeon Mountains, and much more. Transportation, accommodation, and your meals all included. So contact us now and reserve your spot. Email us priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com or visit our website priestisaacinstitute.com. Ethiopia. See you there. Ethiopia, see you there. Give thanks, royal family. Rastafari live forevermore. As we continue. Give thanks, Royal Family. Give thanks to those who may be just coming into this special premiere. We are definitely going deep. And we're going to be going deep now into a different level of the reasoning. Just brace yourself. Bingy fire, man. Who can stand in the way, Rasta? That's why I definitely need clean hands and pure hearts. Give thanks, each and everyone, for your royal presence with us. Hello. Now, basically, this is what we are highlighting. And again, this is going to be a serious conversation. It's going to be a conversation, a teaching conversation, a lesson, really, on reality. I would like to begin here. And I'm not skirting around the issue, but because we're being mature about this, we're not here to make no noise and Selassie I this and no. First of all, I did a program a while back. In fact, I did it somewhat twice. The head of the Ethiopian Orthodox Church the current head of the church. This is one Abuna Matthias. He spoke as it relates to the ethnicity of Christ. This was on an interview that he did for a documentary by the BBC, where Zainab Badawi interviewed him as the head of the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. And she made a statement where she said that as she goes around Ethiopia, she would notice that you have many different types of, Christ and the mother of Christ. They usually have, listen to me good, she said, this is what Zainab Badawi said. She said they usually have this soft brown skin with I think she said light brown skin, but with a soft afro. So she's technically saying that they're black, but they're not, Shaka Zulu black, but they're black people. And he said, well, he doesn't see the reason for that. And although I'm paraphrasing, believe me, I know exactly what I'm saying. And he said that, when you go to different places of the world, people make the Virgin Mary and the Christ like their own. He highlighted in the Caribbean. He said in the Caribbean, you would see them have the Christ looking like them and the Virgin Mary. I question that for sure, but that's not even the topic right now. Then he goes on to say that there's no need to change the color of Christ. He's talking about his own Ethiopian people. There's no need to change the color of Christ because Mary and Jesus are Jewish, white people. And then the host made another statement. I can't remember what it was. And then he stressed again that, listen, why change? The Mother Mary, she's Jewish as well. I don't see the need. They're white people. No, that's something else. Now that is, you could say, his opinion. Because right here in Antigua, you have the head priest of the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, Gabriel Jesus, who clearly is against that statement. And he said that the Christ and his mother is African. So I'm not really here to even challenge the church in totality or fractionize or whatever. I'm just highlighting to you what the head of the Ethiopian Orthodox Church would have said. Now, the reason why I took my time to express that, and of course humbly, is because, again, I would have done a video on that. The video was taken down for, I think it's copyright reasons, and I somehow managed to get it up again in another way. I think that is still up, but I'm not going to play with the audio for it. You understand, and I'm sure you would have heard us touch the topic already. All right, what I would like to do is to highlight, first of all, outside of the Archbishop there, even differently than our Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I, let us look at the construct of the identity of the Christ figure. And when I say that, I mean the ethnicity, black and white, whatever have you. What is the Christ figure as we know him in the history? No, obviously, this is not the time for anyone to try to throw in the towel and, it doesn't matter what color he is. No, hold on. the reason why we're doing this program is because to many people, it matters what color he is. That is why they're highlighting Haile Selassie. You know, but wait, Haile Selassie has a white Jesus on his dresser there. And not only a white Jesus, he's in the picture bowing down to the white Jesus. Hey, Rasta man, you have a lot to explain. You know, and maybe rightly so. So let us deal with the topic. So now, as what's her name there? The good host for the BBC program said, you go around Ethiopia. Now, she said, everywhere you see the brown face and the soft afro. Now, that may be true everywhere you see it, but from what I observed in her own documentary, many places you see the lily white. When I say lily white, the lily white Jesus and Mary stuff. But she told the Archbishop that you see this dark figure. All right. Now, when we go through history, and we are going to the motherland, when you go through history, and even from documentaries and from photographs and some specific manuscripts and books, etc., I'm telling you, I never questioned the ethnicity of the Ethiopian pictures that I have been seeing from the time I have taken up Rastafari. I wonder if you follow what I'm saying. I'm trying to show, okay, for example, a lot of the white Jesuses that you see today, like in the Lalibela churches, etc. At least I never took note of that. But remember, at that time, I'm just looking, you could say from the outside. I am reading books. I had this beautiful book that was loaned to me. I had to give back to brother, obviously, but I had it for a while. Big book filled with Ethiopian art, like what you're seeing here. So it never, you know, I've always been connected, and I would have studied the book. It's like a catalog. So that's why I can look at certain Ethiopian art and tell you where it's from, because of that very same book. So when you go through the artwork like in Gondar and even in parts of Lalibela, Aksum, you do see, as you are basically seeing here, you do see the Christ figure, the disciples, everyone with this brown sort of figure. Feature, pardon me, this brown sort of feature. They are obviously African, but it's not, as I said, like a Shaka Zulu. They're not black like Idi Amin. But I never questioned that. I just saw Africans. I just say, hey, the Ethiopians have the black Christ. Only when after a while you somewhat saw these white Jesuses as if they were coming into the picture, while we started to question these things. Okay, fair enough. Now, with that understanding, let us move on to this level of the conversation, because it's very important. When you observe, we just spoke of the Archbishop, the Abuna, the present Abuna. And we don't want to be biased here. We want to be clear with this. I want you to see where we're going with this here. When we observe, for example, his crown, on his crown, he has a picture of definitely Jesus and Mary. You know, my concept is there ain't no black Jesus, but that's the next story for itself. Now, when he was asked the question by the BBC reporter about the figures of Christ and his mother with the afro and the brown skin, again, he said that we shouldn't be doing that. In a nutshell, that's what he said. We should leave it as it's supposed to be. White people, you see how it look on my crown? That's how it's supposed to look, although he didn't have on the crown at the time. And I'm not making light of it, and no disrespect to the Archbishop here. But if you look at the crown now, you would see the Mary figure and the Jesus figure, and they're obviously extremely pale, very much European. You know, if you want to be technical, you could argue that these may be Syriac figures, not necessarily European. I wonder if you follow, because you must understand that the Syrian and what's the other place? The Armenian Orthodox Church have a strong connection to the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. I always believe when the King of Kings says we in Ethiopia have one of the oldest versions of the Bible. He didn't necessarily say we have the oldest version, although some people quote it as that. He said one of the oldest version of the Bible. I honestly think that the other versions, or the other version really that may be up to par with what he's talking about, might be the Syriac version of the Bible outside of the Ge'ez. Yeah. I'm not even sure of Coptic, but that's a different discussion by itself to some degree. So you have here, now, what's the reason for this? Now, I just showed it to you, obviously, and give thanks for the life giver and the keeper of life. I just showed to you, obviously, okay, you have paintings on some of the ancient walls in Ethiopia. Let me show you this. Come on, this is serious. Take a look at this, family. Now, when you observe, this is in Gondar. This is on the walls of some of the castles in Gondar. And you see here the said picture I was highlighting more in its original formation. Now, even if you just take a look at this picture here, the Christ figure being crucified. Again, he ain't no black, super black figure according to this, but you see in Africa, if you're going to say his hair is long and it's straight, but look at the Trinity above him. Look at how their hair is flowing down. And again, over the years observing this, when I look at that, I saw black people. I never questioned it. I never saw anything but black people there, with woolly hair. You understand? Afro was going down almost on their shoulders. And then when you look at the Ethiopians, you actually see that sort of expression as well. Beautiful. You see a figure that is a bit darker than those that we were observing a moment ago. And again, at the same time, this is it. This is on the walls of some of I think this is the angel faces. This might be also in Gondar or on one of those monasteries on one of those islands. But again, let's just be fair here that they're not black like the Marcus Garvey black. But unless we had to have a discussion like this, to me, there was no question that we're looking at African people. I want you to get that point in your head. And these are ancient paintings on the walls and ancient paintings on the ceilings of the ancient monasteries and churches that are in Ethiopia, that are in Africa. And look at this beautiful rendition here of the Christ figure, and the mother almost seems as if they have a Japanese sort of look. And that's another thing, that the Ethiopians have this ability to express themselves in some different formation, as if they're different tribes in Africa. And let me, for your knowledge, for your information, you're hearing the loggerhead birds. making their calling and hailing me up, you know, as we are doing this tiger's nest with the beautiful people. Give thanks, loggerheads, blessed love. So at the same time, it came right there by the window. I'm telling you, Rastafari, Holy Emmanuel, Haile Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari, beautiful. Now, yes, so again, and there's a reason why I'm pushing that narrative, you know. Honestly, there's a reason why I'm pushing that narrative, that you cannot look at this and tell me you're looking at white people. You cannot look at this and tell me you're not looking at African people. You know, guess these are not Arabs neither. You understand? And no Mayans and nothing. Even again, I want to highlight this too. Even again, as you see, that you could even observe the hair formation on the Trinity. You know, it's unique how it's running down even on the shoulders. That's important. Look at the Christ figure here. We know the Ethiopian Christers have locks. Some of them look just like long hair. But again, somehow you're not questioning. You say, no, white. Nobody here white. Look at the angels down here. Nobody here white. Look at their wings. It look like the American flag. Red, white, and blue with the stars in it. Where did they? I'm telling you. But again, nobody here white. All right. Now, before we get to the King of Kings, I want to highlight this other situation here. And this is the King of Kings. This is from a video, a German video here, where we have been highlighted here. This is actually a ceremony where the bishop, what's his name there? Theophilus, the Bishop Theophilus was given a position here, and he was given a specific crown. I guess he was given his crown. I think he was a Buna at that time already. But whatever the case is, so I'm not sure. This is 1972. So I do not think that this is his inauguration as a Buna, but it is a ceremony where he was given a specific crown. Now, the crown was just placed on his head. I think the emperor is going to place a ring on his finger, and I just want us to take a look at the crown, that's all.
Da der christliche Glaube von starken Kräften aus verschiedenen Richtungen bedroht wird, sagte der Patriarch. Mit eurer tätigen Hilfe, zusammen mit der Unterstützung aller Religionen, hoffen wir,
of course, the quality of the video is not the best. I mean, we don't understand.
Weltfrieden zu bewahren, dem Bösen zu trotzen,
and
das Üble zwischen den Völkern
maybe the angle we want, we may not get that angle,
bestimmter Menschen, bestimmter Klassen,
but we should get something.
bestimmter Nationen. Wir sind in Äthiopien.
King is, I think that's where he's putting the ring on the bishop's hand, and we get a glimpse of the crown. Now, let us look at this crown here. Again, we are dealing with a difference in time, slight difference in time. This is 1972, and this is the reign of Haile Selassie I. And this is his archbishop here getting his crown. The crown was placed on his head. Now, although this is not the top-notch video, we still have an idea of the figures that are seen in the crown. Now, we're looking for ethnicity, and that's what we're talking about. Now, I did a program on this very same crown already, where the program had a question mark, because it was maybe because the video is not as clear as we would like it to be. We are like in between, as what are we looking at here? Now, is this one of those very white Ethiopian figures that we see, like what we saw in the crown of the Archbishop of today? Let us revisit his crown first, so you have an understanding. Now you see the figure in his crown. Now he has some other figures to the side. Let us look at another crown, see if we get another angle here. All right, that may not be the best picture there, but there's another crown. All right, even this, good. Now, you have obviously an apostle. This looks like an apostle to the side, but for sure on the front line, you have Mary and Jesus. Now, the Mary and the Jesus, to me, personally, definitely looks European. The apostle on the side looks like one of those European rendition from ancient Europe, especially those same places like Armenia and these different things. I would not pass nothing on this crown as African. No disrespect to my brethren there in Ethiopia. All right. Now, but if we return to the crown in the days of the Abuna of Haile Selassie, look at his crown now. You cannot just definitively jump up and say, oh, that's another white person. In fact, it looked like the fella rocking a serious afro. Again, the justice of it may be shrouded because the video is not the best. And you do not get the best angle, and you understand. Maybe the lighting is not perfect. We could bring up a heap of things because someone would watch it and say, but look, that look like all them other white people to me. And let me just come back and repeat again that if you look, if you take your time and you observe the other, what you may call it, the other pictures of ancient Ethiopia, the other pictures of the Christ figure that are found in some very ancient places, not recently refurbished now, not no gifts that we got from anybody. I'm talking about in Gondar, in the ancient pictures on the paintings in Lalibela, not no gifts, and monasteries on the islands in Lake Tana, and even that high church there, way up in the high hills, the chapel in Tigray. All of these places have these similar paintings that look quite similar to even what's on the crown of the Abuna in the time of Emperor Haile Selassie I. These do not match. These ancient pictures do not match the pictures that we see on the crown of the Abuna today. I want that to be clear. And the Abuna today clearly said that Mary and Jesus is white. He told that to the BBC reporter, Badawi, Zainab Badawi, that the Jesus is white and there's no need for us as Ethiopians to try to make him look like us because that is not the right thing. And he even went as far as to say that people in the Caribbean, which is really, no offense, where he kind of lost some credibility there for me. He said the people in the Caribbean tried to do the same thing. They tried to make Jesus look like them. I mean, I've been to almost every Caribbean island, Ras. I mean, where in the Caribbean that black people trying to make Jesus look like them? Where? I missed that one. He must be talking about Rastafari. I mean, outside of that, I missed that one. I mean, a few people tried, but it's not nothing that the good brother should have used as an evidence of what people are doing. Because trust me, that was almost outlawed a few years ago. But the point I'm making, is that here, his outlook, his opinion, and he is entitled to it, is that the Christ figure and Mary and everything is Caucasian. Good. And you can look at his crown, and you can see for sure, without a doubt, lily white. No mixture, nothing, lily white. Good. Examining, I want you to get the point, examining the crown of those who came before him during the time of Haile Selassie. The figure, again, doesn't look Shaka Zulu, but looks very much like these figures here. Now, I've seen banners, I've seen banners. I know I've seen a video with some banners where the Mary figure and the Christ figure, lily white. The King of Kings right there, the King of Kings, Haile Selassie I, right there sitting down, one of those ancient pictures outside of the chapel, and a banner, a cross being held up. An official banner, I think it's the priest them holding up the banner and everything. Yeah, that lily white, but it's a painted thing. And I'm getting, listen family, the reason why I took you through this is so that we have an understanding historically and we don't really get lost in feelings and all of that. Because we cannot confuse the tradition of Rastafari with the dogmatic religious ideology that people like to promote. Now let us return to the picture here at hand. In fact, let me highlight this in another form so we can blow it up. This is very important. I want us to blow it up, as they say, so we can blow this up and have a proper look at this. Now, first of all, where is it? Yes. Now, let us take a look at this, family. Just quick. Now, first of all, the emperor is not kneeling there. And even if the emperor was kneeling to the Messiah, I mean, you see the emperor kneel in the tabernacle. The emperor not only kneel, the emperor kiss the floor, you know, before, whether it's the cross or whatever the case is. And this is another thing. You understand? This is another thing. We have to understand as Rastafari, don't make anybody take you off of your crease. That's a term we use in cricket. You need to know how to stand your grounds. We are beyond religion now. So you don't have to answer no funny questions. You are beyond that. You have a clear understanding of the world and how we are moving through. This is Haile Selassie I. We are Rastafari. He's our King of Kings. He's our Lord of Lords. And as Bobo Shanti, we have a high priest, Melchizedek, who brought the order to us. This is why these little things don't confuse us. He don't lead us astray. You understand? Listen, the King of Kings, his duty and his mission, that is why the red is down. Blood running in the street for real. But you see, many of us, we don't really comprehend the prophecy. Now, first of all, let's deal with the picture before we go too far. All right. Now, for the whole program, we've been observing the different figures, the Christ figures and the Mary figures from the ancient time. All right. You take a look at this. So the first impression, I guess, a person is getting is that this is Jesus standing before Emperor Haile Selassie I. And Haile Selassie is kneeling before XYZ. Now let us look at, for example, the texture or of the skin. Look at Haile Selassie and look at the Christ figure. In fact, the Christ figure slightly looked a bit darker, you know, from my point of view, at least from the angle. And I'm not saying that, honestly, I'm telling you from my heart, I'm not saying that because I'm Ras and I'm trying to be right. Believe me. You know, in fact, I just realized that, you know, okay, let's balance it off. They don't look too much different, really, as far as their complexion. Now, of course, those are going to tell you Haile Selassie is a white man too. You know that, which is, I mean, come on, you know, we can mash that up in a second. Obviously, Haile Selassie is an African amongst I and I. Don't try no dead talk here, you know, but that's the point. The same Ethiopian figures, the Christ figure, the angels figure, the sort of complexion they have, that's the type of look you see with Haile Selassie and many other Ethiopians. But that has never disqualified anything when it comes to them figures as being Africans. The whole world knew that. That's what the world said, you know, the Ethiopians praise a black Christ. Good. Now, the long hair, we just showed you for sure. Let me make sure you can follow this properly. Yes, we just showed you, for example, I want to give you this picture here properly so you can see where it did it go. Oh, please pardon me. Yes. Look at the Christ figure here. This is John the Baptist baptized in the Christ. John the Baptist baptized in the Christ. These are authentic. These are authentic figures here, the authentic Ethiopian artwork. And they have long hair. Now, at the same time, when you observe, again, even when we just showed you in Gondar, look at this figure here, the crucified Messiah. Long hair, above the crucified Messiah. Long hair. In fact, these long hair look very much like the long hair figure in the mask of Lord Pakal. The long hair, but yet still, obviously, we're looking at African figures. We're looking at African features. Let's go back here now, get a better view. Look at these two figures here, Rasta. There's nothing here when you observe the Ethiopian context to say that the King of Kings is before no Jesus. Now, I shouldn't be trying to explain that to no one because we're not religious here. I just tell you that I see with my eyes Haile Selassie I on a mission with the church, and they have the same banners of the same type of figure. Nobody can argue that. You got to be honest with yourself that you see the crown of, what's his name there? The Abuna of today. I did a program once when we had a video showing you of the Christmas tree and some Santa Claus is coming with a donkey bringing presents. I'm talking about in the palace grounds of Ethiopia. I'm talking about 1973, the emperor right there giving gifts to little children. And I asked once to explain that. People write in the comment that nothing goes so and it's propaganda and somebody sliced the film. Okay? So that is to show us. That is us not understanding the reality of the world. But Rastafari, them things is scripture. Number one, I mean, come on, man. All right, let me show you something. No picture supposed to move any one of you. Because even before the picture, we already highlight you. Haile Selassie I. You see for yourself how many of you kissed the cross. The King of Kings is an Orthodox Christian. How many of you kissed the cross ceremoniously? Nothing wrong if you want to kiss the cross. I have my Ethiopian cross there. I kiss it when I feel to kiss my cross, you know. But ceremoniously, you're going to be kissing the cross. His Majesty drink the wine and eat the bread of the communal ceremony, the same ceremony like you see it's done in the Anglican Church and in the Catholic Church, is done by Haile Selassie himself as an Ethiopian Orthodox Christian. Ones may want to say, drink the blood and eat the body, and if he was to explain it to you, he would explain it in the same way, royal family. If you're dealing with belief, Congo, in the same way as some races burn out the virgin birth concept, Haile Selassie is a believer in the virgin birth, like Christ was born without the inception of any male figure. That's the Orthodox belief. Now, you could argue all you want about he's supposed to be of the lineage of Solomon, and Joseph was of the lineage of Solomon. And if he has no Joseph blood in him, how can he be of the lineage of Solomon? That's between you and whoever else believe that. But I'm showing you, you can even listen to the King of Kings talk and he tell you these things. In the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, Christ died. Just like any other Christianity, Christ died. This ain't no special thing. And came back to life. Now, you may think it's symbolic. You may think it's Christ within all of I and I. You may think it's something else, but you have a talk with the king and see what he tells you. Christ died and came back to life. So you can't be moved off of your crease because of some little picture that somebody sees somewhere and the emperor is next to the picture and somebody take a picture, a drawing, a gift that maybe was given to him. Come on, family, get more sensible than that. Obviously, a gift given to him. The king placed it wherever it's placed. And then at the same time, you're looking at the figure and saying, oh, that's a white figure. But when I look at the pictures, the both of them have the same complexion. In fact, the white figure seems to be a bit darker than the King of Kings in the figure, in the picture. And then you may argue, well, you see, that he's questionable himself. And then, you know, we're not going to have that kind of conversation with you. And this is why those of us who are not firm, I just showed you, at the beginning, for those who would have just come in, at the beginning of the program, I gave a living example of someone I know who they wool themselves, take off turban, everything, and put on the dashiki with the fringes and became a Hebrew Israelite because of that specific picture there of the King of Kings next to the photo of him before the Messiah. You understand? And this is why I tell you already. I went to Barbados, Mount Carmel, Haile Bongo Claw and Ras Michael. And at that time, that's a while back now. And at that time, almost 20 years ago, at that time, I'll be moving around with DVDs and playing DVDs of the emperor and showing everyone the emperor. Wow, look at this and that. Some races never see the emperor moving on any video and anything, and we had them, Rasta. And that documentary when the king come and kiss Queen Elizabeth's hand, never forget that. I tell the story all the time. That a brethren there, when that happened, when we were watching that and the king kissed her hand, the brethren jumped up and said, no, fire, nothing goes up. It's Babylon put that together. The king would never kiss the harlot hand. And he walked out. He walked out of the room. I don't even know what become of the brethren. I don't know. I don't remember his name, nothing. If I see him now, maybe I don't even remember. But I remember the whole event. You understand? And it's just to highlight to you again the level of ignorance that we carry, that we can overcome, you know. I'm not trying to diss him or anyone else. A level of ignorance that we can overcome. You understand? To me, them is scriptures being fulfilled. The book of Isaiah clearly talk of that in that day the Lord shall shave with a razor the head and consume the beard with the razor that is hired from beyond the rivers of Assyria. Isaiah, what it is now? Oh, man. I think it's the same Isaiah chapter 7, or 7, 8, or 9, that speak of Emmanuel, that's in 7 and 8, or unto us a child is born, that's in chapter 9. But it's about the coming of the Lord. And in that day he shall shave with a razor the head and consume the beard, which is very symbolic. It's showing you that even the emperor, as we know the emperor, let me be clear here, the emperor, as we know the emperor, is as if he toned himself down to come amongst us. Let's put it that way, you know? So, for example, even the way he attires himself, he himself told you that he is acquiring the uniform of the European nations. Just think about that. That's in the military. You know, you understand. All of that is symbolic of he shall shave the head and consume the beard. Now, if it's one thing, the king always have his beard, and the king always have that fro, that neat fro. If it's one thing, the king and no bald head thing and that kind of thing. But the real Rastafari nature of the original man, that's the real nature of Haile Selassie. But to come amongst us, he shall shave. Literally and strongly symbolically too. He shall shave. Here, with a razor from beyond the river of Assyria. That's them same countries. Assyria is the city of idols. Germany and Belgium and these places. So the uniform may be, I think it was German style or Belgium style uniform, straight up. You understand? Let us look at even the necktie. You know how deadly the necktie is as a symbol, the necktie. Haile Selassie is voted the world's best dressed man years upon years, over and over. I think they had to write to people and tell them we can't take it no more. The world's best dressed statesman, Haile Selassie. Obviously, the world's most decorated statesman, Haile Selassie. How he dressed, his military suit and the jacket and tie suit. The tie, the literal tie, is the hangman noose, you know. It's a Freemasonic gesture. This is deep. And then, oh, that's another thing. Speaking of Freemasonic, who's the head of the Knight of the Garter? Come on, man. Who is the head of the Knight of the Garter? You know what the Knight of the Garter is? Eh? Somebody come and bring in some little old picture, no disrespect to the picture, that somebody paid and have Christ big and Haile Selassie small. And you know, the king humble, maybe put it on his desk, whatever it is, wherever it came from. And maybe the coloration of the Christ just doesn't fit you from the photocopy of a not too well photograph that is a bit blurry that you see somewhere off of Facebook and all of that stuff, and that move you. What are you talking about? Haile Selassie is the head of the Knights of the Garter. If you're so suspicious you are of the color of Jesus and the king and picture, Haile Selassie shouldn't be with no Knight of the... You know what the Knight of the Garter is? You like to talk about Freemason and Illuminati and Windsor's Castle and all of that stuff. And yeah, that's the Knights of the Garter. The most outstanding order of chivalry in the United Kingdom. That's the top of the list. Officially really headed by the Prince of Wales, whoever that is. And the supreme head is obviously the monarch. And we would have already showed you in several programs where Haile Selassie fit in as it relates to the Knight of the Garters and the parade he took part of in the 1970s just before he came off of the scene. He was a member since 1954, but he only took one ceremony. Once he was in the ceremony, just once. It's not something he do all the time, you know. He just did it once. He said, I'm going to leave the scene now. Let me just do it once. Prince Charles, he was Prince Charles at the time. I know you're the head of the garter, but you got to come out of the line and let me take your place. That's what happened. You know, I mean, do I need to drop for the video and show it to you? You understand? And then at the same time, in fact, we have a documentary that we did. It was a lecture, really, that we did that you can get entitled Rastafari and Freemasonry that goes deep into these things. In fact, we have subject areas on this same YouTube channel on Rastafari, Haile Selassie and Freemasonry that exposes exactly what I'm trying to show you right now. You know, so I'm not even going to drop for the video. You can drop for it yourself if you really want to understand it. And Prince Charles at the time had to move out of the line, and Haile Selassie took his place. That was very unique, showing you that he is the head. The head, Solomon's descendant, is here. Remember, Freemasonry and Masonry is all about Solomon, you know, and the Solomonic temple and all of that stuff, the building and Hiram Abiff. Well, the resurrected Abiff is here. It's deep, and they understood that. And that is why no one could put their hats on their head. Not even the soldiers could put on their fluffy helmet until Haile Selassie placed his feathered hat on his head and went into the carriage. Watch the video or even the documentaries I just highlighted to you, or get your copy of the documentary that we did. So some little picture here on a desk with the king and some drawing. Man, come on, man. These fellas here that waste their time to bring these things to the front line and deceiving the weak-hearted ones amongst us. The Bible speaks about that. It speaks about the seeds that have been thrown to the earth. Some seeds came amongst thorns. They started to grow up with the thorns. I think the thorns were the cares of the world that smothered them. Some seeds grew amongst the stones, like my brethren that see the picture and lose it. Some seeds grow amongst stony ground, where the root doesn't really take root as such, and then it starts to grow, but any old wind can just blow it away. You follow me? So what I'm saying, and this is the thing, that's why I like to bring challenging subjects to the forefront, especially for people that say them is Rastafari. I like to challenge you, bring reality to you, you know, straighten you out quick, slap you in your face and wake you up. So when people come with them little trick or treat and look at this picture here, Selassie and Jesus, and that don't move you. You go make that foolishness move you. I shouldn't have to come and give no long talk about that for anybody. You're supposed to say, boss, what you talking about? This is not a religion we're dealing with here, you know. This is African liberation. When you tell me about some picture and something somebody dropped, you're going to leave Rastafari for that? Nah, man, maybe you really didn't belong here. For real. Yeah, I'm very serious. Come on, man. This is liberation. This is the head of the Organization of African Unity. And let me say, this is why we have a high priest in the name of the Honorable King Emmanuel Charles Edwards. God in flesh, the real Melchizedek. No storybook business here now. No make-believe, no long talk. We have been given a specific order to follow, man and woman. It wasn't a woman that came that taught these sisters here how to be a woman. It was a man. To give them, I'm talking about Bobo Shanti, so no one feel away. It was a man that groomed them in the principle of an empress. And although everybody may not be moving off of the empress order which has been established, almost every woman call themselves empress today. Even as races, we were scorned. I came in at a time, me personally, priest Kidemi Shalom Isaac, I came in at a time when the women, You say your sisters is an empress, you get scorned by the elders. No empress here, one empress, and his daughters and daughters. You tell them that now, no? They themselves will bonfire on you. I came in at the time when blessed love, fire, blessed love here, heal up. Yeah, that's when I came in, heal up. Blessed love, no man, heal up. You heal up don't work no more, it's blessed love. Everybody's blessed love. Blessed love. Blessed love, welcome to the 12 o'clock news. Everybody's blessed love. So be firm, eh? This is your royal liberty, royal family. It was a beautiful moment this afternoon. This is for those who love the lengthy programs. And of course, we're just encouraging you once again, man. You know, be firm in this stepping. This is a serious tradition. This is not no time for, look at the program we did last night, previous evening with, our brother there from IUIC. I had to highlight that, trying to divert people with lies. We can't be, no. If you want to have we challenge these fellas to debates all the time. I can't believe nobody even have the nerve to step up. Anyway, let me not get too far into that. Holy Emmanuel, Haile Selassie I, Rastafari. So family, the mission to Ethiopia. I'm definitely looking forward to each and every one, at least playing some sort of part, very important, being with us in some way or some fashion. Again, of course, I would love to see as many of us be on that mission that could be on the mission. Give thanks that Green Castle Hill is getting a nice fresh up there. Also, at the same time, remember that you have the ability to advertise with us. I'm just reminding everyone that the 13th day of this month, July, in fact, it's really the third for the ambassador's pen. The 13th of every month, we have a 50% off. Remember, the ambassador's pen comes out every month. So we always have a period for 50% off that comes to the end on the 13th of every month. So it's just a natural thing. So for the 13th of this month, you definitely have the ambassador's pen and Kidemi, both magazines, because the Kidemi will be coming out relatively the same time with the next ambassador's pen. They're going to meet each other, interestingly. So, and the Kidemi again will be the main push as we go to Ethiopia with that magazine. It will be beautiful if your business, many of you wanted to advertise with us for so long. Now is the time, especially now you have the 50%. You know what 50% is? Half, whatever it really costs, you're paying half, you can take two. That's what I'm trying to show you. But that comes to an end on Sunday. It is Sunday, this Sunday. Beautiful. Listen, man, just give thanks for the love. I'm happy that we can provide a way that we can show love to you. You can show love to us, because that's showing love. This is not begging, Check the strategy good. We didn't come and ask nobody for nothing. I'm talking here to people. I expect everyone that's listening to me. I don't believe nobody here lazy. You either have a job or you have a business. You must be doing something. So you make money. So you have something to sell. You have something to advertise. You have some service. You have some idea. You can't tell me you're just there bumming out. No. And every video we kick off, you're here. So you have to have some interest here, And you can obviously see we have a good following. You can see we're serious about our marketing. You can see we reach out to the world. So, hey, listen, this ain't too expensive. The brother is on a serious mission that he's always talking about. Let me advertise in the magazine. Is going to at least benefit me. That's it. Then there's this other person here that has a bit more cheese than you. And he's going to be a sponsor. So listen, man, I can sponsor one of those $75,000 package, and I have a big enterprise. I have 4 car rentals and a bakery. I want him to build a banner like he says and put all of them on one banner and print the cards. And I'm going to be watching him on his live stream so I can see how he talks about my business. Fair enough. There ain't nothing wrong with that. The rest of the world will be watching on live stream when I'll be talking about your business once you not advertise, but you take on the sponsorship. You understand? What else you can do now? There's something else. You can come on the mission with us. You know, that's just for your own pleasure. That ain't no contribution. Well, obviously, that will assist us. But, I mean, that you don't need to know that. You're just coming to have a good time. You know what I mean? And make sure that I have a good time and everything is all right. We'll make sure you have a good time and everything will be protocoled and well taken care of. And then those of you who just laid back, because, again, we ain't got no lazy people here and we are civilized people and we know the liberation, you can just donate whatever you think it's worth. And you know how to do that. Priest Isaac Institute at gmail.com. I give thanks continually for the life giver and the keeper of life. As the Honorable Empress said, you can look forward to the upcoming workshop. You have to reach out to us. Reach out to us. Reach out to us. Say, I want to be a part of the workshop. In fact, the fact that you want to come with us, you will be a part of the workshop. So I don't even have to stress that to you, but just letting you know there's another component. So you become a bit more comfortable with what the venture you're going on. And even if you don't come with us this time around, the next time around, at least now you start to get an idea of what the future will hold for the different tours that we will be taking. So it's best to just come to the workshop. So come the man, email, family, this is liberation moving. We can't just be sleeping. And I want to get too serious with us right now, because, listen, we sleeping, man. We sleeping. Come on, family. Let's get this thing together. Rastafari too, that's another thing. Rastafari not too active on the front line, Yeah, Rastafari on social media. Look at so much Rastafari on social media. But I can hardly look on one hand and tell you how many Rastafari on social media doing a liberation work. Real liberation work, not posting up good sayings and them kind of thing. Videos and things. Holy Emmanuel I, Selassie I, Rastafari, Honorable Empress, right?
Thanks. No, give thanks. No, give thanks.
Righteousness of salvation, family, if you know your Bible and you do not know your history, knowledge of your Bible will become a mystery. It's a nice picture here, The angels, like they have a towel ready for the man, See? That's something. So after John the Baptist baptized him, the fellow just wrap him up here. That's interesting. Yeah. That's funny. Yeah, it takes some real eyes to realize the real lies that are amongst us, life giver and the keeper of life. Give thanks to the Love Royal family. Green Castle Hill, Mount Anu, megalips aligning with the stars. Praise fire right. The earth here is voice. Holy Emmanuel I, Selassie I, Rastafari. That's the love. Thanks. Attention, everyone. The Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge is inviting you to join us in September for the African Union CARICOM Summit in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Sign up for the 3-day package and be a part of the AU CARICOM Summit, plus take in all of the sights of Addis Ababa, the new flower. Or you can opt for our 9-day cultural national tour, and that will engulf sites like Lalibela, Aksum, the Simeon Mountains, and much more. Transportation, accommodation, and your meal all included. So contact us now and reserve your spot. Email us priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com or visit our website priestisaacinstitute.com. Ethiopia. See you there. Attention, everyone. The Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge is inviting you to join us in September for the African Union CARICOM Summit in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Sign up for the 3-day package and be a part of the AU CARICOM Summit, plus take in all of the sights of Addis Ababa, the new flower. Or you can opt for our 9-day cultural national tour, and that will engulf sites like Lalibela, Aksum, the Simeon Mountains, and much more. Transportation, accommodation, and your meals all included. So contact us now and reserve your spot. Email us priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com or visit our website priestisaacinstitute.com. Ethiopia. See you there. Let me ask you a question. How many of you believe that Donald Trump is the reincarnation of the former Italian leader, Benito Mussolini? Well, I'm going to show you some facts that will leave you thinking. Attention, everyone. The Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge is inviting you to join us in September for the African Union CARICOM Summit in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Sign up for the 3-day package and be a part of the AU CARICOM Summit, plus take in all of the sights of Addis Ababa, the new flower. Or you can opt for our 9-day cultural national tour, and that will engulf sites like Lalibela, Aksum, the Simeon Mountains, and much more. Transportation, accommodation, and your meals all included. So contact us now and reserve your spot. Email us priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com or visit our website priestisaacinstitute.com. Ethiopia. See you there. Blessed love once again, royal family. We glorify Emperor Haile Selassie I. Honorable Priest Isaac here with you. You are in the tiger's nest. Very important question. And it's a question, what do you think? Now, first of all, many individuals do not believe in reincarnation. But you should understand that this is a spiritual world and this is prophecy and history being fulfilled. Now, first of all, let us look at this from this angle. You know our brother Ibrahim Traoré. I'm talking about in Burkina Faso. Do you know many people consider him to be the reincarnation of Thomas Sankara? Many people say when Thomas Sankara was murdered, within a couple months, several months really, here came Ibrahim Traoré, and now he moves like Sankara. He may look somewhat like Sankara, maybe not a spitting image, but he would dress like Sankara. His behavior, even the things that he put in place as a governor of his people, is like Thomas Sankara. So ones were saying that, hey, this must be the reincarnation, if not reincarnation, at least some level of sharing the spirit, spiritual communication with the ancestor. Now, a few programs ago, I was highlighting to the family that even the features of Donald Trump and Benito Mussolini, quite similar. One with, I guess, here, and one without, quite similar. Even the behavior, even the mind frame, quite similar. But look at this. Interestingly, Benito Mussolini died in 1945, and I'm sure you know how he died. He came to a bitter end, you know. He was murdered, killed by his own people, himself, his mistress, and some of his soldiers, some of his top commanders with him were killed by his own people in Milan Square, and he was hung upside down at a petrol station. That's Benito Mussolini. And just quickly, for those who may not know, because Benito Mussolini is not someone that is highlighted, for example, like Adolf Hitler. And remember, Adolf Hitler and the whole Nazi campaign are children to Benito Mussolini and fascism. When you hear about fascism, you're talking about Mussolini. Now listen to this good, which is a march on Rome. Keep this in mind. One of the reasons why they will not tell you that much about Mussolini is because if you speak of Mussolini, you have to speak not of Hitler, you have to speak of Haile Selassie I and Ethiopia, because it was Benito Mussolini who invaded Ethiopia in 1935 and 1936 and was defeated after a period of about 5 years. This is why his people would have hung him upside down, because of the turmoil that he carried them through with his unjust wars. So fascism now, and this is another very important point when it comes to the whole aspect of fascism. Fascism now, there's a specific symbol that is used, and that symbol is still seen today. And it's really a bronze symbol, the fasci, the bundle of sticks that are wrapped together, and you could see the symbol of what appears to be like a axe blade itself, but it's the bundle of sticks wrapped together, somewhat scrolled up, and you have the symbol of peace with it. But if you are to observe in the US governmental symbol system, pardon me, you see that symbol appearing in several places, especially in the House of Congress, where the president would give his speech to the joint house. So that symbol lives, and it has a very prominent space, really, from my observation, as it relates to that system. All right, now, as I said, Benito Mussolini, interestingly, Benito Mussolini died in 1945, and Donald Trump was born in 1946. As you could see, that is why I mentioned earlier that Thomas Sankara and even our leader today of Burkina Faso, you know, they were just several months apart. One died and the other was born, and the same thing. And we highlight again, outside of just physical features, I want to highlight the signature of both Donald Trump and Benito Mussolini. Now, let me just say it off the bat. It's not the exact same signature. So don't expect them to, wow, they look exactly alike. No, that's not the case. But it's something to observe. Now, Mussolini has an interesting signature where it just appears as if it's just rolling hills getting small and small until it reaches to a specific point where the rolling curved hills become very jagged. Just observe it, especially at the end, where the rolling curved hills become very jagged. And that is Mussolini's signature. Now, when you observe the signature of Donald Trump as well, what you have that constant rolling, especially again in that latter part, you have the rolling hills, but the vast majority of the rolling hills are jagged. But again, you observe the signature pattern of Donald Trump, and you observe the signature pattern of Mussolini, again, especially at the end. I'm not saying that they look exactly the same. It's two different names. Donald Trump would have written his name or scribbled, whatever you want to call it there, to create what he has created. And whatever Mussolini would have done with all these M's, and again, the jagged hills at the end. The point is, when you observe them, when you study them, you can see the very same pattern right there at the end. Now, what is outstanding and why I thought it was necessary to bring up this subject area at this time was in relation to the situation in Ethiopia. Now, you would have heard Donald Trump mention recently about Ethiopia and his friend in Egypt, and that Egypt is quite concerned about the building of the dam in Ethiopia, which is the Grand Renaissance Dam, the GERD, the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam. And we would have highlighted the fact that Donald Trump would have said that the US of A would have stupidly, that's the term he used, financed the Ethiopian dam. Now, first of all, we did a program on that where we highlighted that that is quite questionable, that the USA financed that dam. Not going to go into the depths of that here. We highlighted all of this in our ambassador's pen, our monthly magazine that highlights geopolitics, specifically from an Afrocentric point of view. 1st of July edition of the Ambassador's Pen literally has an article in it, a feature as well, highlighting Donald Trump's claim, first of all, of the US of A funding the dam. And then it also goes into the whole aspect of the Ethiopian government pushing back that claim, because Donald Trump wrote that on his social media platform, that the USA somewhat had something to do with funding that dam. But anyway, when he sat with the president of NATO, or the head of NATO, I should say, the head of NATO a few days ago, he clearly said that the Ethiopia built this dam. He didn't call the name Ethiopia, but we know who he's speaking about. And it's troubling Egypt, I'm paraphrasing now, and the Nile should not be without water. And we got to do something about that. Now, I don't know exactly what he plans to do about that. I know they move in different ways, whether it's sanctions, whether it's tariffs, that seems to be the big thing now, tariffs, whether it's ostracizing the country, or whether it's bombs. I don't know exactly what he has in mind. But the last time Mussolini troubled Ethiopia, what happened is that warring factions forgot about their fighting. The last time El Duce decided that he wanted to go and trouble the Black Man King, people that we thought would never get together decided that, hey, we're going to follow one man. We're going to follow one idea, because this happened already during the time of Menelik II. And what I notice is that when Ethiopians are threatened by an outside force, somehow they seem to unite. This may be a blessing in disguise. This may be the Mussolini return, but don't worry. We know how to handle that. And listen to me, good family. Remember, because there are those out there pushing the division. I'm talking about between the Amhara, the Oroma, people that look alike, trying to say that they're a different nation. People that look alike, you can't tell one from another, especially those of us who are not trained like that. Follow me good. But yet still, when we observe this, if the threat comes, it's not no threat to the Amhara. It's not no threat to the Tigray. Even you Eritreans, you're in trouble too. The whole region, when these beasts come in to take over the minerals, the resources and the rare earth minerals, they call it. So give thanks for unity, because Haile Selassie I is 133 years old now. That's Psalms 133. How good and how pleasant it is for brothers and sisters to live together in unity and love. So Ethiopia, don't mind the rest of the world trying to bet and gamble on which faction of Ethiopia go murder which faction of Ethiopia. That's what the world trying to do. The world want to see you fall, Ethiopia. I'm not talking about the people in Ethiopia. I'm talking about black people. And many of you Ethiopians that are in London, that are in Washington, D.C., that are in Atlanta, that are in New York and other places of the world. In the same way you can see unity when you're outside of Ethiopia. Tell your family at home, hey, listen, man, you don't know where I'm Haran, but I'm getting along with the Tigrayan sister here in New York, because we only have each other here. So we need to do the same thing at home, because the wolf is there too. As I said, he's saying that, hey, we got to solve the problem. And these fellas solve problems some very strange ways. Look at him. Look at him. Problems? Right now, the internet is swarm of how many little girls, little 12-year-olds and 14-year-olds that him and some of these other fellas were playing pitter-patter with. But anyway, we will leave it at that. Remember, Ethiopia, you are seeing us right now. Family, the mission to Ethiopia is on. Family, there's so many things you can do to support. Number one, remember, this is the Ambassador's Pen magazine. How many of you would have gone through this, our previous edition of the Ambassador's Pen? Go below the video. The link is in the description below the video, and you see all our previous magazines, all the Ambassador Pens, and of course the Kidemis. And look forward to the upcoming Kidemi. That is gonna be a blow you away. I'm telling you for sure. Looking forward to launching that one there. A lot of work's going on here behind the scenes. So Royal Family, how many of you would have already emailed me to get the copy of the proposal for the mission to Ethiopia, Royal Family? Again, family, remember, this is a mission from the heart, and I'm looking forward to those of you who are really on the team, those of you who comprehend what we're doing, to at least take a look at the proposal of the mission. And again, we want you to come on board. So even if you're not coming to Ethiopia with us, we want you to at least advertise. Very important. Advertise with us in the Ambassador's Pen. Take a feature out in the magazine Kidemi. Spend some money with the Institute so we can get the redemption on. It's work. We're working on behalf of all those who hear and see us. And you know that as a fact. So you can even take one of the subscription packages, not subscription, one of the packages that we have as it relates to the whole mission itself. And that all of that is in the proposal. And remember, the proposal itself gives you details of how you can be a part of the tour itself that will be within our mission. Remember, the tour is just one part of the mission. It's a diplomatic mission, business mission at the same time. And again, if all of that is just too much for you, you can simply donate. All you have to do is to email us, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. That's priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. And let us know, hey, I would like to donate. And remember, at the same time, you have the PayPal, you have the Zelle, you have the Cash App, and all of these are the very same email, So it's not complicated at all. And you could be a part of what we are doing in one way or the other. Now, first of all, I would happily love to see you there with us. You understand? I will definitely rejoice if you're on board with us. And then at the same time, those of you who you don't want to see that, oh, I know. Those of you who, for sure will not be coming, and you would want to take one of the fundraiser package. Remember, we have the full subscription package. You have the full budget of 118,000. That is the largest package, and we have the gold package, which is just 10,000. But remember, any one of these packages that you choose, you're going to get the services that goes with the finance that is spent, from creating your own digital magazine to your paraphernalia to the marketing that we give you on all of our missions. So it's a lot that you can gain, family, to just be a part of the business aspect of what we're putting, I'm telling you the truth. For those of us who are, serious about liberation, you should be on board with your brother. There should be nothing. No one has no excuse, We're not here begging anything from anyone. We are creating packages that will benefit people. You have a business, you have a rent-a-car business. Some of you have restaurants, some of you have bakeries. I am showing you how I can make your business renowned, world renowned. You understand? I did it with my businesses. Our homeschool program, you may not be on it. Our astronomy course, we speak of it all the time. Maybe you haven't gotten to it yet, but many people that don't even know me are on these courses. Why? Because of the avenues we get into, because of the places. I tell you, the magazine was designed to do that. So we're in magazine shows. You see, we got to think differently, family. That's one of the things I'm trying to do with our tribe, our people. We got to wake up. We think somewhat like, I'm telling you, I work with my people every day, Rasta, Bobo, Shanti, so supposedly conscious people, but we stuck somewhere. We just don't want to thrive. We just want to kind of get along and get through. No, man, we got to thrive. We got to prosper. We got people to feed. We have a nation to build. That's why we think big. That's why we're talking about our mission to Ethiopia. I thought everybody wanted to go to Ethiopia. What, we change our minds? What about the Zion and Holy Mount Zion? You can't be telling me too much on Mount Zion right now. I'm not playing with nobody. No, I'm very serious. That is why we would have provided also some simple ways. You can donate $50 towards this mission here. Because you understand the importance of it. That's why we say at least email us and get the proposal then, so you can read. If you notice, I leave no loophole. No one can run away. No one can say Priest Isaac didn't come to the nation, to the people, and let them know that, hey, we have a diplomatic mission that is on. We have workshops, we have seminars giving you more detail. Some people, most ones, they ain't coming to those seminars. They just want to hear exciting subjects and topics, maybe like what we just spoke about. But when it comes to the mission, when it comes to our freedom and redemption, I'm not saying I have it all. I have the full solution. No, but I can't sit and wait for people to do. So I know I have good ideas. I have good ideas. I know what I can do. I know what my talents are. I'm not trying to do somebody else's work. So I'm going to do what I'm going to do. I'm not going, doing what I can't do. I know what I can do. You understand? So that is why we intend to approach almost every ministry we can think about on behalf of Rastafari and on behalf of our institute and even on behalf of the nation that we live in. And doing it strategically too, with letters and emails and visitation, a lot of work, family. So that is why I'm very appreciative, as they would say, to those of you who ain't coming nowhere. Some of you, man, I don't want to advertise nothing. I work for Social Security. I just want my pension. That ain't no good way to think, by the way. And those of you who may not be even of the level to take no $10,000 sponsorship package or to sponsor the full trip. But I know you can donate at $20. I know you can cash up a 50 and 100. Man, that helps the mission because at least you're getting an understanding of how dynamic this mission is. It's like a delegation from any government going, but it's just that we ain't got no government that has no resources to even assist us. That's the point. The mission that's on right now, is a lot of hard work from the Institute, fundraising and putting together. I'm telling you. That's why I appreciate love all those who even consider, even those who pledge and don't come up with their pledge. At least you could see they wanted to do something, and I appreciate love that. So yes, family, give thanks. I don't know what you say if you think Donald Trump is the Mussolini character. But the thing is, as I said, the spirit is there again, that if Mussolini think he want to invade, make him invade. Because his invasion united Ethiopia, Yeah, crispy invasion, united Ethiopia behind Menelik II. So that is why you're supposed to know how to take the aggression around you, take confusion and chaos and bring order out of it. That is a law of nation, because out of chaos and confusion does come order and stability. Yes, royal family, give thanks to the life giver and the keeper of life. Of course, again, if you know your Bible and you do not know your history, obviously the knowledge of your Bible will become a mystery. Hey, remember, if it's the first time you're hearing about the magazine Kidemi and the Ambassador's Pen, you don't have to subscribe for them. It is free. Just go into the description below, press the link of these magazines, and read. And remember, it takes some real eyes to realize the real lies that are amongst us. Yeah, praise Fire, let the earth hear his voice. Will Emmanuel Haile Selassie I, Jah Rastafari. Give thanks. Blessed love, I am the Honorable Priest Isaac. I am an official priest within the realms of Rastafari of the Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress. I also hold a certification in the craft of archaeoastronomy from Politecnico di Milano in Italy. Our universe and its makeup has always been an intriguing subject for humankind. Astronomy is the study of everything in the universe beyond the Earth's atmosphere. Ancient astronomy is similar, but pays special attention to the physical and spiritual values of stars, planets, moons, and other celestial objects. It also brings in the terrestrial component, being things on an earthly plane, such as plants, human organs, and connects them to the heavenly bodies. In this course, you will learn the makeup of various planets and stars, how to locate them in the night sky, along with their associated constellations. You will also be taught about the earliest civilizations known for their astronomical comprehension, namely Kush, also known as ancient Ethiopia, Kemet, called Egypt today, the Dogons, and the Bozos, as well as the civilization of Sumer. You will also learn about black holes, their nature and origin, as well as how the ancients viewed them. Ancient astronomy is the mother of archaeoastronomy and astrotheology. Both subject areas are covered by the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge. Sign up today. Visit our website, priestisaacinstitute.com, or email us, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com for more information. Attention everyone! The Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge is inviting you to join us in September for the African Union CARICOM Summit in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Sign up for the 3-day package and be a part of the AU CARICOM Summit, plus take in all of the sights of Addis Ababa, the new flower. Or you can opt for our 9-day cultural national tour, and that will engulf sites like Lalibela, Aksum, the Simeon Mountains, and much more. Transportation, accommodation, and your meals all included. So contact us now and reserve your spot. Email us priestisaacInstitute@gmail.com or visit our website priestisaacInstitute.com. Ethiopia. See you there. At this moment, we are celebrating the Buck Moon, which is said to be a Capricorn moon, although it is in the constellation of Sagittarius. Blessed love, royal family, glorify Haile Selassie I, Honorable Priest Isaac here with you. How many of you have seen the picture of Emperor Haile Selassie I in the moon? We will be getting to all of that. This is one of the programs in the series of programs for the fundraising campaign for the mission to Ethiopia. Attention everyone! The Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge is inviting you to join us in September for the African Union CARICOM Summit in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Sign up for the 3-day package and be a part of the AU CARICOM Summit, plus take in all of the sights of Addis Ababa, the new flower. Or you can opt for our 9-day cultural national tour, and that will engulf sites like Lalibela, Aksum, the Simeon Mountains, and much more. Transportation, accommodation, and your meals all included. So contact us now and reserve your spot. Email us priestisaacInstitute@gmail.com or visit our website priestisaacInstitute.com. Ethiopia. See you there. And yes, once again, we do say Salamton, blessed love and joy. And obviously it is on. So those of you who are definitely going to be with us for the African Union CARICOM Tour Summit, and of course the national tour in Ethiopia and much more, you definitely need to contact us now. Priest Isaac Institute at gmail.com. Priest Isaac Institute at gmail.com. And those of you who are still not sure of the mission to Ethiopia and what it is all about, I am inviting you to give us a contact via the same email and of course get your copy of the mission. Again, royal family, the mission to Ethiopia is a diplomatic/business mission. And of course, we are highlighting our culture as Rastafari. We are highlighting our business as creation, content creators. And I'm talking not only on social media, we are highlighting the ambassador's pen, and we are highlighting the magazine Kidemi. Remember, royal family, you as well can play a part in this mission to Ethiopia, but it is very important that you comprehend, understand the mission first and foremost. I am inviting each and everyone to advertise with us in the upcoming Ambassador's Pen and, of course, the upcoming magazine, Kidemi. Very important. Those of you who have not partaken of the Ambassador's Pen, well, I'm talking about our recently released Ambassador's Pen for the 1st of July is highlighting the Benin bronze artifacts, highlighting the return of the Benin bronze artifacts. You can get a beautiful full-page ad in the Ambassador's Pen. You can get a beautiful half-page ad in the Ambassador's Pen. You can get a column in the Ambassador's Pen as well. And keeping in mind, the Ambassador's Pen is a monthly magazine directly highlighting geopolitics, a bit of culture and the history as well. But of course, remember the granddaddy. Let us just be clear about this, is the magazine Kidemi. Now, Kidemi comes out twice per year, and Kidemi for sure highlights everything. I'm talking about the icon. I'm talking about international culture, geopolitics as well, mystics, history, astronomy. Yes, I'm talking about lifestyles and everything in between. It's the magazine Kidemi, and the upcoming edition of Kidemi, which is just in a month's time. This will be the specific magazine that we will be highlighting on our mission to Ethiopia. So again, all of this is a part of the fundraiser campaign, and we are reaching out to those of you who comprehend the mission. And this is why understanding the mission is so important. You don't deal with things you don't understand. You see what I'm saying? And again, this is something, our brainchild. This is not something that has been there for anyone to just grab and use. So maybe ones have never even, thought of the questions that we are answering. You think the answer is something. Just the question, we never even thought of that question. So we're bringing the answer for questions, or the answers for questions that have never even been thought of. That's the point I'm making. So it's innovative. It's something new. Brethren and sisters just rising up and saying, we're going to Africa, we're going to Ethiopia, we want to be a part of the African Union CARICOM Summit. We have approached the government of the nation that we live in as a diplomatic representative of Rastafari, looking to organize and assist us even on this mission. The organization and the assistance has not come forth as yet, at least not at the time of the recording of this. This is very important, and this is why we are encouraging again, Royal Family, those of you who really want to comprehend the mission, don't be afraid to contact us, Priest Isaac Institute at gmail.com, and of course, get your copy of what is known as the proposal highlighting the mission to Ethiopia. Okay, very important. And those of you who don't need to see the proposal, because you already understand what's going on and the depths thereof, all the better. As I said, you can contribute in many different ways, or I should say you can add to the mission, not necessarily contribute, add to the mission, because this is reciprocal here. So of course, as I said, we have some beautiful spots where your ads can be highlighted. You also can be a part of the mission itself. As I said, you can be a part of the experience by joining us also in Ethiopia. And then you have the different levels of sponsorship that you can choose from. And this is not sponsor like you're giving some money, Again, this is business. So you're getting the products and the services for whatever sponsorship plan that you take. Of course, I'm just considering that you would have a business. And remember, we have a budget of $118,000 as far as the mission. the diplomatic / business mission. So the full sponsorship and the platinum sponsorship and the diamond sponsorship and the gold sponsorship and the silver sponsorship, it is all designed in a way that everyone that takes whatever package, they get in return the services that match that. So in other words, most of the sponsorships, we will literally create a digital catalog for you. So let's just say you have a restaurant. Let's just say you have a jewelry store, and you are contributing, or you are adding to the mission. Let's say you're saying, I'm going to take a gold sponsorship of $26,000. We're going to create for you a magazine, first and foremost. A magazine, that's for the gold sponsorship, the diamond sponsorship, the platinum sponsorship, the full sponsorship. They all get a digital catalog. That means you get a literal online magazine like what you see us display. You understand? That's just one aspect of it. Different levels of sponsorships will get business cards, brochures. In fact, the whole realms of the sponsorships get that. We will display them when we go on tour and lectures and seminars and webinars, which obviously we will be doing. You understand? Those who take the full sponsorship will literally get a spreadsheet in every edition of both magazines for 2 years, and on and on and on it goes. The different levels of sponsorships has the different services that we offer, but it is for those who are serious. I've read this several times. I'm not going to read it now. Again, we have reached to the point where those who are serious would have already understood the mission, already decided what they're doing, or, okay, I'm a little behind, I'm going to get the proposal. You don't have to read it all for me, Uncle Priest. I will get the proposal myself and go through it with the family, because we know this is righteousness of salvation, and this ain't no kiddie club. That's from my heart I'm speaking there. And then, of course, you know, there is the simple level. You can just simply donate. For those of you who say, well, I'm not going to be there, I'm not coming to Ethiopia, I got something to do. Okay, fair enough. Well, you know, I don't have no business. I don't need to put nothing in no magazine. It is all up to you. And what's the other option? We have other options there. Oh, well, you know, I'm not no big businessman. I don't think I can take a sponsorship. All right, fair enough, but you can donate. You can add it to the mission. Whether it's $5,000, whether it's $50, each and everyone can add to the mission. And of course, we have the different aspects of, you know, the connection from the Cash App and the Zelle and the PayPal. Of course, you can contact us, Priest Isaac Institute at gmail.com. In fact, that's the handle for most of these avenues that you would use, Priest Isaac Institute at gmail.com. Beautiful, and I really love that. And you know what I also love, you know, I was with the Lion Pride the other evening. How many of you saw that program? We were in the Lion's Den, Lion Voice Network, with the King Dideshamai, Kwasi Bantu. And we had a beautiful, beautiful expression and exchange. We went into a lot of things astronomical and astrological, and it was really upful at a bit of some of which I will be even touching in a moment. But it was a beautiful exchange, and we give thanks for the royal brother and give thanks for his network and the work that he is putting out. And we are also extremely appreciative that he would have even taken the time to reach out to us as well. We were speaking highly about the whole aspect of the zodiac and the time frame. And that is something that is important, even as we are speaking of the current full moon. As you know, it is what they refer to as a buck moon. And the buck represents the deer, the male deer. I think this is the time that the deer, after shedding its antlers, will begin to grow them back something of the sort. So it's the buck moon, and it is considered to be a Capricorn moon. Quite interesting, as Capricorn would represent to most people the goat. And what is interesting, though, to those of us who are ancient astronomers, is that the moon is not in Capricorn. The moon is really in Sagittarius. And as I've explained over and over again, I'm not taking away even the energy, because the moon is much swifter than the sun, and the moon is actually on its way to Capricorn. In fact, at the time of the doing of this video, the moon would be really taking in some strong Capricorn energy. But again, at 4:37 on the 10th of July, when the moon was officially registered as being full, it was strongly in Sagittarius, because remember, the time is moving. So if you're giving us a central, a Pisces age astrological reading when we are going into the Aquarius age, it's going to be a bit off, and that's just, we're not making no big fuss about it. That's just the reality. And I will show you that in a moment. And I am going to show to everyone that the man in the moon, yes, the man in the moon. We've always heard about the man in the moon. I know many of you know this, but without a doubt, all artists can come forward. The man in the moon is Emperor Haile Selassie I. Attention, everyone. The Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge is inviting you to join us in September for the African Union CARICOM Summit in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Sign up for the 3-day package and be a part of the AU CARICOM Summit, plus take in all of the sights of Addis Ababa, the new flower. Or you can opt for our 9-day cultural national tour, and that will engulf sites like Lalibela, Aksum, the Simeon Mountains, and much more. Transportation, accommodation, and your meals all included. So contact us now and reserve your spot. Email us priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com or visit our website priestisaacinstitute.com. Ethiopia. See you there. Oh, yes, beautiful royal family. Definitely looking forward to your presence there with us. Now, before I actually go into the position of the current full moon, the buck moon of the 10th of July, let us just highlight again the man in the moon situation here. And in reality, I think we all grew up hearing about this man in the moon. In fact, on one of those programs, Welcome to Pooh Corner, they had a song that they used to sing, the man in the moon is a tiger. Well, maybe it's a tiger too. But the thing is, let me be clear here, the moon is a very mystic thing. You see, when the Bible says that the heavens declare the glory of God, it is not a joke. And the firmament showeth his handiwork. It is nothing to scoff at. It goes on to say, day unto day uttereth speech. You hear anything? Night unto night show it knowledge, not show it beauty. Twinkle, twinkle, little, that one is blue, red, and green. No, it is showing knowledge. And those who understand, again, the science. That is why we promote ancient astronomy, even above astrology and even above astronomy. Ancient astronomy is the deepest of the heavenly celestial science. That is how the heavens declare the glory. When you understand the mathematics, when you understand the right ascension, when you understand the declination, when you understand the coordinates, which is the celestial latitude and longitude, when you understand the quasars, when you understand the galaxies and the supernovae and all of these different things, and then even the makeup of the planet. That's why you get into some heavy astronomy, bioastronomy, and astrobiology, I should say, and radio astrology, astronomy. So all of that is the heavens declare the glory, not just The sky is beautiful. It's a deep science. And then now, the theology that comes with it is embedded in the science. It's more than just, well, the sun rises in the morning and sets and go under the earth. And that is symbolic of Christ rising, dying, and resurrection and reincarnation. That is true. I agree. But that's preschool. We've been there for a long time. You understand? We've been talking about the Dogons reading the stars forever. Every one of us in Africa read the stars. Let's just not get caught up with the curriculum of the linear thinkers. The Bozos read the stars. The Dendara read the stars. The Ethiopian Orthodox priests read the stars. You understand? So the heavens declaring the glory is a very beautiful thing. And the man in the moon science is extremely deep. There's more than just a man in the moon, you know. The moon has so many different pictures. For those who study the moon properly, it's almost like the mask of Lord Pakal, where you see the three figures, but there are many other figures within it. I wonder if the family is with me. But the most outstanding image that is in the moon is the image of Emperor Haile Selassie. Now, you see, when you really get it and you can see it with your eyes on the night of the full moon, go and look at it tonight. The moon is still full. And you pick it up, it stays with you forever. That is why I sometimes ask myself, brethren and sisters that turn back. You know, they have people that turn back. Yeah, literally turn back from the faith. You understand? After seeing the man in the moon, some of them would have showed it to other people. You know, see Selassie in the moon? Look, you see the cap. Look, the badge in the cap. You understand? When I saw it for the first time, I had a brethren that it took his time and showed it to me. You understand? Some of these brethren, they would have turned back. Sometimes I wonder when they look and see the man in the moon, what comes to their mind, because it's not something you can easily forget. You understand? So family, when you observe the different craters and the seas, you know, you have the Sea of Tranquility and the Sea of Sanity. All of these are highlighted when you look at, first of all, the picture of Haile Selassie, because there's a picture of the Honorable King Emmanuel in the moon too. But let us take our time, one at a time. Now, when you observe, again, Haile Selassie I within the moon structure, you literally see the outline of the cap, the famous cap that we see the king wear, to the point that you even see the badge in the cap, and of course the beard lining the outline of the king's beard. Now, of course, in this rendition, I would have literally added the peak. So let me be clear here. No cheating here. I would have added the peak. Now, unless there's something there that I've missed, but I added the peak just for clarity. But anyone that looks at the moon, especially when you see it with your eyes, and you got an understanding of, okay, this is what we're looking at, you can't deny it. There is a man in the moon. You cannot deny it. And the man that you see in the moon, the image that you get, is Emperor Haile Selassie I. Now you may say, well, brother, that's what you see. Okay, I will leave it at that. I'm not going to argue that at all. I ain't going to change anything, but I'm just giving the obvious in an expression. Now, as I said, maybe some other time. In fact, we would have touched upon this already. You know, you can see Marcus Messiah Garvey in the moon. Somehow it's not as obvious as the King of Kings. You can see the Honorable King Emmanuel Charles Edwards in the moon. That is super obvious, to the point that the Honorable King Emmanuel has a certain specific shape in his face, and even that is expressed in the moon. His turban, his eyes, his nose, his white beard, all of that is seen undoubtedly. I'm talking about in the moon. So again, no, don't go anywhere. We're not done as yet. You know, as I said, this is the buck moon, officially on the 10th of July, and 4:37, according to the records, is exactly when the buck moon would have come into view. All right. beautiful. So what I just wanted to highlight again, Royal Family, as I said, we had a beautiful program a few evenings ago. We were with our good brethren speaking on the whole aspect of the science of the birth of Rastafari, the science of the birth of Emperor Haile Selassie I, as it relates to, you know, the astronomy and when he was born. And as I said, that was a beautiful, beautiful rendition with the Lion crew, the Lion family, of course, in the Lion's Den, Lion Pride. All right, beautiful. So we were looking now, I'm looking now at the sky chart, and we are observing the present situation. Well, not at the moment of this recording, but the moon became full just a bit after 4 p.m. on the 10th day of July. So the 10th of July, the 10th day of July, 2025, we had the official full moon in the month of July, which is considered to be a buck moon. And again, the whole buck moon concept really is symbolized by the antlers on the buck, the antlers on the deer, and the way that they come out at that time of the year. Okay, fair enough, good. So you can see Capricorn here, and you can see that the moon is not necessarily in Capricorn, and you see the moon, as I said, is not only in Sagittarius, but it would not have passed over that threshold, which would have made it into the zone of what is known as Capricorn. Not going to go too deep into the astronomy of it, but I'm just highlighting that the full moon is more associated with Sagittarius for sure than with Capricorn. But we know why that happens. It's because astrology, as I would have explained several times, is using a calculation that is several hundred years old, which was stuck in the past, and it doesn't come alive like the living astronomy that we know today. Very beautiful. And interestingly, Neptune is twinned with Saturn at this time, which is an extremely, extremely high spiritual energy. These are spiritual planets. You know, Saturn is the planet that is directly related to the cannabis. Very good. So Royal Family, give thanks for the moment. As I said, this was a program directly connected to our fundraiser campaign as it relates to the mission to Ethiopia. I am encouraging those who are serious about this freedom and redemption. All you have to do is just contact us and get a copy of the proposal so that you can go through it and see for yourself what the real brain thought is and heart meditation is as it relates to the mission to Ethiopia. And then remember, you can be a part of it. We have several avenues we have created for you to be a part of it. You can be there with us. You could take one of our sponsorship packages. You could also, what else you could do? There's something else you could do. You could advertise in our magazines. Now remember, family, the link for the magazines are in the description below this video. So just go below the video and press the links, and you can see the latest edition of the magazine. Well, they're not late, but the earliest editions of the magazines, the Ambassador's Pen, and of course, the magazine Kidemi. Those of you who have different businesses, remember, we have until the 13th day of July. What day is today? Look at the calendar and see the day. You have until the 13th day. I can give you till the 14th or even the 15th, depending on when you see the video. But you have until the 13th day of July. That is when our 50%, we have a 50% campaign that will be coming to an end specifically on the 13th day of July for sure. And that is not too long from now. So that means you can get an ad within the Ambassador's Pen. You get an ad within Kidemi for 50% of the value until that day. But listen, after the day, you can still advertise, but the 50% will be off. And all of this, my family, will be assisting the mission to Ethiopia. And that is why it's key that you understand why we are doing it. And then, of course, you can simply donate. That's it. So if you got 5 million to donate, you don't need no, you don't need no ambassador, nothing, no ship, no. We don't need to be in any magazine. I have a 5 million, I'm going to send it. Fair enough. If you have $50 and you're going, fair enough. It's just up to you. But keep in mind, we have something that values the 5 million and we have something that values the 50, and we can definitely, because we're service-oriented people, believe me. Just taking is not in my blood, obviously. That's why we have so many things to offer. We have classes, we have courses, we have lectures, we have webinars, we have books, we have advertisement spots, So to me, an individual that has a following of people that are serious and like-minded, there's always something for you, the listeners, to stretch forth your hands and partake and add to the mission. Because I'm always selling something. Some of you always say that. He's always selling because I have a lot to sell. What are you selling? Don't tell me you ain't selling nothing. No, man, you have to have something to sell. You should be happy. You should be proud of your brother, saying, this brother here is always creating something. You never buy nothing from him, Marjorie? No, man, come on. Let's get the bank account and buy something from Priest Isaac. He's always talking, always teaching, always doing essay competitions, always bringing people to hike and trying to save a hill that the government is destroying and nobody taking him on. Think about that, royal family. This is serious because we can't just be jumping about and Burkina Faso and this and that. When the captain called for you to come on the battlefield, I wonder how many of you are going to really jump and go. Yeah. Give thanks. Looking forward to hear from you. Life given to keep up life. Hey, remember, if you know your Bible and you do not know your history, the knowledge of your Bible will become a mystery. And the man in the moon is Emperor Haile Selassie I. You better believe it. Royal family, give thanks. Remember, it takes some real eyes to realize the real lies that are amongst us. Yes. King Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari. Attention, everyone. The Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge is inviting you to join us in September for the African Union CARICOM Summit in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Sign up for the 3-day package and be a part of the AU CARICOM Summit, plus take in all of the sights of Addis Ababa, the new flower. Or you can opt for our 9-day cultural national tour, and that will engulf sites like Lalibela, Aksum, the Simeon Mountains, and much more. Transportation, accommodation, and your meals all included. So contact us now and reserve your spot. Email us priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com or visit our website priestisaacinstitute.com. Ethiopia. See you there. Attention, everyone. The Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge is inviting you to join us in September for the African Union CARICOM Summit in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Sign up for the 3-day package and be a part of the AU CARICOM Summit, plus take in all of the sights of Addis Ababa, the new flower. Or you can opt for our 9-day cultural national tour, and that will engulf sites like Lalibela, Aksum, the Simeon Mountains, and much more. Transportation, accommodation, and your meals all included. So contact us now and reserve your spot. Email us priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com or visit our website priestisaacinstitute.com. Ethiopia. See you there. Priest Isaac Institute at gmail.com. Hey, if you know your Bible and you do not know your history, attention everyone. The Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge is inviting you to join us in September for the African Union CARICOM Summit in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Sign up for the 3-day package and be a part of the AU CARICOM Summit, plus take in all of the sights of Addis Ababa, the new flower. Or you can opt for our 9-day cultural national tour, and that will engulf sites like Lalibela, Aksum, the Simeon Mountains, and much more. Transportation, accommodation, and your meals all included. So contact us now and reserve your spot. Email us priestisaacInstitute@gmail.com or visit our website priestisaacInstitute.com. Ethiopia. See you there. we definitely give thanks. To the life giver and the keeper of life. Emperor Haile Selassie I is exalted. Give thanks. Kasha. Yes, royal family, we welcome you to another edition of the Tiger's Nest. Of course, the Honorable Priest Kidemi Shalom Isaac here with you. Defending the truths and right in the zone of good and upful meditation. This is the mystic vibration. Give thanks. thanks once again for your presence with us. Give thanks for another beautiful moment. We come before you in joy and happiness and salvation. And of course, you know, it is always melody amongst us and melody around us. In Naya Bingi order, cutting and clearing, birds singing, cutting and clearing, and giving thanks, you know, for love and happiness, and of course, just paying all respects for the Naya Bingi order, the food of 7, touching Bobo in Zion, you know, giving us a lot of strength also, Bobo in Brooklyn, you know, Honorable Priest Jeremy, very thankful, such production, and this literal Naya Bingi session there was taken off of the YouTube itself, as I said, all courtesy of Bobo in Brooklyn. Give thanks again. Check it out for yourself. Royal family, we are thankful for Asante Sana, we would say, isn't it? Asante Sana. And of course, you know, my friends are always visiting. I give thanks. We're talking about the Feathered Friends. We did a beautiful program. How many of you tuned in for that one? As we were speaking about the spirit of the birds. That one is not on YouTube. That one is not on the YouTube. So don't, to the YouTube people, because this presentation we're doing this evening, we are going to present it on the YouTube as well. Family, this is the Tiger's Nest. This is a program that comes to you every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. We have a subscription team as it relates to the Tiger's Nest. You know, those who subscribe to the Tiger's Nest and pay a very, very, very minor fee. Very small fee, a couple cents per program. Oh, there's a hawk out there. You hear the hawk? Yes, not the loggerhead now. I just heard the hawk a moment ago. Yes, the land of the birds. But anyway, I'll get back to that. So this is the Tiger's Nest, So you can be a part of the subscription team of the Tiger's Nest and get the daily, you know, edition of these programs here. And you get it via the email and you get it in your inbox. It's a different program, a different, you know, cool. Nobody rushing you here unless you put it on the YouTube. Nobody saying, hey man, get to the subject. Well, again, unless, you know, but you see, it's a secluded sort of space, you know, for those who respect knowledge. You may say, oh, you know, everybody. I was on my Bridget's program the other evening. The Lion's Voice Network. And I heard the brother say, because the brother promotes what he has, And I heard the brother say, I'm going to promote, I don't care, some of you burning fire on me. And I said to myself, I know that all so well. You know, I think ones would have, at least, they don't openly do it as much now as before. But before, people were all over me. You shouldn't be selling the word of God. And I mean, that's when we were like writing the book Emmanuel and the biblical land of Israel. And we said $10 for the book. Oh, fire bun. What kind of prophet are you? Selling the word of God. What kind of thing is this? I'm talking a good while ago. And we would do programs. Listen to this. We would do programs on radio stations, different parts of the world, you know. And remember, you have to pay for the radio time. We thought this was so ingenious that we would go and offer advertisements to different companies that we would advertise, because we don't advertise any one, obviously. And that alone is that alone takes away a good percentage of the market out there, you know. But anyway, that's the next story all by itself. And we would get different companies to come in on board. And what would we do? We advertise for them and take the revenue and pay for our radio time. That's why we even would have had like 2 radio programs at one time, different radio stations, and 3 radio programs, in fact, at one time, different radio programs and radio programs on different radio stations on different islands while we're somewhere else. Been there, done that, I'm just trying to show you. And that takes money, that takes finance to spread the same word that people consider is the word of God. So we were very ingenious, I would believe. And we ain't robbing no one, we're doing it honestly and genuinely. And the same word is spreaded. Shame on anybody, eh? Shame on anyone that looks in the face of a man of God and tell him that he shouldn't be selling the word of God and all of them kind of foolishness. You are correct, huh? Of course you were correct. You're supposed to tell him, my brother, you're not supposed to be selling the word of God. Let me sponsor the whole mission. Yeah. And I'm gonna do the work and get some millionaires together. And we're gonna sponsor and invest and make sure the humble be fed and the naked clothed and the sick nourished. Well, okay, now you sound like you're making sense. Because, honestly, when the prophet started out, the prophet didn't have that in mind at all. All the prophet wanted to do was to spread the word of God. But then the prophet realized, well, for me to spread the word of God, I need to make some profit here. You understand? Hear me good, eh? For you to be a real prophet, you better profit. This ain't no jokey world you're living in. You better thrive. Yeah? That's why you take your talent to make talent. Need I go through that story again in the scripture? This is the Tiger's Nest royal family. Eh? As I said, nobody rush nobody around here. Nobody said, hey, listen, man, you guys, in fact, around here, when you finish this program, people say, why, you done already? Yeah. But we give thanks to the life giver to keep up life in all good doings and saying. So this is why now. Let's not cut this short. Come on, keep it up, brother. Keep it up. Yeah. So this is why now. Shame on anyone that we talking about. Oh, get to the subject. You're selling too much. You shouldn't be selling the word of God. Yeah, I've been through that. I mean, I guess there are a few people that still try to say that, but they dare not get too loud, because we would have crushed that sort of mentality many times. So I think ones understand, when you're known, and people stay away. Well, we known for that. Don't be complaining around here. You should be ashamed to be calling what we're doing the word of God, and then talking about we shouldn't be selling it, and you're not even buying it. In what way are you supporting this word of God that you say we have? You know what the word of God is? It's life. It brings the dead to life. That's the word of God. So the time you telling the people that speak in the word of God, the word of life, the word of truth, the word of knowledge, even if it's just the word of inspiration, any word that gets you going, it's still the word of God. It ain't got to be the exact gospel. This ain't religion we're talking about here. We're talking about liberation. You understand? Maybe you're talking about religion. We're talking about liberation. But if you see the word of God, as you call it, taking place, you should be assisting the word of God. Listen, your assistant's supposed to be so strong. God himself will tell the speaker, hey, stop selling this stuff. Look, everyone is here contributing. Don't need to sell it. Give it away. Look, you need nothing for all the people that you would have touched. Understands the value of what you are about. And hear this, more than anything, they know you are the man of God and the woman of God too, and the people of God, and whoever it is that is doing, such a mission. I ain't talking about me. Let me be clear here. I know how people think. I'm just giving you the realistic example. If I fit into the example, well, give thanks as well. So we got to be careful, especially those of us. Let me be clear here. We got to be careful, especially those of us who say with our mouth. You see your mouth and you're talking and, hey, yeah. This is great stuff. And if I hadn't, some people say if they hadn't, when they forget they said that. many people say, I'm not asking, if I had, boy, brother, if I had, I would have, yeah? And then they have, and they didn't have. You understand? So we do give thanks again for your presence with us. This is the Tiger's Nest. Again, a program that comes to you every evening. This is how we do it. The meditation this evening. We want to actually go into a bit of geopolitical reasoning, especially in the wake of our mission to Ethiopia, which in all, family side reasoning, still in the process of planning as well in all different aspects, as there's so many things to do. But as you could see, as those of you who will be with us, the tours, remember, this is more than just the tours. I want you to comprehend. So for sure, in fact, the tours, I would encourage those who will be a part of that aspect of the program to contact us as quickly as they can. Don't make the time get away. But as I said, there are many aspects of this mission beyond that, as it relates to specific certain fact-finding aspects of the mission, many business ventures that will be literally, I would say, inaugurated, because even that process has begun. But as I said, you need to get the proposal so you could comprehend in depth the diplomacy and the business level of thinking and empire building, really, that we have in mind. This is empire building. Everyone should know that our vision is the vision that the Black Christ would have established, and that is to see a tabernacle in every state of Africa. But a tabernacle in every state of Africa is not a building on, in the prairie land, on the hill or something with a fence. No. A tabernacle means, when you have a tabernacle, you must have a campus. You must have a security system. You must have what we would call a gatehouse, but it's a security post. You understand? You must have obviously have housing and tenants and infrastructure to align itself with what you're doing. Proper rampart, and that's the walls and your fortress. I'm talking about any a city just as the standard of any city in the world. Whether it's 13 acres, you have all 13 square miles. You make it the standard of the Black Christ in high aesthetics and exquisite and executive expression, really, because he himself said he wanted a tabernacle in every state. So a tabernacle is a kingdom. A tabernacle is a whole community. That is the vision, Rastafari. And each of these communities have an international airport. So I mean, come on, man. This is the nation we should be building. This is not a dream. This is not just chat and talk. This is something we should be writing on paper and trying to figure out how will we get from A to B and B to C and C to D until we reach to X, Y, Z and complete the mission. I don't even want to go too deep into where we are. Talk about sitting ducks. As a people, we're sitting ducks. As Rastafari, I don't know what to say we are. But as Bobo Shanti, we're running into ourselves. This is something else. No, I honestly believe that I'm at the stage of my, wherever you want to call it, that I can talk now. Sometimes you're a little child, you just humble and you watch. Even as a teenager, you have to behave yourself. But when you're grown and you have become amongst even the elders, even if you are a very young elder, but you reach to a point where you can say, well, listen, I think I have a thing to say or two. I believe I've experienced enough, and I don't see nothing really going on. I see a lot of things I wouldn't even mention going on, for sure. which results in a lot of holdback and a lot of keep down when we should be progressive. So that is the vision. We need the vision there. The vision is the vision of the Black Christ. And the vision comes again with a governance. The vision comes again with empire building. You know, just to visualize the vision, you're supposed to see a clean city. Again, just to visualize the vision, you're supposed to see a clean environment, paved roads, gardens and flowers, and nature fully involved. We're not talking about New York City now, you know. Listen to me good. Or any high-state African city, even Addis Ababa, that may be in some way. That's why people comparing it to Europe. It's okay, it's nice, it's pretty, you know. But we as Rastafari, we're still different. You understand? So where they may incorporate squares, we definitely incorporate circles and round and nature and trees and honeybees and the birds and the plants, and give thanks for some of our African cities are trying that. But remember, Rastafari is different in all ways. So we need to build the vision of the Father. That's my point. In high executive form, billionaire status. Huh? What are you talking about? I said we're supposed to have an international airport wherever our campus is. Talk about real gated community. It's happening. It happens all over the place. Everywhere you go, you have people that build their gated community. Some to the point where they have their own airstrip and their little mini airport, whatever it is. What are you talking about? This is the real world. Not slavery in as such as what they call slavery. You understand? In them days when you're a slave, for you to be up there making any cheese, you have to own slaves too. It happened, eh? But very, very minute state. But today it's a bit different. This level of slavery that we're in now. You understand? You follow me? Yeah, has been, that's why we recognize August 1st. We understand, I mean, we know the trickery, you know, but at least we recognize and comprehend, okay, the shackles and the chains off and human rights and civil rights come into play. Because there's nothing wrong with civil rights, you know. I hear people burning fire and civil rights. Maybe you don't understand it. You understand? Maybe you missed the boat. You know, it's not like one against the other, really. But at the same time, you know, it was used to shroud human rights. Don't get me wrong, but it's important too. So with it on board as well, especially you recognizing that you're still in some form of prison, you have a certain little leeway that would afford you to travel out of your boundaries now. Although wherever you go, they're going to ask you, how long are you going to stay? You see, so there's a certain level still taking place, and you can only reach so high, especially of a certain complexion. Believe me, there's a bar set for you. Eh? If you can get there, well, all praises to you, because we still have some crocodiles in the way. We still have some alligators in the way. We still have some, you know, in the way. In fact, let me talk plain language, brother. So a black man can become a millionaire. In fact, there are many of them. Maybe it's in the millions. A black man can become a billionaire. There are several of them too. Multi-billionaire. I can find some. Yeah. But in a sea of some serious billionaires and looking to touch trillionaires and some trillionaires, there is a bar set, specifically for the black man. There's a bar, a literal bar set for the black woman. Follow me good, There is a bar a bar, like you're not with digits and numbers set for the black family, black groups, you better believe it. Because it's not about he is a millionaire and he is a billionaire, he is this wealthy or all of that kind of stuff. You know, in many cases, is this family is worth this. This enterprise is worth this. This group of people is worth this. You understand? If you are serious about any empire building, you have to think like this, because you can't do it and be hiding the wealth you're gaining, you know, not on this little planet here. This is not, come on, not on planet Earth. You cannot be growing in wealth as a group, which is obviously should be your intention, and it be hidden from the world. You have to be thinking big, you know. You must be thinking big. So if you're going to think big, you got to think all the way. You know, no little thinking and scratch your head and what we eating tonight. You got to be thinking big. So if you're thinking big as the empire is growing, I mean, the higher the monkey climb, the more it is exposed. Eh? As the old people say, if you didn't have fruit on your trees, nobody would be throwing stones at you. They have a reason to throw stones at you. They see the bright and pretty fruit on the tree, and they're not going to wait until it falls. Yeah. So there's a bar set, royal family, just reality. And when you reach, and to get to that bar, again, crocodiles in the way. It's like a video game when you have to pass stage 1, 2, and 3, and you go through the swamp and you go through the bottom of the ocean, and shark and the full works designed to cut you down so that you don't reach there. You know, so that's why only a few get through. And then to get through, there's a lot of bowing and begging and scratching. You got to be extremely wise to be honest and upful and pure. Even check your music industry, and nobody in that get through it. Them is very low level way of thinking. That's middle class all the way, and very low middle class and all of that stuff in the economic world. At least the singers anyway. The singers are talking about the people that the albums we buy. Mm-hmm. But the fine print at the back of the CD, that's the billionaire there, the real billionaires. Fine print, you know, gotta look good. Some of you need your glasses to see the name. Yeah, royal family. So you're serious or what? This is just a conversation with the serious ones, eh? We're talking about empire building. Mm-hmm. I know it sounds like a jump in here and there, but it's just up to you. Yeah, this is words of right and words of truth. We like a lot of chatting and talking and Facebook and Instagram, but how serious are we with the work of our Father? Fighting for leadership. I wish, listen to me, eh? I wish we had a leader, brother. This brethren here would be all over that leader there. I ain't see nobody. I telling you, I hear you talk. Don't get me wrong, you know, when I'm not talking about we don't know Emmanuel and Selassie, you know what I mean. I'm talking about where we are here now. Yeah, I mean, the ones up by and I that rise up, that try to call and this and that. And Ibrahim Chori, that's not what I'm talking about, but I'm talking on a different level. Trust me, I'm talking on a different level. Give thanks for all the great African leaders. That's not exactly what I'm talking about. Africa awaits its creators and creation. And if there is, I mean, seriousness in them. Let me be clear. Seriousness like how you hear me talk. Not no petty thinking, and there's no waste of time talking and around the world. Real intelligence and real movements. I'm not no tyrant. Who on board, on board. Who not on board, just not on board. That's what it is with me personally. I ain't no tyrant. I'm not no waiting on no one, and I surely don't cry over spilled milk. Sometimes I take the time out to make it plain. Yeah. But anyway, the subject for this evening, we want to speak about. And again, welcome to the Tigers Nest. Give thanks for your presence with us. And by now, maybe everyone should be in. We had on the table, we want to talk about the specific issue that is that may be brewing up in the very same Ethiopia as it relates to war between Eritrea and Ethiopia. Now you may be saying, but brother, I hear you talking about you taking people to Ethiopia. Now you're going to tell us about war maybe taking place in Ethiopia. Yes, I give thanks for that. I mean, family, at the same time, interesting that you said that. And that may even prompt the next level of psychological discussion again. I mean, family, even if Ethiopia was the land of just peace and all Tweety birds, and I shouldn't say that Tweety bird is a killer himself too, but that's the next story all by itself. But even if Ethiopia was the pristine, it's no different than how it is now in our mission, my family. Listen. As you know, as conscious people, Africa is one of the most peaceful places on the planet. Pockets of whatever they may have, just as anywhere else. Ethiopia is not downtown Manhattan or them couple blocks away. This is a large, massive piece of real estate. So fighting and rumbling going on in Somalia. Somalia is no different than Ethiopia. What separates Somalia from Ethiopia? A line. Riot taking place in Kenya, that's to the south of Ethiopia. What's separating Kenya from Ethiopia? A line. We have to think a little. Some serious things taking place in the Sudan. That's just to the west of Ethiopia. What does that? Exactly. And even these very same places, will that stop you from going to Kenya? Would that stop you from going to Somalia? Would that stop you from going to Sudan? Let me pick the worst of them. Let me see. Let's say Sudan. Not South Sudan now, the other Sudan, where they have some big number, 800 million people, a large number that have been displaced. You would believe like this place here is just a broken down, mashed place. Sudan is one of the biggest countries in Africa, maybe one of the biggest countries, definitely as a state as such in the world. Look at the landmass. That's in the belt with a lot of the forest and the greenery, and although they show you the desert when you see it on the news. You understand? Yeah, all the desert you see, but you have a lot of lush area, green area, places no bomb has ever dropped. Resorts. The same millionaires and billionaires that I was talking about earlier that don't have no bar. That's where you find them. Yeah, they don't have no restriction. They can make any amount. They were born into that. That's the reality of the world. They're in Sudan. They're in Somalia. They're surely all over Ethiopia, every corner. Where the war going on in Ethiopia? Well, you see in Tigray, or they're in Tigray too. They're in Asmara in Eritrea. Where else they're fighting? Give me some other country where they're fighting in Africa. Come on, bring it up. Wherever fighting in Liberia, even when they were cutting off hands, they're in Congo too. Anywhere you have resorts, where you have fine dining, where you have expensive accommodations, where you have top security. You understand what I'm saying? But we now, we are the slaves. We're supposed to think a little different now. We can't go. You know, we say, oh no, it's too dangerous. Too much fighting over there. And all of that foolishness. And everywhere that so-called fighting and destabilization taking place, believe me, the millionaires and the billionaires are cooling out as we speak. So what go on? Especially in Africa. Now, I can't talk about Ukraine and well, Ukraine for sure, in certain parts. And that's another story by itself. Now, I just had to bring that in. Psychology, you know, the syndrome of CNN and CNN want to see an end. You understand? To you understanding the real fake news, but you know, see an end. I'm telling you, be blind. You know? So yes, what I would like to do, and I hope everyone is blessed. In fact, I think now is a good time for us to even highlight what we'll be doing there on that mission to Ethiopia as well. But what I would like to do before I go to that ad that we have, you know, I want to highlight, this is from a podcast as such, and this is entitled, not necessarily a podcast, but what would you call it? It's entitled Analytica Today, and it is you can find their channel on the YouTube. I'll be sharing the audio with you. And it's entitled here, Ethiopia warns of Eritrean aggression as tension rise in the Horn of Africa. Let me repeat that. Ethiopia warns of Eritrean aggression as tensions rise in the Horn of Africa. You understand that? So let's get into that. In fact, before I get into that, I think we should do this. Attention, everyone. The Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge is inviting you to join us in September for the African Union CARICOM Summit in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Sign up for the 3-day package and be a part of the AU CARICOM Summit, plus take in all of the sights of Addis Ababa, the new flower. Or you can opt for our 9-day cultural national tour, and that will engulf sites like Lalibela, Aksum, the Simeon Mountains, and much more. Transportation, accommodation, and your meal all included. So contact us now and reserve your spot. Email us priestisaacInstitute@gmail.com or visit our website priestisaacInstitute.com. Ethiopia. See you there.
Warns of Eritrean aggression as the tensions rise in the Horn of Africa. Hello and welcome. I'm Sina Exau, and this is Analytica Today. Today, we're turning our attention into a growing crisis in the Horn of Africa. The Ethiopian government has issued a strong diplomatic warning against Eritrea, accusing it of the aggressive acts that could destabilize the entire region. In a formal letter dated June 20th, 2025, Ethiopia's Foreign Minister, Gideon Timotheos, addressed the U.S. Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. The message was clear and direct. Eritrea is threatening Ethiopia's sovereignty, violating international law, and actively working to sow discord inside the country. Now, why is this letter significant? It represents a major shift in Ethiopia's diplomatic tone. While tensions between the two countries have been simmering for some time, this is the first time in years that Ethiopia has laid out such detailed and public accusation. And the picture it paints is deeply concerning. According to the letter, Eritrea has engaged in a series of coordinated provocations. These previously included banning Ethiopian Airlines flights, freezing Ethiopian assets, cutting off telecom links, and perhaps, and most seriously, supporting armed groups inside Ethiopia. But it doesn't stop there. Ethiopia says Eritrea is working hand in hand with a hardline faction of the TPLF. Ethiopia says that Eritrea is working hand in hand with a hardline faction of the TPLF. Yes, the Tigray People's Liberation Front, as well as militias in the Amara region like Fano. This comes just a few years after the two countries signed the Pretoria Agreement in 2022, which was meant to end Tigray conflict and restore peace in the north. Eritrea was a key factor in that war, fighting alongside Ethiopian forces. But since the ceasefire, Asmara's behavior has raised alarm bells. Ethiopia says Eritrean troops never fully withdrew. Instead, they've remained in parts of Tigray and continue to carry out violent acts, including attacking on civilians. There are even reports, as detailed in international investigations, of mass sexual violence in areas under Eritrean control. In a particularly sharp section of the letter, Gideon points out a speech made by Eritrean President Isaias Afwerki on May 24th. In that speech, Afwerki reportedly signaled his intent to keep interfering in Ethiopia's internal affairs, including supporting supervision and fueling ethnic strife. And here's the most alarming part.
And before she goes to the most alarming part, give thanks. Remember, this is the tiger's nest. I wonder if you understand what is being said here. Before she gets to the most alarming part, so she's saying that the Eritrean president, first of all, the foreign minister of Ethiopia has written a letter, the 20th of June, to the Secretary of State of the United States of America, complaining as it relates to Eritrea, trying to continually interfere into the political activities in Ethiopia. And she just stated that he quoted from a speech, he, the foreign minister, quoted from a speech of Ethiopia, quoted from a speech that the president of Eritrea made, saying that he will continue to interfere in the internal politics of Ethiopia to cause strife and discord. Now, I am paraphrasing it, but I'll assume that he was, I will not assume, he was quoted from his speech. But anyway, you were saying it gets worse.
Ethiopia says Eritrea isn't acting alone. The letter describes what it calls unrelenting coordination between Eritrea and the TPLF faction and other armed groups. Coordination aimed at launching fresh attacks during the upcoming rainy season. Even with all this, Ethiopia insists that it's exercising maximum restraint. It says it still wants to resolve these tensions peacefully through diplomacy and dialogue. But it also makes it clear that it has the right to defend its sovereignty using all means available under international law. So where does this leave things? Ethiopia is now calling on the international community and especially the United States to pressure Eritrea to pull back. That means withdrawing troops from Ethiopian territory, ending support for militias, and stopping what Ethiopia calls proxy warfare. But this situation goes beyond just two countries. There are larger strategic concerns at play. Ethiopia, a landlocked nation, has been pushing for sea access, looking at ports in Djibouti, Somaliland, and even Eritrea itself. That's raised tensions with Eritrea, which sees Ethiopia's maritime ambitions as a direct threat. There are also fears that Eritrea's action could drag in other regional players like Egypt or Sudan and trigger a wider conflict in the Horn of Africa. For now, the Ethiopian government says it remains committed to peace, but it also warning that the situation is becoming increasingly dangerous and that time is running out.
Now, this is why diplomacy is such an important thing. Now, first of all, do you comprehend the history of this? I'm not going to really try to go into like the full history, but there's like a basic sort of concise history, if you want to say, that brings good understanding. Now, you know, from even the time of Adowa, the great battle of Adowa, this is in the Tigrayan region, in the northern region, when the Italians came southwards and they buck upon the great King Menelik and the great Ras Mokenin and the great Ras Alula and all the mighty ones that were there, Ras Mengeshan and Empress Taitu and all the killers that were on the battlefield, you know, speak their name and resound in glory. And what happened is that many ones, even Ethiopian chiefs, would have come down on the great Menelik II to some degree for not chasing the Italians out of Eritrea when they thought he had the chance. For those who understand the battle, we chased them northwards. Now, they already had a stronghold in Eritrea, you know, but because we know that is our land, you know, something went through with them. I think it's on Johannes. I don't think it was Teodos. Johannes or Teodos, one of the two, but the Italians had a stronghold in Eritrea already. But it was seen as you know, as fresh activity, and we can take back Eritrea now that we have conquered them, you know, with what they were trying to do coming into Ethiopia at the Battle of Adwa. So again, Adwa is in the north, it's close to the borders of Eritrea. And we fought with the enemy to the borders, really. And then that was it. And Menelik rounded up the whole troop. We would have spoken about this for sure, especially at the last Battle of Adwa set of programs that we did. And everyone returned to their various places, but a vast majority of us went back to Addis Ababa for celebration and many, many other things, because the war didn't end when the war ended. You know that. I'm sure you comprehend that. So that politics came up. Even today, when you hear the Tigrayans complain with their specific qualm, their specific gripe, they mention that Menelik II failed by not going all the way to Eritrea. So one of the great things that was done by Haile Selassie I that many people totally underlook, I would not even say overlook, underlook, is when the King of Kings took back Eritrea and made it one with Ethiopia. That is why I still have ever-living hope that that will be the case in the future. Now, this is interesting, you know, because I always say that we've been taught that, you know, the Greeks would once refer to Africa, all of Africa as Ethiopia. And then somehow it became smaller, some level of conquest, something going on here. You know what I mean? When I say become smaller, for example, Ethiopia, that's why people argue that the Ethiopia in the Bible is not this Ethiopian, that Ethiopia. Why do they have that kind of conversation? Because there was a time when Northeast Africa in general was Ethiopia. Well, at least that's what the mariners would refer to it as. Maybe we didn't call it that, you know, but the mariners, maybe we didn't call it Africa either. Maybe we didn't call it, you understand? This is what I'm saying. So those of the time, the seafaring mariners, the Greeks, and maybe even the Romans, certain names they would have passed on. Even from them, they didn't have to colonize it. That's how it was known to them. You understand? And we are the ones that read the history even today and say, oh, well, the land was once called Al Sudan. Who named it that? I'm just asking. But remember the Muslims, the Arabs at the time, even if some of them were strongly predominantly dark at the time, at that time, the golden age then were considered to be the pivot point of the world. You must understand history, you know, there are different times when certain people have a say. You get it? you could say certain people in power then. So if they say, well, that's what over there name, that's just that's the name of over there. As such, not that they are conquerors of the people, or they can even conquer the people, but they live in a certain scope. And now we would have inherited their history. To us, knowledge is knowing what Strabo wrote, or what the other fella name. These fellas, man, they Archimedes and Plato and these fellas here. So that's the history that we thrive off of. They were the ones, the Greek gods and that sort of stuff. So it was the Greeks that referred to it as Ethiopia. So I'm just saying now, Ethiopia now, Sudan and Ethiopia we know today. Ethiopia. And then all of a sudden you have the Ethiopia that we know today with Eritrea, because that was the Ethiopia, you know. And then the Italians took off Eritrea and left it with the smaller version of Ethiopia that Haile Selassie I came and inherited. And what did Haile Selassie I do? He added Eritrea back to Ethiopia, hence making Ethiopia bigger. I want to show you that trick, you know. I just started by saying, I know it's a lot of talking, but I started by showing you that all of Africa was seen as Ethiopia. But then somehow over time, the Ethiopia got smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller until it became actually the Ethiopia that we know today. You understand? Remember, Menelik II as well is involved in keeping the borders firm and strong and expanding it for good breed. Right. So what Haile Selassie inherited as Ethiopia didn't get no smaller. He actually reversed that trend and made it bigger as if it was resurrecting now. You understand? It is only afterwards, after the monarch departed in 74, that 74, 75 now, when the king said, all right, you're going to see me again, that in 1991, Eritrea got what they call independence from Ethiopia, making Ethiopia back again to that small size that it was when Haile Selassie inherited it. I want you to get me good, you know. But when the King of Kings inherited the kingship, he made Ethiopia bigger. Ethiopia was getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller for hundreds of years, really, to some degree. But then when the king inherited now, he made it bigger by adding something that was taken away. You know? You get what I'm saying? So that process of bringing the kingdom of Ethiopia back to a United States of Africa had already begun. It had already begun with us attaching Eritrea to Ethiopia. Come, man, attach Sudan to Ethiopia. Attach Egypt to Ethiopia. Attach Kenya to Ethiopia. Really mean, you know, at the same time, I was showing you that at the same time you will consider that all of these nations were one nation, and the United States of Africa that Marcus Messiah Garvey speaks of. You understand? Now remember, so it's the same thing, the Eritrea and even the South Sudan and these different things. There's a lot of breaking up. So Eritrea now got independence in 1991. South Sudan in 2011, somewhere thereabout. You know, a person like me that loves to talk about Sudan, South Sudan and the other Sudan and North Sudan. They don't call it North Sudan. That's Sudan nowadays, a South Sudan. That kind of stuff doesn't really fix well with me, you know. But again, it's just a continual breakup of nature and mind frame and culture and philosophy and ways of thinking. And it plays with your mind too. But psychologically, I'm showing you that the emperor began to reverse that kind of stuff. You want a leader that's going to come and say, hey, erase that line. We don't want no South Sudan around here. We want Sudan. That's the kind of leader you want. That's what Haile Selassie is. Come on, give me back Eritrea, please. You know it belongs to me. Let's get going. Yeah, that's the vibe. Somalia, come on, man. Let's make this thing one. You know, that's why you need a monarch. You know, they left us with some foolish Westminster systems and these systems where you must have an opposition. Why? Yeah. That's why people don't like to hear about Africans supporting a one-party state. That's the problem. We call it one-party state. We shouldn't even use the phrase. It's not no one-party state. We don't have no parties. They're the ones that are partying, you know, and partying up the stuff. The fact that it's a one-party means that the party is done. You know, we're a family. We don't need an opposition. There's nothing wrong to oppose an idea, you know. In fact, within us, we are our own opposition, you know. No, sir, I don't like that idea. Nothing wrong. But for you to have an opposition by a different name, and this other will soon be opposition by another name when you're in power, and you have a specific color and you have a specific color. More than likely, you have your own flag and you have your own flag, and your own rules and your own constitution, although we decide that we're going to run with the constitution that our forefathers would have set down. But some of us still amend it when we get in. No, we're not into that. We don't need. So the opposition opposes just for opposition's sake, Rasta. The opposition opposes just for opposition's sake. That's what happens in these Caribbean islands. Big problem. Remember, don't worry, man. This system is just a few hundred. It's not even a few hundred years old. In fact, this is a few decades old, you know. This little foolishness we keeping up. It's not gonna, as if, oh, we have found heaven and for eternity, we black people in the island shall live and send our children to America to go to college. We think all of that foolishness, you know. Yeah. Give thanks. This is real radio around here. We didn't come here to tiptoe around the tulips, you know. Anyway, so again, I hope you have an understanding of what I'm saying and a comprehension of what I'm bringing to the forefront, especially as it relates to how even the emperor of old would have dealt with literally making Africa, Ethiopia bigger than it was. Now, what would have happened there is that Ethiopia would have regained, with the wise mind of the King of Kings. We were going for Djibouti too, you know. With the wise mind of the King of Kings, Ethiopia would have regained its access to the sea. Many of us do not understand how important, how key of a matter that is in the current Ethiopian political scheme of things. The regional, the geopolitics of the region, that is a key talking point. Ethiopia's access to the sea. To the point that even the dam that Donald Trump said that he built. How many of you saw that program we did? Donald Trump said that the United States stupidly financed, his exact words, the dam in Ethiopia. He posted it on Truth Social. Yeah. How many of you know that he said that? The Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, the GERD. Yes. So this is an article we did in the magazine, The Ambassador's Pen. And the link for the description of the Ambassador's Pen is in the description, I should say, below. So the access to the sea. In fact, you know, since we are there, this is very important. I hope you have the time to be with us here. This is the tiger's nest, eh? And this is Ethiopia we are speaking of. We are speaking of our brothers, our sisters, and we are speaking of ourselves, and I want you to comprehend this very well. Now, as I said, the Ethiopians themselves, well, this is the earliest edition of the Ambassador's Pen. For those who would be observing this in video form, the Ambassador's Pen, the 1st of July edition. Make sure you get your copy. How do I get my copy? Well, the link is in the description below the video. You just go below the video and you press the link, and it will take you to the Ambassador's Pen. And in this edition of the Ambassador's Pen, we have a beautiful article here highlighting, somewhat, straightening out Donald Trump's claim that he won't get the Nobel Peace Prize, the Nobel Peace Prize for keeping peace between Egypt and Ethiopia. And that's because they finance the dam. But there's another article that somewhat puts aside that claim. As we know, the Ethiopians invested their hard-earned money into that dam. Very good. So we're very thankful for that. So read all about it. There's a beautiful video embedded. There it is. I just put it on mute there. There's a beautiful video embedded in the magazine. That's how our magazine is. It's you have videos in the magazine. So when you're bored, just go into any one of our magazines. You have movies, you have documentaries, interviews inside of the magazine, Rastafari. So make sure you visit us. Oh, this is beautiful. So you can see for yourself the wonders there at the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam. I hope to see that on our mission to Ethiopia. Not as far as the tour. Actually, I'm not sure, but personally, as I said, that's why I'm asking you to even check the proposal. Again, I'm encouraging everyone. Let me just take a stop here for a moment. Encouraging everyone to, in one form or the other, partake of the mission to Ethiopia. Remember, this is really somewhat circling around the African Union CARICOM Summit, and also the official magazine launch of the magazines that you know well, which are the Ambassador's Pen, and of course, the magazine Kidemi. So it is a business venture as well as it is a diplomatic mission as well. And this mission is sponsored by the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge. We have a few well-wishers and those who would have literally put forth their contribution towards the mission as well. We are very thankful. We give thanks for all of those who are advertising and will be advertising with us in the upcoming Kidemi and the upcoming Ambassador's Pen, the two magazines that will be featured more prominently on this visit, this mission to Ethiopia as well. So we're thankful. Again, this will be a fact-finding research mission and education collaboration. Again, just contact us, Priest Isaac Institute at gmail.com via the email, and you can get all the information you need to know. We would have opened doors for everyone to participate in one form or the other. As I just said, the magazines, as you know, you can advertise with us in the ambassador's pen. You can advertise with us, of course, in the magazine Kidemi. And even as I'm speaking to you now, we have an offer of 50% off. Yeah? That's 50% off of all the ads until the 13th day of June. What was the date now here? Yes, so you should still have time at the time of this being premiered for those who will be visualizing this. So you should have time. Even just contact us and we can start to make the arrangements, even if we have to give you, some additional time if you need to get certain things together. But the fact that you reach out to us as the Honorable Priest, yes, I would like to get an ad in the upcoming Kidemi magazine, my lord. I would like to get a feature. What's the price of the full page? I wouldn't mind getting the half price, deal. Let me work on it. You can give me 2 extra days, whatever. We can talk about that. But at least reach out so you can definitely, get it on board. In fact, there's something I wanted to show to you, and I think it is coming up right about now for those who will be visualizing this beautiful. Okay, there it is. So there you have it, 50% off until the 13th of July if you advertise with Kidemi and the ambassador's pen, and we can set up an appointment. This is a very serious thing, my royal family. I'm happy with those who would have really taken on the seriousness of what we do and understand the international growth that is really taking place really before our eyes, so you can set up a Zoom meeting with us where we can speak about the details as such of your ad, your poster, your flyer that will be placed in the magazine, your video that we can do for you as well. As you can obviously see, we create the videos and that could be embedded in the magazine as well. It is just up to you if you would go there. And at this moment, 50% off, that means half. So if it's $1, you're getting it for 50 cents. That's half the price of a full page, a full spread, a full front spread, ambassador's pen, magazine, Kidemi. It is up to you. And remember, this is assisting in the mission to Ethiopia. This is what I'm showing once. And I know, obviously you have a florist business, you have a bakery, you have a car wash. This is the time for you to come on board. And then at the same time, as I would always say, that we have within the proposal shows you the different levels of sponsorship that you can take, and that would you can choose the different levels of sponsorship, any which one you desire, which will really show you that you would receive, as I continually express, the value for your sponsorship if you want it, which you should. And that will promote you as much as we're promoting ourselves on all of our missions, on this mission, because it's a bit beyond just the mission to Ethiopia. All right. So what we'll be doing now, this is very important as we continue to go here. At the same time, let me repeat, family, you are free to make a donation. So if you're not coming on the mission to Ethiopia with us, if you're not advertising in the magazine, and as you can see, everything has its benefit. Yeah, you're spending money, but you're getting back your benefit. And if you're not taking one of the subscription packages, well then, you can just donate because you love the work your brother Priest Isaac is doing. How that sound? Sound good to me, straight up. So whether it's $5,000, $1,000, $2,000, $119.99. I am sure as you're even sitting and listening, you definitely can do something to support this mission. Maybe you don't understand the mission if you haven't donated yet. I know many of you sitting saying, well, the priest really on it. Yes. Have you donated? I'm asking you as my brother who loved the work. You say you love the work, and my sister who appreciate it and say, yes, the next video coming out again, and the priest doing this and that, and sending this out in magazine. You don't have to pay for the magazine. You sure it's free? That's what people are telling me. You sure it's free? Priests should charge a price. Yeah, would you buy it? Yes, Royal Family. Yeah, magazine is free for those who don't know. Some never even click on the magazine. At least click on the magazine, see what's inside, outside of me showing it to you on the video. See what I'm saying? All of that is very important. So like the video, thumbs it up. These are the simple things that an individual can do. But as I said, outside of thumbs and likes and all of that, the main contribution is when you contribute. So again, whether it is 50 or 50 million or whatever it is, because some do have the 50 million, that then would add to the mission to what we were speaking of earlier. This ain't no joke, and for sure, this is the time for us to rise. Feel free. I know some people jump when they hear those figures, eh? Yeah, man. Some people get afraid, like, oh, he always be asking for all that money. What is all that money there? What you talking about? What you talking about? What's your goals? 50 million? What can that really do with the kind of goals we were talking about earlier? $1 billion enterprise we talking about here. And believe me personally, you see, that's the problem. We don't understand who have the genuine heart. Me personally, $50 million in my hand, you, whoever you are listening to, you will benefit. Trust me. Some other cat, you wouldn't even see them again. I'm sorry. Emmanuel, Haile Selassie I, Rastafari. Good times, Royal Family. It's just a joy still. So yes, encouraging everyone, to in some form or fashion be a part of that mission to Ethiopia. In fact, this is a beautiful program we're having tonight. We're not rushing this one here at all. And what I want to highlight, how many of you have seen the Ibrahim Chorre edition of the Ambassador's Pen? Oh, beautiful. I haven't been through that for a while. Oh, yes. A wonderful read, some beautiful articles. Oh, yes, some good insights, some mighty features, and some wonderful ads as well. But I'm actually looking to highlight the edition. Yes, here we are. And this is to somewhat entice those of you who will be coming to Ethiopia with us.
Discover Ethiopia's hidden royal legacy. For centuries, Ethiopia's majestic royal residences remained shrouded in mystery, closed off to the public despite their prominence in urban landscapes. Now, thanks to the restoration initiative led by Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed, starting with the Grand Palace, now known as Unity Park, these historic sites have opened their gates, offering a rare glimpse into Ethiopia's regal past. Welcome to the National Palace. Originally built to commemorate Emperor Haile Selassie's Silver Jubilee, the National Palace stands as an iconic landmark and a testament to Ethiopia's rich heritage. Once a space reserved for royalty, national leaders and dignitaries, it has now been transformed into a shared treasure for all to experience. This historic compound, which houses time-honored buildings and national treasures, had long been neglected, becoming overgrown with vegetation. Close to the public, the palace and its grounds fell into disrepair, characterized by dim lighting, dusty rooms, and ivy-covered walls. However, now fully restored, it stands in grace, welcoming everyone to visit and enjoy its beauty. Given the palace's collections and historical artifacts of significant value to the nation, its preservation and restoration have been undertaken with great care. The meticulous restoration process has been guided by specialists, ensuring that the palace retains its historical and cultural significance. Considerable energy and effort have been invested to maintain its current appearance. Spanning over 27 hectares in the vibrant heart of Addis Ababa, the National Palace serves as a sanctuary of Ethiopia's rich history, beautifully intertwined with expansive natural landscapes. The grounds feature historic tree species, lush greenery, tranquil fountains, and architectural wonders. From its serene pathways to the meticulously restored Royal Dining Hall, where many world leaders were once hosted, the palace tells a story of global significance. A journey through time. Stepping into the newly constructed vehicle gallery is like embarking on a journey to the past. Here, restored automobiles, carriages, and train wagons, once used by Ethiopian royalty, are showcased in the specially built gallery for the public to explore.
Once used by Ethiopian royalty, of course, we're talking of the King of Kings, and whoever is saying, oh, come on, man, don't stop the video. No, I'm not stopping the video. I started the video. All you got to do is go to the link below this video you would be watching for those who are gazing on it, and you just press the link, and the ambassador's pen, technically the Forerunner edition, 7th of February, brand new year, the ambassador's pen, the Forerunner edition, Peace in the Horn of Africa, will appear, and all you have to do is flip to the page. The video will start on its own. You don't even have to press the button, and you can watch it inside of the book. Imagine that. You can watch it inside of the magazine. But as I am saying now, to the subject area that we're talking about, peace in the Horn of Africa, according to the program we just listened to, the foreign minister of Ethiopia was highlighting to the Secretary of State of the US that Eritrea is continually making problems, basically, politically, in the Horn of Africa, in Africa, really, in our region, to the point that he cited even and quoted from a speech given from the Eritrean leader, saying that he gonna continue to make problems for the Ethiopians and the ethnic tribal division and striving that is taking place in the Horn of Africa. You know, there was some sort of release that came out the other day. I think it was from the office of the Prime Minister that was showed to me concerning religious leaders doing their part and playing their part as far as making sure that peace can be kept within the region. Again, this is Ethiopia we're speaking of again. I don't know if the religious leaders are supposed to pray about it or what. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but you see, that's what's going on. I mean, praying is fine. In fact, we've been praying about that for a long time, but it's time to pray on it now. You know, there are different types of praying, you know. You can pray and you can pray. You understand? I'm a tiger. We understand. We're predators. We know how to prey on what we need to conquer. So this is a situation that needs to be conquered. I showed you, Royal Family, the other evening, a person made a comment on a video that we did. The video was talking about Thailand and them banning cannabis again in Thailand. Well, not necessarily banning it, but that's the way that they put it. But that's not really exactly what's happening, but long story. In fact, not long enough, we did a whole program on that. You can revisit that. Thailand and the reversing of the Decriminalization Act in Thailand. But anyway, someone left a comment at the bottom of that video saying, we need to go to the Sudan that, you know, instead of Ethiopia then, like whatever resources and whatever we plan to go and do in Ethiopia, Ethiopia don't need it. Sudan needs it. There's a lot of war and genocide and ethnic cleansing taking place there. And if you understand what's going on in Sudan, Sudan is really in a dire need, for sure. You see, but the point I'm making is that the person that made that comment, I don't know if they got a proposal. Maybe they did. If not, enough respect to them, because they at least understand the vision that we have. I wonder if you get what I'm saying. The comment said, priest, instead of going to Ethiopia, you need to go to Sudan. Me? Why? Because in Sudan, that is where the real genocide taking place. That is where the real XYZ taking place. You see? Now, this is why, royal family, I mean, the mission to Ethiopia, don't worry, Ethiopia needs us. Ethiopia needs us. Haile Selassie told us Ethiopia, Africa really, awaits its creators and creation. Ethiopia is the crown head. Ghana is the gateway. Ethiopia is the crown head. And we have, just yesterday, I want you to hear this. Just yesterday, we had a call, a Zoom call or Google, one of these devices, apps call with Ethiopian Airlines just yesterday, and with a group concerned with the tour that we will be having. And I want you to keep in mind, family, as we mentioned a few programs ago, we intend to have a workshop and I think a press release. As it, of course, you know, the department that deals with that is more into that at the moment. We will be having a press release and a workshop for those who will be coming and those who are interested in coming on our future tours. So I'm asking you again to sign up. Just when is it? Don't worry about no when is it, nothing. You know, just contact us, sign up. Whenever it is, we will let you know. Just be with us. Email us. Let us know. I am here. I want to, you know, be on board. I'm talking of workshop now, workshop and press release, press briefing, press release. But at the same time, you know, for sure, and those of you who would have already signed up for the literal tour, oh, well, don't worry, you, of course, you must be at the workshop. It's more designed specifically for you. You see what I'm saying? So again, but that's just the tour part of it. I am saying that the returning to what I'm trying to show to you, that the mission is such. That is why I'm saying if that brother saw the proposal, that this is beyond a trip. That's why we said, no trip thing. I could have taken a trip myself and trip for true. You know, in fact, that's really what it really was, you know, going to Ethiopia. But no, it had to be more than that. That's why we began this campaign by telling the people we are already going to Ethiopia. And I want you to get it clear. We ain't trying to raise money to buy no ticket or anything. I want that to be very, very clear here, you know, my family, please. Yes, I would admit that the delegation, the proposal that we put together, which is more than just me buying a ticket for me to go to Ethiopia or me and my family or whatever the case is. No, read the proposal. We have a delegation we put in together, and even though the proposal said 5, we are looking to boost that to 7 or 9. By right, them kind of moves here, I told you already, should have 7 or 14 mighty priests on that move alone. Family cooperation is a serious thing. And people don't like leadership. I have to say that. It might look as if I'm doing this by myself. And that's the word that will go out to. So sometimes I got to stand up. People don't like leadership, real leadership. We like to talk. How many of you have donated to the mission as yet? We like to talk. How many of you have businesses and have advertised in the magazines you hear me talk about over and over and over and over again, that people see all over the world? I can show you the views that these magazines get you. How many of us that are conscious, red, black, and green, and Africa around our neck, and yeah, go priest, go. How many of us have said, send a $20 for the priest, for the mission? I'm just asking. I'm just asking for us understanding the seriousness of consciousness. As I said earlier, I mean, anyone be kicking up like this, man, I would be behind them. I was my brother, what you want me to do? You know, let me try something. You seem to be on something there. I would be behind them. That's just me personally. I guess that's why I'm me. So instead of getting behind me, God just made me me. Anyway, let me continue what I'm saying here. What am I really saying here? Yes. So yes. So the Ethiopian now. Why I'm bringing up all of this, as it really, because we're talking about the peace. That's what the first magazine was entitled, Peace in the Horn of Africa. And I was showing to the royal family that Emperor Haile Selassie I would have gained the access or regained the access to the sea. And that is what this magazine was highlighting, the access to the sea. And because Eritrea, because they gained, to use the term, their independence in the 1990s, what happened is that Ethiopia lost its access to the sea. So that had nothing to do with the current Ethiopian government, you know, that's since 1991. So now the government today, which gives a strong impression of a very, progressive government, and the projects that they would have brought to the forefront, especially in Addis Ababa and other parts of Ethiopia, I should say, that is giving the aesthetics for sure of Ethiopia a serious uplift, and then at the same time getting into the whole aspect of technology and many other things. Ones are giving a lot of praises to Ethiopia. So the access to the sea is a very critical thing for the country. They give Djibouti over $1 billion every year for access to the sea. That's where Ethiopia does most of its shipment, the port in Djibouti there. You know, although the Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed would have won a Nobel Peace Prize because of making peace with Eritrea, because Eritrea and Ethiopia clashing doesn't really have anything to do with the leaders. Well, at least not the leader of Ethiopia. The leader of Eritrea has been there for a long time. You see what I'm saying? The same one that said that he, what's his name? The ECIS. The same one that said that he is going to make sure tensions keep rising up against the different factions in Ethiopia. You understand? Access to the sea. So even Ethiopia preparing the dam now is related. And as I said now, what I was saying earlier, we had a Zoom call with some executives from the same tour group that will be handling our tour. And a few of them, about 5 of them. One of them was from the south. He looks like a Kenyan. One was from the east. One was from the west and one from the north. Look at that, the whole compass right here. And we asked them about the difference in ethnicity and if that's a big thing. And to them it was like, well, we kind of hear about that and we know it does exist, but that doesn't mean anything to us. That's what they said. They were all happily working together, laughing with each other and all of that. And you know, that they don't see it, as the Emperor said, one of them was blacker than me. And you know, and it just wasn't nothing. That's the one that looked like the Kenyan. You understand what I'm saying? So no, I'm not saying that that tension doesn't exist. I'll be crazy. Of course it does. And I'm not saying that the media is overblowing it neither. You know, there could be, or maybe that's why it's like that, the media. But I'm saying that even within it, it is not all doom and gloom. That's what I'm saying, as maybe many of us think or want to think. So it can be solved. That's the problem. That's the vibes. The problem can be solved. And again, the brethren that highlighted that you need to go to Sudan understood that we are the peacemakers. They understood that we do have the solution for the ailment. Especially in Ethiopia. Remember, we are the ones that would have preserved their agency, the same agency that they were afraid to speak about. I'm talking about the glory of the Solomonic dynasty that would have climaxed with the greatest of them all, Emperor Haile Selassie I. We held on to that and protected that as if that was our baby we gave birth to, which it is. The concept, the religion, if you want to call it that, the belief and faith around Rastafari was so strong that we had to hold on to all aspects of it, even though we were persecuted for it. We were persecuted for it, you know. Mengistu was persecuting people in Ethiopia for it, and many ones gave it up. Many ones said, no, I was not with Selassie. Yeah, many ones gave it up. They refused to speak what they knew about Selassie I. Some of them died with the knowledge of Haile Selassie. They couldn't dare put that in no book. You crazy? We did it, Rastafari. We were the ones that wrote the books. Yeah, we were the ones that wrote the newspapers and the articles, and we were persecuted for it. That's what I'm talking about. So when we step back in the motherland and say, yeah, we're going to have a lecture, Professor Rastaman talking here tonight on Haile Selassie I, don't be ashamed. Don't make no Ethiopia, I don't care who it is, look in your face as a Rastafari and tell you, you can't tell them nothing about Haile Selassie. No, impossible. I would never bow to that. Don't get me wrong. I am humbled in all ways. You understand? And obviously, I could never puff up. And, you know, humility of the highest. Even when it comes to knowledge of the King of Kings, which obviously you do not know. No matter how much books you read in the West and how much prayer and Nyabingi, you do not know. You got to be there. You have to hear from the one that is 80 years old and 90 years old. See if you can find the person that is 95, say a few words and hush your mouth. Of course, me, I'm trained to do that. So don't worry about that part. But yet still, in all honesty, amongst the vast majority, there's the uneducated. And what we have in our basket when it comes to Rastafari, even the real reverence for Ethiopia, nobody can come and downplay that. We have stripes on our backs, Rastafari, to prove that. Big up yourself. So we are the peacemakers. We come in the name of the niggas to make peace. We go in amongst the Tigrayans and stand on the battlefield. We can do that. You think we're afraid? Yeah, and go between the line of, you know, whatever you call it, secession and demarcation and whatever. Yeah, and stand and talk to both sides and bring the tents. We can do that. And communicate now properly with the rest of the family, with the rest of the brotherhood, our people that have positions in ministries and legislature. They shake them up and say, we're ready for you now, you know. You said when we're ready, call you. We're ready now, because family, we've been doing the work, you know. We've been doing the work. We've been doing that work, I'm telling you. And that is why even what we're doing here, we brought it to our governments to see how the governments could be on board with us as we do it. Because the vision is grand. This was a program where I really was sharing the vision, you know, although I didn't expect to do it like that. So the Ethiopian government is asking, you know, for peace. They're reaching out to Mark or Rubio. No, man, reach out to Rastafari. We reaching out to you. Reach out to us. We reach out to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Ethiopia. We have written the Minister of Foreign Affairs in Ethiopia. So if you're reaching out to religious leaders to come and do something, well, we are here. And we're not just coming to pray alone. Of course, we'll set up the tabernacle of the Lord. We are here. Ask us what we need and we will tell you what we need. We are here. Yeah, man, no, I'm serious. This is a whole culture shock, you know. We would give you a dose of your own culture to wake you up and show you how much of a unity you were in the days of Adawa, in the days of Mussolini the skunk. Show you that it is because you think if you were scratching like how you're scratching today, we could have run Crispy out of Adawa. We could have run Di Bono and Graziani out of Addis Ababa. No, because we would have been too divided. The English would have come and make mockery of us too, because we would have been too divided. It is our division also. Some of us didn't catch it well. That made Mussolini even win the war at Makale. You know the history. Remember the people from the Aroma at first, they didn't want to come and fight with the king. So we were handicapped. And then when we were returning back so that we could recuperate, they attacked us, causing more casualties. Imagine that. More casualties than Mussolini. So you see what damage we can do to ourselves? And history still shows us how we can conquer the enemy if we just stick together. The Ethiopians need that message. However it is that they can handle it. Whether it's in Amharic, whether it's in Tigrian, whether it's with a translator, whether it's on a video, whether it's in a book, whether it's on the news, whether they need to hear the prime minister say, they need to get the message somehow and get it clear. That's why they need to know their own history properly. When you're going to be talking about Victory Day and Heroes Day and forget about Haile Selassie, you're going to always be in problems because you're not talking the truth. You're trying to shroud the king. We ain't coming to shroud the king. We are coming to say, hey, where's the king? Haile Selassie. Haile Selassie should be praised here way more than George Washington is praised in the good old US of A. Imagine the Ghanaian president had to ask the Ethiopians, where is the statue of Haile Selassie here? And this was at the Organization of African Unity. That's history for you, eh? So Ethiopian government, we are here too. We're reaching out to you as well, which we would have, this is not talking. I just don't have to do it because we did it the official way already. But we're reaching out to you as well. Yeah. We have a delegation coming. We would have literally put this in writing, but we can talk it too. I'm sure there may be some empty spaces, some empty seats on the Ethiopian airline. And I'm being humble because we don't need empty seats. Reserve the seats for us. We're coming to assist you, my brothers and sisters. We're coming to aid and help you in whatever way we can because we're helping ourselves. Your victory is our victory. Your glory is our glory. Your progress is our progress. We don't survive without you. There's an umbilical cord that connects us, Mother. Yeah, you nurture us. We haven't really seen our birthers yet, and we want to cut our navel string already? Impossible. So we are here. Clarion call. All I'm saying has already gone in writing, family, those who are listening. We send out email, letters, governmental offices all over the world. It's an embassy I operate, as an ambassador. But I'm just saying it out of my emotional heart. President, Prime Minister of Ethiopia, we want peace amongst our people. Haile Selassie says that you are awaiting your creators and creation. We are here. We are already coming towards the motherland to do that work. We would have asked for assistance from many angles. But it's all right, we are still coming on a diplomatic mission. The push is not as great as we would love it to be, but you on the other side can increase the pull. We are here at your service. Those of you watching who are skillful, you can make a clip from this and get it to who you know has a say. We are here at your service. We have proposals, we have plans, we have drafts, we have ideas, we have programs that I am sure will assist the peace and progress of any one of our African countries. But we are focused on the crown head at the moment, specifically Ethiopia. We are talking about. Yes, peace in the Horn of Africa. It's a must. It is a must. It is necessary. And we are here to bring forth that. Education. Education is our foundation. And we would have proven that over the years. Education is the key, as they say. It brings forth the fruits and the flowers. Praise Farai, let the earth hear his voice. Holy Emmanuel, Haile Selassie I, Jah Rastafari. Yes, family. Give thanks to all the love. Give thanks to all the joy. Give thanks to each and everyone who continually tune into the Tiger's Nest. Give thanks for the Lion Pride and give thanks for the Lion Voice family that really housed us the other evening. Beautiful. And yes, Royal Family, again, those of you who will be donating, as I said, you could just email us, priestIsaacInstitute@gmail.com, priestIsaacInstitute@gmail.com. And of course, remember, you have other options that will definitely bring strong satisfaction to you. But, hey, you're right. Just giving, even if it's just so-called hard-earned money, should be satisfaction because you know what you're doing. I'm sure when you buy food and you watch your children eat, you're satisfied. because you know what's going on. I'm very serious. You got to equate it to these things, so people understand the value of what is really being done. When the woman with the alabaster box and the oil threw it all over the feet of Christ, Judas came and said, "Hey, what is she doing?" We could have taken that ointment and we would have fed many. And he was correct. It was an expensive oil and she just throwing it away on the man. All dropping on the floor and all this kind of thing. And eating up the thing. And he said, we could have sold this. And we would have made millions maybe. And we could have fed the poor. And you know what Christ tells the man? The poor you have with you always. That's a harsh thing to say. Which is the truth. The poor, remember, he came to feed the poor, not Judas, the Christ. He came to feed the poor. You don't have to tell him about feeding poor people. That's his job. He's the master of feeding poor people. He can take one stick of bread and bring bun and pastries and cakes and pies, with a little miracle and Shazam and abracadabra. Yeah. So don't worry about feeding the poor. This woman understands my value. This woman understands who I am. She comprehends my mission. She comprehends my work. She knows what I was sent here for. So she is going to take the oil that she worked for. And she was a prostitute. I could imagine how hard she had to work for that expensive oil. And she came and she threw it on his feet, and the other gospel said that she put it in his hair. In fact, when she threw it on his feet, she took her hair and wiped his feet with the expensive oil. Very expensive. And they could have really sold the oil for true and feed a whole heap of people. The whole projects would have been good. And did you hear what Christ told the mastermind that came up with that idea? The poor you have with you always. Wow, that's a harsh thing to say. But the Son of God is just for a season. It's like a shooting star. Catch it, make the wish while you have it. That's what he's telling them. So it may sound a bit harsh when I said, when you take your hard-earned money and you buy food and your children eat it, even if you don't eat, because I know how it feels. Trust me, I know that feeling there. I've been there. You still feel good. You feel good. You even feel bad when they say, well, boy, daddy, that's nice. I can get some more. Yes, but anyway, there's a little, you got to pass them stage there. We burn them stage there too. And it's good for experience. That's what I'm saying. You got to be allergic to poverty. That's what I'm talking about. And sometimes we act and react because of a poverty mindset too. We act and react because of a poverty mindset. That's why you always hear us say it's like a principle we teach. We don't really like to ask and donate and them things. That's not you, as you can see, that's like the last thing on the list. We have a list of things you can do, That's the last thing. That's like to make sure that nobody get away. Let me put it straight to you. That's just to make sure that no one get away. Everyone should be a part of this. That's it is serious and conscious. You, even if it's to send $20. Yeah, man, no, it's very serious. Family, 1,000 people sending $20. It's $20,000. We're not trying to test you. I don't have no time to do that. Come on. $20,000 is a serious plus to the mission. That's what I say. Imagine if 1,000 people are going to listen to this. Imagine if 1,000 people send $100. That's it. We shouldn't have to go to no government. We shouldn't even have to call out no Ethiopian government. We shouldn't have to call nobody. We supposed to just call the conscious community and say, hey, we have a mission to Ethiopia. Yeah, happening at 7:05. Yeah, you're going to take $118,000. Okay, all right. All we need is 118 people. Yeah, get $1,000 from each. Oh, okay. Well, how about getting 1,000 people to get $118? Of course, we have all of them conscious Rasta, yes, I people. You have to get $118 from 1,000 people. Easy in a night. No, but call Kamala Harris to raise a couple millions. We run and do it. Some of you were there. Don't play with me. Eh? Don't think I don't know what's going on. I hear you on the other side. Holy Emmanuel, Haile Selassie I, Rastafari. Yeah, right, family. Let me be clear here. I know some of you like to talk and this man, and I know, we have a lot of kiddie talks. I don't see some of what you say on Facebook and WhatsApp. People send me all of the foolish talks. But let me be clear here. I don't have to explain this. But you hear what I say out of my mouth, that's who I am. Anything you hear me talk, that's me. You ain't gonna meet me and meet somebody else. Nobody can tell you nothing about me. They lie. You understand? Some people hate you because of how serious they perceive you to be. Let me put it that way. Because we're more serious than you think. Yeah, are you serious? What you call serious? What is serious? How you sound? Nah, man. Nah. It's what you do. So family, I'm looking for those of you who understand the mission, yes, to donate. Priest Isaac Institute at gmail.com. Hey, if you know your Bible and you do not know your history, the knowledge of your Bible will become a mystery. And of course, it takes some real eyes to realize the real lies that are amongst us. We don't need no more war. We don't need no more war. We don't need no more war, family. Family, we don't need no more war. We don't need no more war. We have love. I began with Nyabingi, taken from the Bobo in Brooklyn. We don't need no more war. Bobo in Brooklyn, Priest Jermaine. We don't need no more war. We don't need no more war. Holy Emmanuel, Haile Selassie I, Rastafari. For those who don't know, the course is saying Ethiopians study war no more. Attention, everyone. The Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge is inviting you to join us in September for the African Union CARICOM Summit in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Sign up for the 3-day package and be a part of the AU CARICOM Summit. Plus, take in all of the sights of Addis Ababa, the new flower. Or you can opt for our 9-day cultural national tour, and that will engulf sites like Lalibela, Aksum, the Simeon Mountains, and much more. Transportation, accommodation, and your meal all included. So contact us now and reserve your spot. Email us priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com or visit our website priestisaacinstitute.com. Ethiopia. See you there. Attention everyone. The Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge is inviting you to join us in September for the African Union CARICOM Summit in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Sign up for the 3-day package and be a part of the AU CARICOM Summit. Plus, take in all of the sights of Addis Ababa, the new flower. Or you can opt for our 9-day cultural national tour, and that will engulf sites like Lalibela, Aksum, the Simeon Mountains, and much more. Transportation, accommodation, and your meal all included. So contact us now and reserve your spot. Email us priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com or visit our website priestisaacinstitute.com. Ethiopia. See you there. And of course, we definitely give thanks to the life giver and the keeper of life, Emperor Haile Selassie I. And yes, royal family, as you could see, the mission to Ethiopia is definitely on. Honorable Priest Isaac here with you, definitely sharing the joy. And of course, I want to, bring some information that will be a strength to each and everyone as it relates to our culture, as it relates to understanding, history and knowledge and information. And this evening, what I need to do is highlight one of our brothers who would have made some statements as it relates to Haile Selassie I and Mussolini and the Queen of England and the King of Kings' time in exile, and his historical facts were totally off. Now, this is a subject area that I would have addressed before, as it relates to no queen being the head of England at the time when Haile Selassie I went into exile. But because many of us, remember, just the mindset, many of us who are over 30 and 40 and 50 and all of that stuff, our mindset is that the ruler of the United Kingdom is Queen Elizabeth II. So we always would say the Queen of England. I mean, she's on the money. The Queen of England, Her Majesty's prison. The Queen of England, Her Majesty's Royal Police Force, and, just this Queen of England stuff. So many times, I actually understand. Many times when people are in their passion and in their obvious ignorance, they're quick to say, well, remember, Haile Selassie ran to the Queen of England when Mussolini attacked, And of course, that is historically off. And let's not pretend and play with words, King George, he had a wife. But we know when people say he ran to this so-called Queen of England, they are talking of Queen Elizabeth II, because ones have become very accustomed to the head of Britain, the head of England, to be this Queen of England, which is Queen Elizabeth II. But that is no excuse, royal family, especially when you are an individual that is considered to be a teacher. and a scholar. And again, although I would have touched this subject already, and I still hear people say it all the time. Recently, I heard a brother that you all know I have high respect for, and that is Brother Bishop Nathaniel of the Israel United in Christ, IUIC. You know we have enough respect for these brothers and sisters. But the thing is, I think we carry our dogma a bit too far. Okay, you don't agree with me, you just don't agree. But in your disagreement, at least come correct with the facts. And I think that is very, very important. In fact, what I want to do, yes, I'm going to highlight a recent, well, I think it's recent, conversation that was had on the bigger picture. And this conversation was had with, again, our good brother Nathaniel, Bishop Nathaniel. And I guess the brother's name is Bigger from the bigger picture. And they were talking about Haile Selassie and some white Jesus and the Solomonic lineage and a few different things. Now, I just want you to listen to this, and we will comment on it.
Yeah. So now I'm confused. If he believed
Haile Selassie never taught
that he was bloodline of Solomon.
The Rastafarians taught that. Because Marcus Garvey said one day there's going to be a king to rise up from Ethiopia. So the Rastas took that and said, oh, it's Haile Selassie. He's the King of Kings, Lord of Lords. He's the reincarnation of Jesus.
No, before we go too far, let's be clear. That was like a tag team in words there. So in other words, it was Bigger that said it. They were like sharing a sentence, Bishop Nathaniel said, the Rastas never taught. And then the host Bigger came in and said that he was of the Solomonic lineage, something of the sort. And then Brother Nathaniel went on to say something about Marcus Messiah Garvey and Haile Selassie. It's the Rastas that taught that and so forth. Now, again, Haile Selassie's whole history, autobiography, and everything related to such is that he is of the lineage of Solomon and King David. Whether you agree or not, that wasn't the Rastas that brought that in, neither Marcus Garvey. That's just the Ethiopian truth. And I'm just highlighting that, I'm not here to pick on every little thing that is being said. That's not what I am about, I want to be clear here. I'm showing that many of you who even listen to me are people that are coming into this knowledge. You understand? And you're very vulnerable, some of you. And sometimes you may hear this charismatic speaker and this, wow, beautiful voice and rah, rah, rah. And he sounds like he has the truth, and there you go, and salvation is lost because of confusion. So I'm just making it clear to you. You can't deny what I'm saying here. We all know the King of Kings told the world that he's of the Solomonic lineage. And then now, again, as it relates to the Queen being in England, let's continue this.
Copy. Bro, so that's not even...
No, Haile Selassie never taught that. Never taught that. Remember when the Italians conquered Ethiopia? I know y'all don't want to hear that.
Mm-hmm.
The Italians under Mussolini conquered Ethiopia. Sent a king, an Italian white man, over Ethiopia for 5 years named Victor Emmanuel III. Haile Selassie fled to England and asked the Queen of England for help against Mussolini.
Mm-hmm.
And she told Mussolini to stand down because she liked and favored Haile Selassie. So they had to move their military.
No. Listen to that. Let's be clear here. The brother just said that, in fact, let him say it himself.
Yeah, I know y'all don't want to hear that.
No, we do want to hear this.
Italians under Mussolini conquered Ethiopia.
The Italians under Mussolini conquered Ethiopia.
Sent a king, an Italian white man, over Ethiopia for 5 years named Victor Emmanuel III.
Sent a king, Victor Emmanuel III, right.
Haile Selassie fled to England.
Haile Selassie, as he said, Haile Selassie, fled to England.
And asked the Queen of England for help.
And asked the Queen of England for help. And even if you were speaking of King George's wife, that would still be a false account. Go and read the autobiography of Haile Selassie I, part 1 and part 2. Get an understanding. No one is denying. This is what the scripture said. This is another thing. We want to pretend as if we know too much scripture. Oh, Haile Selassie went to beg for help and beg. Although I would not use the term beg. But let's just be clear. The scripture say, I shall plead. Yeah. The scripture clearly said that I shall bring them in the valley of Jehoshaphat, the heads of the world, and I shall plead with them there for my son and daughter, who they are currently, that's during the time, obviously, persecuting. And that is when he even went before the League of Nations, 1936, the 30th day of June, keeping in mind, I know this is not religion, this is reality, keeping in mind that the League of Nations had specific protocols. Article 10, Article 16, of which they were totally disregarded. Ethiopia was not only supposed to be funded, but they were supposed to receive ammunition and assistance from day one. In fact, Mussolini and Italy were supposed to be persecuted by the League of Nations just for attacking another member, just to show you the wise mind of the King of Kings. And you may say, oh, the League of Nations wasn't any help. I agree. But just because the emperor was so shrewd and wise once more in getting Ethiopia into the League of Nations since 1922-23, it actually kept Ethiopia from being totally run over, because the king had a footing to stand on, that diplomatic defense that many of us do not understand. We need to read more. Read the autobiography of the King of Kings. The king never went to the British monarchy for anything. We agree he addressed the British Parliament. He addressed the Prime Minister. Of course, he addressed the Secretary General and the League of Nations and the full works, because that was the diplomatic mission. He didn't come to get nothing from no King of England. Haile Selassie understands protocol. And then again, nobody's even saying no king. All of you people that don't read, that just run off of ignorance. And what's worse, having so many people following you, and you talking about telling lies that Haile Selassie ran to the Queen of England. And hear this, listen to this now.
5 years named Victor Emmanuel III. Haile Selassie fled to England and asked the Queen of England for help against Mussolini.
Now, he asked the Queen of England for help against Mussolini. Now, if that wasn't bad enough, hear this.
And she told Mussolini to stand down.
And she told Mussolini to stand down. Who? Little Lisbeth? How old was Elizabeth at that? She must have been 10 or 12 or something. What are you talking about? She told Mussolini to stand down.
Because she liked and favored Haile Selassie.
Because she liked in favor of Haile Selassie. Now, if any old person was saying this, of which I hear all sorts of people talk all sorts of jazz, maybe I would have let it go. But I can't encourage this here. As the brother said, brother Bishop here just said, I know you don't want to hear this. Well, I know a lot of you don't want to hear this, you know, because you're following blind. This ain't no zombie hypnotized freak show happening here, you know. This is Rastafari. This is reality. You know what I mean? From all angles, people lying on the king. We ain't playing with that. We're the snipers for the God of gods, Rasta. I don't care who you are. You ain't coming with no foolishness and trying to fool off our people. Let's just be clear. And as I said, I'm being very humble here because I respect the brother. I respect his works. I respect his movements. You don't even know. You check it, but that respect ain't nothing when it comes to the reverence for Haile Selassie. So let's get our facts straight. That's all I'm saying when we step up to the board. That's all I'm saying, family. Do give thanks to the life giver and the keeper of life. Holy Emmanuel Haile Selassie I, Jah Rastafari. Blessed love. Attention, everyone. The Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge is inviting you to join us in September for the African Union CARICOM Summit in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Sign up for the 3-day package and be a part of the AU CARICOM Summit, plus take in all of the sights of Addis Ababa, the new flower. Or you can opt for our 9-day cultural national tour, and that will engulf sites like Lalibela, Aksum, the Simeon Mountains, and much more. Transportation, accommodation, and your meal all included. So contact us now and reserve your spot. Email us priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com or visit our website priestisaacinstitute.com. Ethiopia. See you there. Attention, everyone. The Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge is inviting you to join us in September for the African Union CARICOM Summit in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Sign up for the 3-day package and be a part of the AU CARICOM Summit, plus take in all of the sights of Addis Ababa, the new flower. Or you can opt for our 9-day cultural national tour, and that will engulf sites like Lalibela, Aksum, the Simeon Mountains, and much more. Transportation, accommodation, and your meal all included. So contact us now and reserve your spot. Email us priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com or visit our website priestisaacinstitute.com. Ethiopia. See you there. Attention, everyone. The Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge is inviting you to join us in September for the African Union CARICOM Summit in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Sign up for the 3-day package and be a part of the AU CARICOM Summit, plus take in all of the sights of Addis Ababa, the new flower. Or you can opt for our 9-day cultural national tour, and that will engulf sites like Lalibela, Aksum, the Simeon Mountains, and much more. Transportation, accommodation, and your meal all included. So contact us now and reserve your spot. Email us priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com or visit our website priestisaacinstitute.com. Ethiopia. See you there. Now I'd like to remind everyone that the link for the magazine is in the description. Very important. Now I'm talking about the brand new, just released edition of the Ambassador's Pen. We're talking about the Benin Bronze Artifacts Edition, The Return. Now this is a very important issue of the Ambassador's Pen. And of course, let me be clear, it is available not only in flipbook fashion, but you could also get it PDF in scroll fashion, which definitely is a preference for myself. Now, of course, the Ambassador's Pen. We have some wonderful articles penned by the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge. We have some beautiful clients with us this time around, hoping that next time around, yourself and your wonderful business can be a part of the Ambassador's Pen. And we have some beautiful features as well, all a part of the Ambassador's Pen. As I said, we really highlighted the Benin bronze statues, 119 of them that were returned to Nigeria. In fact, just a few strongs past now. And we also went into the connection with Nigeria and the CARICOM region and many other things. But what I wanted to highlight here this evening, I mean, the nerve. We are looking at a specific feature that was put together by the Honorable Empress Naya, and it is highlighting a post that the President of the United States of America made on his own social media network, which is entitled Truth Social. And it says here, I won't get a Nobel Peace Prize for keeping peace between Egypt and Ethiopia. A massive Ethiopian-built dam stupidly financed by the United States of America substantially reduces the water flowing into the Nile River. And that is the words of the United States President, one Donald J. Trump. And there is an article taken from a specific Ethiopian news agency, and it kind of goes more into depth on the origin of the dam and, you know, the current state of affairs of the dam. And let me just say, royal family, that this project itself, we're talking about the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam. Many of you would have heard me speak about this specific project with glee, because number one, it's a massive project, obviously in the billions of dollars. At the moment, although it is incomplete, it is providing Ethiopia, according to the records that we're getting, with 60% of its electricity, and it is still outsourcing electricity to other African countries that are around about, like Djibouti and Kenya, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, Uganda, but for sure, they're doing business. Now, this dam, I'm talking about the GERD, Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, was started by the Ethiopian people. We're talking about the wealthy and the humble folk. You can just do your research. It was the people of Ethiopia who brought their dollars, their birr, their pennies, their whatever they had, in the thousands, a few in the millions, and many, you know, in the tens and the fives and the coins. And just like Marcus Messiah Garvey's Black Star Line, they would have received their certificate to show that they are a part of the dam. In fact, that is one of the things that the Ethiopians are very proud of, that they are actually, literally highlighting that they themselves would have funded the project. I'm talking about the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam. So this is very important, royal family, for the president now of the United States of America to make that statement. Now, you may be saying, well, brother, Mr. Trump knows something you don't know. I'm sure he knows a few things that I'm not aware of, yes. But the point I'm making here is that we still got to be careful. The brother there seems to say a lot of things, Right now, he is the peacemaker, He stopped the war in the Congo. Imagine that. On the 65th anniversary of Congo's independence, the war has finally come to an end since the 1994 massacre, slaughter, genocide in Rwanda. I'm sure you know the history. It's quite related, the war and all what is taking place in the Congo. And with a stroke of the pen, Mr. Donald J. Trump stopped the war. He stopped the war in Iran too. You didn't hear about that. I'm telling you, he should stop the war in Palestine, if that is a war at all. Does Hamas still exist? I mean, you just understand what is taking place, I think he said he stopped some kind of war somewhere else the other day. So family, please don't be fooled, especially with the rhetoric and the distractions. Just as the Bible says it's the time of the Armageddon, you better believe it. When Haile Selassie says our Armageddon is past, it's a different situation he's speaking of. Colonialism would have been crumbled under his watch, but it's a different moment that we are in right now. We give thanks continually to the life giver and the keeper of life. Remember, royal family, even within the ambassador's pen, there's a beautiful video showing you, highlighting to you the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam. And as I said, the magazine, it is free. The Kidemi, it is free. All you have to do is press the link, share it with a friend, and keep the whole standard of reading, the whole art of going through the book, even if it's on the screen. Reading the words, it is something that we definitely need to keep alive. Life given the keeper of life. Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari. Attention, everyone. The Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge is inviting you to join us in September for the African Union CARICOM Summit in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Sign up for the 3-day package and be a part of the AU CARICOM Summit, plus take in all of the sights of Addis Ababa, the new flower. Or you can opt for our 9-day cultural national tour, and that will engulf sites like Lalibela, Aksum, the Simeon Mountains, and much more. Transportation, accommodation, and your meals all included. So contact us now and reserve your spot. Email us priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com or visit our website priestisaacinstitute.com. Ethiopia. See you there. Attention, everyone. The Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge is inviting you to join us in September for the African Union CARICOM Summit in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Sign up for the 3-day package and be a part of the AU CARICOM Summit, plus take in all of the sights of Addis Ababa, the new flower. Or you can opt for our 9-day multicultural national tour, and that will engulf sites like Lalibela, Aksum, the Simeon Mountains, and much more. Transportation, accommodation, and your meal all included. So contact us now and reserve your spot. Email us priestisaacInstitute@gmail.com or visit our website priestisaacInstitute.com. Ethiopia. See you there. Blessed love, my royal family. Give thanks for your presence with us. We glorify Negus and Agas. Honorable Priest Isaac here with you. And before we go any further, let me just encourage you to go to the description below this video and you will get the link to the brand new edition of the Ambassador's Pen. I'm talking about the July issue 2025. And of course, as you can see, we are highlighting the Benin bronze artifacts, what people refer to as the Benin bronze statues. And we are talking about the return. As you would know, well, many of you would know, 119 of these artifacts, 119 of these statues were returned to the ancient kingdom of Benin. Benin City, which is actually in Nigeria, by the way. Of course, we do have Benin itself. We're talking about the country of Benin, but you also have Benin, the ancient kingdom in Nigeria. All of that is highlighted in the Ambassador's Pen. Now, again, the description below the video, there is the link. All you have to do is press the link and it will take you to this flip book digital catalog. I'm talking about the Ambassador's Pen. And let me tell you, those of you who are subscribers to the Ambassador's Pen, you will also receive the PDF scroll version of the magazine, which is really my preference. I prefer the scroll version of the magazine. So you just scroll on your tablet or on your laptop and you can see all of the graphic details of the magazine itself. Now, as you can see, we are highlighting Africa. Of course, we are highlighting the revolution that is taking place in Botswana. We have a feature with the president of Botswana, who is really standing up for the natural diamonds over the artificially made diamonds. And he gave a speech a few days ago in Las Vegas. And at another time, we will take a deeper look at that. But as they say, you can read all about it. But again, the outstanding story article really in the magazine would highlight, obviously, the Benin bronze statues and the return of the Benin bronze artifacts. And once again, we are speaking of 119 of these artifacts officially coming back from Europe, specifically the Netherlands. And we have this beautiful article that was penned by the Honorable Princess Kesha, directly highlighting again these very important bronze and brass artifacts from the ancient West African kingdom. So again, this was a beautiful article put together by the Honorable Princess Akesha Menin. It highlights the introduction to the Benin bronze statues. So if you did not know what they were, it gives you a good understanding of them, their importance. You even get an understanding of the kingdom itself, the Benin kingdom, the significance of the return, and how they actually got stolen in the first place. All of that is within this beautiful article that is penned. And again, within the magazine, several things are covered. For example, the 55th OAS, that's the Organization of the American States Assembly, took place right here in the island of Antigua. So we found that it was quite apt to mention that in this edition of the Ambassador's Pen, and several other articles. There was a nice, not speech necessarily, the president and CEO of the African Leadership and Dialogue Institute, which is one Julie Gichuru. She hosted a sit-down with some leading figures in African security, and she just made a strong statement within her conversation, and we highlighted that statement as well in the magazine. Several things are highlighted in this Ambassador's Pen that you need to take a look at. Of course, Nigeria itself is really stepping through the Caribbean in a heavy way. We mentioned in the previous Ambassador's Pen that the earpiece connection with Antigua is to grow stronger. As you know, earpiece did land here about a year or two ago, and also earpiece, this is Nigeria's largest airline, would have also made its inaugural flight to St. Kitts and Nevis not too long ago. And then at the same time as I'm speaking to you, they're just wrapping up a visit that the president of Nigeria would have had in St. Lucia. So Nigeria's presence is definitely here in the Caribbean. And again, we're talking about the Ambassador's Pen. I'm just highlighting to everyone that it is definitely in. Someone else would say, well, it's out. Well, it has been out, but it's in now. We're talking about July's issue of the Ambassador's Pen. The link is in the description. Once again, the link is in the description below. We're thankful to all of those, our clients, who would have stepped on board with us this time around. We have Pioneer Kennel, that's Dr. Radcliffe Robbins and his beautiful team. We have Mr. W. Purcell of Special Security Services. We have some other fine people with us. Brother Suppy from Greens and Grains, and many other ones that are supporters of the work. We are thankful, Brother Cole from Colesome Farms as well, and Mr. and Mrs. Walker also from Lamb Lions Holiday Apartments. So those of you who are coming to visit us here in Antigua at any time, Lamb Lion Holiday Apartments is a good place, a good, comfortable, and sophisticated and eco-friendly place for you to sit in and visit as well. So Royal Family, just here for a moment, just to encourage you to take, a look at the Ambassador's Pen. Of course, we will be doing several programs highlighting the information that is within the Ambassador's Pen. The link is in the description below the video. And of course, I will always encourage you to share it with a friend, and don't be afraid to share it even with your enemy. Give thanks, life giver and the keeper of life. And thanks for your patient listening and your attention. Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari. Blessed love. Attention, everyone. The Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge is inviting you to join us in September for the African Union CARICOM Summit in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Sign up for the 3-day package and be a part of the AU CARICOM Summit, plus take in all of the sights of Addis Ababa, the new flower. Or you can opt for our 9-day cultural national tour and that will engulf sites like Lalibela, Aksum, the Simeon Mountains, and much more. Transportation, accommodation, and your meals all included. So contact us now and reserve your spot. Email us priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com or visit our website priestisaacinstitute.com. Ethiopia. See you there. Definitely say blessed love to each and every one. As we give thanks, the life giver and the keeper of life. Emperor Haile Selassie I is exalted. We welcome you to the Tiger's Nest. Honorable Priest Isaac here with you. Yes, royal family. As I said once again, another exciting and upful edition of the Tiger's Nest with you. As we give thanks continually for the 6 days labor and of course the 7 day Sabbath of rest. Royal family, blessed love once again. As I said, the Honorable Priest Isaac here with you. It is just my joy, to bring forth another edition of this Mystic Vibration program to you. Another moment of the Tiger's Nest, a program that comes to you every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Make sure you are in tune, and how you do that is to make sure you become a part of the subscription team. All you have to do is contact us, email us, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com, and let us know, my brother, I would like to make sure I get the audio version of these programs that come out every evening. Make sure that you get the Tiger's Nest after it is recorded. You're going to get it in your inbox, of course, via the email. And of course, everything will be in full order. Now, what I want to do this evening, and this is all a part of our fundraising campaign. Everyone knows that we have been promoting our fundraising campaign as it relates to our mission to Ethiopia. And of course, this is a part of such a campaign. But the Tiger's Nest program tonight, well, as all the programs are, will be very serious. And it's something that I, said that I really have to address as it relates to the whole aspect of the education that is being put out to the world now, as it relates to Emperor Haile Selassie I. Now, it's no secret that the king has always been on the top of the list of those who they, throw the bucket of propaganda at. That's for sure. I mean, even during the time of the war, even the time of exile, propaganda against Haile Selassie was the main thing. We just did a program the other day highlighting, these fellas saying that Haile Selassie and the Ethiopians were white people that were burnt black by the African sun. Can you imagine that? So at the same time, when we consider that sort of information, when you consider that sort of propaganda, you could imagine the sort of things that they're even saying now. Remember, we were the ones that grew up amongst the old people that had nothing good to say about the King of Kings. In fact, any conversation about Haile Selassie was that he fed the lion's meat while the people in Ethiopia were starving. That was like the main thing. In fact, you knew nothing else about Haile Selassie, at least around these parts, except that he would have starved the people, starved the people and fed the lions all the meat. But of course, we would have educated ourselves and understand again that it was just propaganda in full effect. But now what is happening today? We realize that the internet, social media, information itself as it relates to Haile Selassie is being meted out on a daily level now. And I'm talking about through AI and mixed with a heap of lies and more lies. And I always like to highlight that when we started this campaign, I must say, there was no one that I can remember saying Haile Selassie. And I'm not talking on the internet. I'm speaking even before the internet at least existed in mainstream. So I can only speak of my bubble and around my community. Haile Selassie? No, you can't be saying that, especially to be expressing it on such a high level on the radio station, through radio programs, and then how dare you talking about you're going to advertise a lecture and gather people in the city hall to be the town hall really to be teaching them about Haile Selassie of Ethiopia. That was a no. People don't do that. What's wrong with you? People don't do that, you know. And then now when the internet and YouTube became the big thing, you know, and we started to spit the knowledge there were very few people on the YouTube that would have been speaking about Haile Selassie the first. You know, we always have to highlight Rastafari sabbatical, Adonis, the rabbi himself. You know, to be honest, it's the rabbi and one or two people that they don't even exist anymore that were speaking of Haile Selassie when I stepped into that arena. You know, and then after a while, as I said, all of these people just kind of disappeared. And then it was just Rastafari sabbatical. And listen to this, they took his channel down. So he kind of went into a little level of obscurity for a moment. That's just the truth. And that's one of the enemy's tactic. You know, they tried the same thing on me. Remember, they locked down my channel a couple times, but they took down Rastafari sabbatical, like took it down, like it can't get back up again. You understand? And caused the brother to you know, go and reform himself as such, to come on another level. So that's what they do. So because they realize they can't beat us, they see fellas talking about Rastafari round table, you know, and we ain't fighting one another, we're helping one another to get the word out. So they decided, no, we got to try something else. Now all of a sudden, every time you blink, it's a new video about Haile Selassie I. Can you imagine that? You know, and when you go and investigate some of these channels, they were just established like 2 or 3 weeks ago. In fact, some of them, the only videos they have is the Haile Selassie video. and the video 1 million views in a week. Full AI. Nothing that looks nearly like the emperor that we know and love. And then, of course, full of a lot of propaganda. All kind of videos have the emperor crying and bawling with his head on the desk. Come on, you ever see the king go through anything like that? And what it does, it stains the true, discipline that we know of Haile Selassie. The AI mixed with the propaganda has become extremely dangerous to the mind that is not, aware at all as it relates to the history. So a new generation of people who don't even like to read, a new generation of youth that all they do is check the social media. They are attracted to AI. It's as if they're watching Haile Selassie cartoon. So it entertains them, it attracts them, but the knowledge is way off. And then we're talking about Generation Z. That's what we call these children, Gen Z. Gen Z. Z, the last letter in the alphabet. So what comes after Z? What you're trying to tell me, this is the end of it for them? We have come to the end. Gen Z, Generation Z. So what I want to do this evening, Royal Family, I want to take another look as it relates to Haile Selassie, especially from a biblical point of view. And I'm going to tell you why as well. You see, many times we go way out, let me put it that way, and we start to test the dust on Mars, which we can do, and prove that Haile Selassie is the Almighty by utilizing, yes, the dust on Mars. You think we play with this? No, we don't. We've done programs where we go into the rings of Saturn. And at the end of the program, all hail Emperor Haile Selassie I. The coral reef, the atom, the Fibonacci series of numbers, which creates the golden spiral. The Islamic codes and the Masonic rituals. I'm serious, this ain't no time to play. Even the circulation of your blood in connection to the rays of the sun, and 8 minutes and 20 seconds. You take the time and give us enough time, we can prove to you that Haile Selassie is the Almighty. Utilizing everything that we just mentioned a while ago. And to those of you who may be new here, you may be saying, come on, you can't do that. But then again, those of you who are always here, we would have done that and then some. But what I would like to do this evening is to some degree, keep it simple. But this ain't simple. The thing is, the vast majority of our people, and don't fool yourself, the young people too. I know some of you try to, look, young people not into the Bible. You think so? How many of you live in Africa? How many of you listening to me are in Ghana right now? How many of you are in Nigeria? Don't be telling me about young people not into the Bible. You think you can go and play with these people and try to pretend as if, Jesus Christ and this and that. They get upset with you. How dare you? You understand? In South Africa too, they're big into Jesus Christ. They would tell you them is Zulu and Shona and the whole stuff. They're celebrating Homawan. What's the other stuff? I can't remember what they call it. But they celebrate all the stuff. Askawidai, that's a celebration the Akan do. That's not exactly the right term, but yeah. But the point is, yet still they're going to church on Sunday. And Jesus is up on the wall. The white one or the black one. They ain't got no black Jesus, brother. There's no black Jesus. It's just Jesus. And Jesus is up on the wall. Jesus is in the taxi cab. Jesus is on the bus, Rasta. Jesus is on the bicycle. And the young people are picking up Jesus too. I agree. You know, anywhere you go, the young people may not be into it like the older ones, like before. I can agree to that and testify to that. But believe me, it's still not good enough. We're still in a position where we are lost, not just to religion, but to Jesus. And of course, that whole Jesus thing is a corruption of the stories that you read of in the Bible, even the manipulated, fondled with King James version of the Bible too. But again, this program this evening, I don't want to take too much time to try to explain Bible and explain allegory and explain mythology and mythos and all of that. We've done so many programs there. I think by now most of us should be seasoned with that sort of comprehension so we don't have to wrestle with it. This is what I want to do this evening, family. And I know it was a somewhat of a lengthy introduction, but this is the Tiger's Nest. Let me remind you, this is not no quick fly-by-night program here. This is the Tiger's Nest, where we expect you to prepare yourself and sit in and get comfortable. In fact, for those who may not know, we will be sharing this Tiger's Nest video-wise on the YouTube as well. So there will be a visual aspect to this. Now, this is what I want to highlight. At least I want to take the program from this point of view. The book of Acts, chapter 2, from the 29th verse. And it says this: Men and brethren, let me freely speak unto you of the patriarch David, that he is both dead and buried, and his sepulchre is with us unto this day. Therefore, being a prophet, and knowing that God has sworn with an oath to him that of the fruit of his loins, according to the flesh, he would rise up Christ to sit upon his throne. So according to what we are reading here, David the patriarch, gone several hundred years now, maybe 1,000 plus. But this is the prophecy according to this, that God shall rise up through the fruit of his loins, his descendants, or descendant specifically, as they are highlighting a person. According to the flesh, Christ will sit upon his throne. Now, this is quite telling. You don't say. So according to the promise here in the book of Acts, the great King David, his great, and maybe a few more greats, grandson, I think it's about 14 greats, shall come and sit upon the throne of David. He shall rise up Christ. So it's more than 14 greats. Because the Christ that you read of in the scripture, he didn't sit on the throne of David, did he? No. But he is still the same one that is given the promise to be resurrected, to sit upon the throne. Now, of course, because spookism has taken over most of us, we consider that Jesus died and he was resurrected already. So that whole confusion and the story is totally gone because we have turned it into a story and not the glory of the symbolic understanding of the history that was played out then and is continually played out even as we speak, royal family. Now, in this sense, you better believe that resurrection is reincarnation. Let's get that straight. Even when you read the scripture, it highlights reincarnation very clearly, even as it relates to the Christ. And this is why it says, and he appeared unto his disciples in another form. It's symbolic of, resurrection. This is why when they were amongst him, they didn't know it was him until he started to do certain things, act certain ways. And they said, I think he was blessing the food. And they said, wait, only one man burn chalice like that, bless the food in that way. And again, it was written in story form, royal family. You got to keep this in mind. You cannot just be going through the scriptures as if you're reading history. Even history itself is not as well put together as many of us think. That's another thing. We think because it says history is the truth. Yeah. Now, biblical scriptures, they may come down as not being the truth because you may have adapted them on a very literal level. But symbolically, you're reading the truth on many, many levels. And I would say again, allegory and symbolism doesn't take away from the literal aspect of it. So a literal story, I'm going to repeat this again, I have to. A literal story can be expressed in symbolic form, but it doesn't mean that it's not real because it has been expressed in the symbolic form. And I like to highlight the tiger's nest. Not the radio program, I'm talking about the tiger's nest in Bhutan. The tiger's nest is a monastery that is perched on the side of a cliff, like a mountain going up in the sky, and on the side is a monastery. And although you can get up there today, walking the very breathtaking track, but at the same time you must contemplate, so how did they get up there in the first place in the olden days to build that monastery? Now there's a story. The story says that the monk that built the tiger's nest, his wife literally took him and put him on her back. And by the way, she was a tiger. His wife was a tiger. So his wife, the tiger, put him on her back and literally flew him to the area where they established the tiger's lair, which eventually became the tiger's nest. Now, that's a true story. You may say, come on, brother, how could that be a true story? Who's going to put the tiger on his back and he's going to go on the tiger's back and she's going to carry him to the... Come on, man, we don't believe that kind of stuff. So how did the tiger's nest get there? Well, I don't know, somebody built it, but I don't believe no tiger flew up there with no fella on her back. And what you're trying to tell me, the tiger was his wife. That's another thing. He's married to the tiger? Come on, man. And the tiger has wings? Come on, man. You can't fool nobody here. But again, family, that is how we as Africans write our story. You see, that's the problem. This is what slavery would have done to us. So when we read our own material, we even condemn it. We look at the ancient hieroglyph and say, oh, I'm not with that because this fella is green. And this fellow with the head of the ram and the one with the head of the falcon, I'm not into that kind of stuff at all. Yeah, but you're into the Bible. And the Bible speaks about 4 beasts that follow God everywhere he goes. And they have 4 faces and 4 heads with 4 faces. 4 heads and 4 faces on each head. This is God's brethren that flex with him. And the faces is the face of a cow and the face of an eagle and a lion and all sort of other stuff. The crocodile tail and bare feet. Yeah, them is Jah's brethren, 4 of them too, that move with him. And you don't have a problem with that. It's in the book of Ezekiel. But you have a problem with one man with 1 head of a falcon, symbolically expressing something to you that you should know. So I'm showing to you again the way that we tell a story is not the way our conquerors tell stories, you know. So when we express it, it doesn't mean, although it sounds very powerful and fanciful, it's because we have added a bit of spice to the story, but so that you could understand the deeper meaning. And we do have raw myth, as if it didn't come from no story, but the myth is lessons of life which will manifest. And again, we do have history that we would have taken and lionized. Let me repeat, we have history that we would have taken and lionized. Yeah, as they would say, on steroids then. And that's what you call the legend. That's why you have the legend. So the story of the tiger's nest has become a legend. But it's true. What happened is that the brethren's wife, she wasn't no tiger, she was a real woman. And like any real woman, she would have assisted him. Hear me good. She would have assisted him to create the monastery known as the Tiger's Nest that people visit up to this day. And the reality is that because of her fierceness, and of course, I guess she was a strategist too, she was given the spirit of the tiger. And then the fact that she was given wings and she carried him on her back, that is just symbolic of the strong support that you would realize she would have given to her kingman, to her husband. So that is why the story, when Anansi tell it, comes out like that. But it doesn't mean Jonah was swallowed by no fish. But that is symbolic of something. As the Christ even said, just as Jonah was in the belly of the fish for 3 days and 3 nights, so shall I. You see? So shall I be in the belly of the earth, the belly of the beast, the pit of hell, and all of that. But the fish was symbolic of that, plus other things. And you know, I'm saying all of this, and I really said I wasn't going to go into this level here. But again, I know many listening still have not gravitated to understand the importance of being open-minded. So I know many ones are already stiff-necked. People don't really listen. Not everybody listens to learn, you know. They listen to hear and to see what you're talking about today. But they already come even fixed that they ain't coming here to learn nothing. They just want to hear if you're talking about what they agree with. And that's it. Very good. So again, with understanding of where we are, royal family, with the subject area, and in deep contemplation, when we look into the whole aspect of the scripture again. So it's clear that the Most High shall rise up the Christ that sit upon the throne of David. Now I'm going to simplify this. This is going to be as easy as pie. You see, family, we have the great nerve to try to disrespect the Ethiopians, a people who have preserved their history. I mention this all the time. So you watch some documentaries, top documentaries, like the BBC Africa documentaries. I like to watch them from time to time. And some other documentaries and documentaries where our brothers and our sisters are the host and the narrators. And we're very skeptical about the Ethiopian history. So this history that I read in the Kebra Nagas, you really believe this? And the Ethiopians have to tell, yes, of course. Why shouldn't I? That's our history. You believe your history, don't you? Well, this is our history. Yeah, well, okay. So you really think that the Ark of the Covenant is in there? Of course. I mean, come on. Do you really think your great-great-grandmother is buried where they say she's buried? You never saw her, but I'm sure you believe she's in there. Right. So we believe the Ark of the Covenant is in there. Why shouldn't we? You understand? Yeah. So you really believe that the Queen of Sheba existed? And she really met Solomon? And they go on and on and on. Now, what I'm saying, family, what history do you have? Most of us, we don't even know our great-grandfather's name. Some of us don't even know our grandfather's name. Oh my, I didn't want to hurt anybody's feelings, but some of us don't even know our father's name. And you're going to question people that have names going back centuries, maybe on a lamb skin that has been there for over 700 years in their family. Generations upon generations of names. This man and this man and this man and that man, as if you're reading the Chronicles in the Bible. Up to today, you can go in the highlands of Ethiopia, in the rural area of Abyssinia, and find people with these sort of artifacts in their homes. And that's just regular people. That's not the royal family. That's not the nobility, you know. That's not the ancient churchical history and the ancient churchical records. That's not the oldest Bible and the oldest this. This is just people who just happen to have the names of their grandfathers, great-grandfathers, great and great and great and great on a lambskin canvas that has been in their family for some time. My point is that these people preserve their history, and we just get up and try to deny them and diss them. And are you sure? And who told you so? You know, and we want to tell you what is myth and what's not myth. Now let me tell you this. I will be the first to tell you that the Ethiopians, especially of today, have lost themselves in the mythology. And just like most of us, they would have considered that history too. I just did a program the other day about the dragon that ruled Ethiopia before the Queen of Sheba. I'm telling you, they have Ethiopians that believe that, literally. Because they themselves would have lost the whole aspect of symbolism. Family, we have a great work to do, eh? And before I even go into the depths of the biblical proof of Haile Selassie I, let me just highlight something for you there. And I think this is a good time for us to even highlight the fundraiser, because a brother now, or I believe it's a brother, made a comment on a video I did. I did a video a few days ago. How many of you saw the video highlighting Thailand and them banning cannabis again? Was it that video? or was it the Queen of Sheba Mithra reality video? One of these videos, someone commented and they said that I should know. They were not speaking of the subject. They were speaking of the fundraiser. They were speaking of the mission to Ethiopia. And for those of you who do not know about the mission to Ethiopia, I will tell you in a moment, because I'm sure many of you know that you can join us in Ethiopia. I'm talking about for the African Union CARICOM Summit in September. But anyway, let's get to the story first, and we'll come back to that. So the person in the comment said that we need to carry the mission to Sudan instead. For Sudan needs help more than Ethiopia. There's a lot of war in Sudan. In fact, I think I'm seriously paraphrasing. I don't think they said all of that, to be honest, but I know that's what they were saying. We should carry the mission to Sudan. Sudan needs the help. Too much fighting, something of the sort. Now, we understand that for sure. I'm sure you know in the previous ambassador's pen, we highlighted the war that is taking place in Sudan and South Sudan actually trying to lend a helping hand, although they need a helping hand themselves. But listen to what I'm saying. The fact that the person said we need to take the mission to Sudan. Now, I don't think they were being sarcastic. I don't think they were being cheeky or, facetious or anything. I think they were serious. But this is what I took. This was my takeaway from that person saying we need to go to Sudan. Listen to this. I want you to hear me. This was my takeaway. My takeaway was this person, whoever they are, understands what I'm doing. Hear me out. Whether they agree or disagree, in fact, they actually disagreed. Well, maybe not disagreed, but they don't think that that would have been the wisest move. There are other places that need my attention or our attention or whatever attention I appear to want to give to Ethiopia. Sounds nice, but there's somewhere else that needs it. So what attention am I giving to Ethiopia? I'm just going to Ethiopia. No, you're not just going to Ethiopia. It doesn't sound so to me. Oh, you're on a mission. Oh, that's what you call it, a mission to Ethiopia, isn't it? Yeah, I read your proposal. Oh, you did? Yeah. You're talking about taking letters from your Congress and letters from elder councils and letters from parliamentarians and letters from even the government which you are a citizen of and rounding up business people to highlight them in a catalog and you are already conducting online meetings with business people in Ethiopia. You are already making connections with Ethiopian Airlines. You are already reaching out to the office of the Prime Minister and the Minister of Foreign Affairs. You're not playing around. You're not going on a trip, Priest Isaac. You're on a mission. You're carrying well wishes from your government, any which one you highlight. The government that represents the King of England and the government that I represent as ambassador and priest. I want you to follow this good. You're on a mission. So what am I going to do? Well, I don't know exactly what you're going to do, but you seem to can talk. You know what I mean? And maybe you can dance too. I don't know if you're going to entertain them or hypnotize them, but I know you have a plan. You seem to be like that. But you should go to Sudan. Sudan needs you there. So what about Rwanda? Rwanda is in some serious problem, and I don't care what they said Donald Trump did the other day, which is another subject by itself. But anyway, we talked about that previous night, so I don't need to speak about it now. Those of you who are not subscribers to the Tiger's Nest, you should become a subscriber. I will give you that program when you subscribe, although it was a previous program. Family, this is serious. So give thanks to that understanding that this is not dilly-dally and we're just going to play. And no, that is why the African Union CARICOM Summit is the central part of the mission. But we have also opened the doors for those of you who want to not only be with us, but to assist the mission, because when you sign up to be with us for the mission, you are adding to the mission. Admission, anything that has an admission means that you are adding to the mission. You are assisting the mission. When you come and you want a discount, you're dissing the count. So as I would have said a few days ago, now is the time to sign up, family. Don't wait until it's too late. You understand? I'm sure many of you would have already received the proposal. Some of you highlighted, reached out to us. You know, I already got the reports. A good amount of you reached out to us. Well, that's a relative term, a good amount. But give thanks for those who reached out and who have received their proposal. We already have individuals who have already booked their tour with us for September. So you still have the opportunity, family, to be with us. You know, as you can see, the prices are quite well, or good prices, if you want to say, for the mission. And then at the same time, we're dealing with professional tours here. And of course, Ethiopian Airlines is the main transportation for the national tour. I'm talking about when we go to Lalibela, when we go to Aksum, when we go to the Simeon Mountains. These are professionally conducted tours that we ourselves, I want you to understand, will be a part of. But of course, we have a certain level of expertise that not even the Ethiopians have. No disrespect. Remember, we are Rastafari. We are the preservers of the ancient knowledge, not them, no offense. They've preserved something else of agency, and we appreciate that. That's why we are humbling ourselves to their mastery. But we have a mastery too, you understand? And it has to do with Negusa Nagas himself specifically. And of course, you know, his divinity, which we would have upheld from them times till now. So once you want to be with us for the AU CARICOM Summit, and of course the 3 days, 3 nights Addis Ababa tour, Priest Isaac Institute at gmail.com. Everyone knows it by now, eh? Priest Isaac Institute at gmail.com. If you have not seen the proposal, you can just contact me again, same way, Priest Isaac Institute at gmail.com. The proposal, for those who are watching, you see it on the screen. It is entitled Mission to Ethiopia, the AU/CARICOM Summit, and of course the official magazine launch. This is a business move, I tell you. So we will be on business, eh? And it had to begin like that, because at first no one would have sponsored it. In fact, up to this time, I would not say we have any official sponsors. A few of you, and I must be honest, very few, and that's not no relative number, that's few of you would have contributed towards the mission. And I'm very thankful, very, 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 very thankful for those who would have understood that. You understand, and you know that contributions and donations is not my main thing. What is my main thing? I have something to sell. That's my main thing. That's what I teach my students. not to go begging, to go selling, to prepare something. And I have many things that this audience should be delighted to partake in from our courses. How many of you that are listening to me are on the ancient astronomy course? Now I'm just asking, how many of you are a part of the ancient astronomy online course? I'm telling you, I'm not bragging and I'm not making up anything. You know I'm not going to do that. As a person that investigates courses, I do that. You know I love to be, you know I'm a course taker. The course that we would have created, the ancient astronomy course, is one of the better courses out there. And of course, the subject area is very graphic. The graphics are extremely great. And then at the same time, the information and of course, inspiration is on point. I'm talking about the ancient astronomy course. And of course, the cost for the course is only, actually, I'm not even sure. I think it's about $199, if I'm not mistaken, between $199 or $225, something of the sort. And the course is about a month and a half. The length of the course, if you do it, correctly. And again, although it was really originally designed for a mature audience, meaning adults, this can be given to teenagers, which are really a mature audience too. And although this is not a part of the bargain, I'm just showing you the standard or quality type of products that we have. I'm telling you, our course, the ancient astronomy course, I say that without any regret, is hands down the best astronomy course you can find anywhere, especially as it relates to, let me be clear, especially as it relates to its delivery. Now, it's the rudiments of ancient astronomy, so it's very rudimental. So let's be clear. And although it's the basics, it still goes into the very deep science. I would have already, those of you who are not on the course and you listen to us and watch us all the time, you would have seen samples of the course. And I've always encouraged you to at least get your young ones signed up on the course, at least begin to expand their minds. You will not regret it. I am telling you, as it relates to the ancient astronomy course. And then, of course, we have, that's a lot of course. Of course, we have the homeschool program. But outside of the homeschool program, we have the literal talking book, which is, I think that's just about $20. And I'm encouraging everyone, especially those who have little babies, to get the talking book, although it's digital. And I'm not going to encourage you to put a digital device in no baby's hand, but you're doing it anyway. Don't fool me. You're already giving them the tablet to watch Bugs Bunny. Can you imagine that? You're giving them your phone to listen to the big head person counting from 1 to 10. Singing the same nursery rhymes that would have confused us. We still having children and we giving them back to the same killer stuff. And your brother, me, Priest Isaac, would have created digital products to entertain the same little baby for little or nothing. But no, we still enslaved. We just talk this talk. We're not really serious, we just talk it. So we're going to go around him. Although we saw him express it and he did a whole webinar and showed us how it works and it looks good, but we're going around him. We want to be slaves just for a little more, a little longer. Mommy, leave me alone. I don't want to wake up yet. That's the mentality we have. So we prefer to entertain Bugs Bunny and go back to Sesame Street. Don't be playing with me, eh? I have it. I have the products and the services as it relates to higher education for you and your children. But we are not really as conscious as we pretend. There comes a time when you are in authority to say certain things, and I think I'm there by now. Yeah, man. I look in the mirror, I see some gray beard coming. I think I'm there by now. Maybe 10 years ago, I had to be humble and just watch the game. But right now, I can speak. And I'm not impressed. We ain't really serious as we say we are going forward when it comes to our liberation. And I'm not talking about the mission to Ethiopia. I'm just talking in general. I'm not talking about my good people that are listening to me here. I'm talking in general. I'm talking about the community who doesn't even listen to I. This ain't about listening to I. This is just me observing how we are moving as a people that are supposed to be seeking for liberation. And not just a family talk I'm giving you here, my loved ones. And this is just coming from the heart. But let's just get back to what we're talking about here. So anyway, I was really just showing you how you could add to the mission outside of what we are offering. But what we are offering, number one, let me start from here. What we are offering are the different packages. Remember, I want you to get this good. We have different packages. Now remember the full program itself. The what you may call it, the budget is $118. Let me show you something, family. I think this is very important. Now you see this? This highlights the team. Now we have here a team of 5. It should really be a team of 7 or a team of 9, a delegation of priests, a whole heap of things. But you know that's gonna take a lot. And again, with very few hands on board and very few minds on board. You just got to do what you got to do, because you got to keep in mind, in the same way I'm bringing this to you, I've brought this to many. I don't want to bring no, as they say, not too clean laundry out in the public, but I've brought this to my own. You know, but because I mean that this must be done, here I am. So this is even a shorter version, a smaller version of the original plan. I wonder if you follow me. You don't just go to Ethiopia with 5 people. You go with a delegation of priests, of empresses. You plan this, you raise the finance, but you know, just in the same way you hear me come and speak here, you listen to me speak, and I express myself to you. And you know personally, if you would have moved towards anything I would have said. I'm just saying, you know, if you would have contributed, you know, if you would have taken an ad, you know, if you are deciding to come on the mission with us, you know, if you would have, what's the other option? We have a next option. You know, but you know. You know, so it's in the same light, my family, I'm telling you, because this is a family talk here. I didn't come to entertain. This is not about who have the most views and the most likes. It's sad to hear people talking that way. No, man, this is about freedom, redemption, international repatriation. And by the way, since I mentioned that, please like the video. You know, it sums up the stuff and make sure that the information gets around. So there's a head of missions. There's an administrative director and events manager. There's a chief assistant to head of the missions. There's a second assistant. So the head of missions needs 2 assistants. And there is an assistant to the administrative director. And none of these people are security. You understand me? These are assistants to those who are basically doing the main work. And this mission is equal to any diplomatic mission that any country would send anywhere. That's what I'm trying to show. It's a diplomatic mission that I'm moving with. Even if I was to go by myself, it would still be a diplomatic mission, but that's not no diplomatic mission. That's an adventure. So this is why it was brought to governments. CARICOM government, the government of Antigua and Barbuda, and even the Rastafari government. Now let me be clear here. Didn't want to go this far, But I got to say it because I know some in the Rastafari government will say, but I didn't hear about that. Well, let me be clear. I'm sorry you had to say that, you know. And I wouldn't feel bad by saying what I'm going to say because everybody seems to talk this stuff, which I don't think all of what we say should be out in the air. But let me say it here. We ain't got no structured, concretized, point your finger government, because I can tell you where this information went. And still, those who you thought should receive it don't even know what you're talking about. Because there's no structure. There's no specific, email number, website. Oh no, that's not the right website. We have the right website over here. You see, that's what's happening, you know. I'm just telling you. And I have to say it like that, and I'm not saying no more. I think I said enough, and that's good enough just to highlight to you, family, how important the mission is. That's my point. I'm speaking my heart here to you, you know. I'm not trying to sell nobody anything. I'm not trying to sell a product. I'm not trying to sell a service. I'm trying to do the work that I know I am responsible for. Or you're just trying to sell a spot in the magazine, but selling the spot in the magazine is going towards the same budget for the mission. I mean, if we wanted to go to Ethiopia just to see Ethiopia, we wouldn't come on the internet and tell anybody anything. In fact, you want me to tell you a secret? That's the mission. We are going to Ethiopia. We're not trying to go, you know. That's the mission. It done set long time that we're going to Ethiopia, but we decided that this needs to be bigger than just a trip. You get the point, family? Good. Now, this is why you can be there with us. This is not a donation thing. The donation is the last option. You can come with us and be there. That will add to the mission. You could advertise in the ambassador's pen or the magazine Kidemi. I would encourage you to advertise in the upcoming edition of Kidemi, 50% off until the 13th of July. Very important. Or you can take one of the options as it relates to the sponsorship, whether it's the full, the platinum, the diamond, the gold, the silver, from $10,000 to $118,000. And if none of that rattles you, well, yes, you can make a contribution. It could be $1 million. It could be $50. Now, you see, what I would have done is that I left no stone unturned. I am positive, for sure, 60% of my listeners can do one of these things. In fact, more than 60, you know, but I'm just making it look right. And again, that is why I highlighted the brother that commented, or brother or sister, when he or she said, you should not be going to Ethiopia, you should be going to Sudan. Sudan needs you more. You understand? Now think about that. If I was just going on vacation, nobody will tell me to go to Sudan. They will say, what, you crazy? Yeah. You need to go to Haiti. Haiti needs you more. You understand? So he sees me as a peacemaker. Wow. He sees that whatever it is that I'm going to do in Ethiopia, whether it's education, which it is, whether it's diplomatic work, which it is, whether it's business, which it is, an exchange of business from the diaspora and those in the continent, which it is, he or she sees that this could be a solution to a lot of the problems in Sudan. So family, this is just the beginning. And again, we are moving with the spirit of the King of Kings. There's a lot to be done. So again, you may not understand the full details. I'm just honored that you were even patient to just listen to me. And again, we have already highlighted, if you plan to be with us, you need to contact us now. priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. You plan to be on the mission to Ethiopia, you need to contact us now. priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. And again, you want to be a part of even the magazines. Now is the time to get to us, because the magazine is going to soon be completed. I'm talking about Kidemi. We have a brand new ambassador's pen that will be out in a few hours, actually. So look forward to that one. Yes, in a few hours, a brand new ambassador's pen will be coming out. So whatever action you're going to take, even to donate, now is the time. As you can see, the time is getting close. Now is the time. priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. Looking forward. And again, you know, family, so you see, what I was saying earlier is that we have this tendency to disagree with the Ethiopians, the people who would have secured their history. So the Kebra, which to me made this thing so clear in the early days, something that you just can't deny. Again, many of you are followers of the scripture. Many of you understand the story of Moses. Many of you believe that God's presence was in the Ark of the Covenant. The ancient Ethiopians tell you what happened to the Ark of the Covenant. People still guessing, wondering what happened in 70 AD and a heap of lies. The Ethiopians clearly explained that when the Queen Makeda, visited Solomon, and they had the child Menelik I. Menelik I, when he grew big, he left Solomon with the ark and with the nobles and returned to Ethiopia. He's the first king of the Solomonic dynasty in Ethiopia. That's Menelik I. The Ark of the Covenant was once at Lake Tana, an island on Lake Tana. I think the island's name is I can't remember. I think it's something Terracos. And at the same time, it was at Lalibela. And then it went to Aksum, where it is right now, the Ark of the Covenant. But what is telling here, you know, family, please listen to this. Remember, the Ark is symbolic of the presence of God. And the scripture already show you that the Ark of the Covenant, and when I say the scripture, I'm talking of the Kebra, the Ethiopian book, the Kebra. It's called The Glory of the Kings. It's the Ethiopian book. It speaks of the Ark of the Covenant putting on flesh. Now this is deep, because the Ark is the presence of God. The Ark, outside of you arguing over Haile Selassie and all of that, the Ark is symbolic of the presence of God. That's without a doubt. You know? So this is why Christ is seen as the Ark in flesh. That's why the Ark is seen to become a human being. So this is why the Kebra speaks clearly about the Ark of the Covenant. And when it returns to Ethiopia, and it shall put on flesh and bear 3 seals, which is all symbolic of even the coronation of Haile Selassie. Remember how we began this program, you know? The book of Acts telling us that Christ shall rise up to sit upon the throne of David in flesh. So we need to look at the throne of David to see where Christ shall rise up in flesh. The history and the prophecy, the Kebra speaks about this Christ that shall rise up in flesh, being the last king of Ethiopia. Now this is as clear can get. The last king of Ethiopia is supposed to be the Christ. And all of these prophecies were well known before the King of Kings, Haile Selassie I, was even born. It's the living ark manifested in human form. And that's why it says that he shall bear 3 seals, and Enoch and Elijah shall rise with the Lord. And this is why the whole science of Elijah being Marcus Messiah Garvey is obvious. For Elijah rose with the Lord, as the Kebra would have said. So you have the Solomonic dynasty in Ethiopia. Just think about that. The ancient Solomonic dynasty. Solomon is the son of David, by the way. And it was already written that through the lineage of David, Christ shall return to sit upon the throne. The book of Acts, eh? All right, Acts chapter 2, eh? Very good. That's interesting. Because again, in the book of Kings, the Queen of Sheba visited King Solomon, and they had a child, and this child went back to Ethiopia as the son of Solomon with the Solomonic dynasty. And then the Ark of the Covenant with him as well. And then listen, just the agency of Ethiopia stands out, because we're dealing with the first country mentioned in the Bible that is an accepted and recognized country today. I'm talking about Ethiopia. And when we speak of in the same book of Acts, when the Ethiopian official was baptized, you see how mystic it is? It's all in the book of Acts, where the Ethiopian official was baptized. And that shows the agency of Ethiopia as a country that followed Christ. Not just as a Christian country, but as a country and a people that followed the Messiah. You know, because we ain't Christians, but we follow Christ. And Christian and Christianity stuff might confuse you. So they are the ancient followers of Christ, the Ethiopians. That is why the cross of Christ is in Ethiopia, astronomically and literally as well. So the stuff is very deep. So the Ark of the Covenant is in Ethiopia, Rastafari. The Solomonic dynasty is in Ethiopia. Again, Solomon is the son of great King David, of which the book of Acts already highlighted that David, his son, descendant, shall sit upon his throne. And then the Kebra is already telling you that the Ark of the Covenant shall put on flesh, which is the presence of God. And that the Ark of the Covenant shall bear 3 seals, King of Kings, Lord of Lords, Lion of Judah, and shall be the last emperor of Ethiopia. I mean, you can finish the conversation right there. But let's continue still, you know. So this is why it's obvious. And this is literally scripture. The Bible, ancient Ethiopian books. Well, the Kebra gosh, I don't believe it. So you don't what? You don't what? Listen, family, this is my point. Where is your history? You know, well, you know, ancient Kemet, it was older than this. No, you're mixing this up. This has nothing to do with what's older than what, eh? When you look at the walls of Kemet, they don't do that in Kemet anymore. In fact, a lot of what you see on the walls of Kemet is being done in Ethiopia. I'm talking about even the reed boats and so that they make. A lot of what you see hieroglyphically in Kemet is still being done in Ethiopia. The point is Ethiopia is still living their agency. So we don't have too many things to say when it comes to questioning the Ethiopians. We need to stop that. Don't be telling me what this Jewish archaeologist said. You see how they're dealing with the Palestinians? We need to stop that. So again, the scripture highlights this very, very clearly. And again, the presence of Haile Selassie I, this is another thing. Just the way the king came into the picture. Imagine you had 9 brothers and sisters that died before you were born. What on earth can go like that? Your mother gave up 9 ghosts, and then you were born. And then when she tried to have a 10th one, she and the 10th one died. That's the story of Emperor Haile Selassie I beginning. That's how he started. The same man that stood before the League of Nations in 1936 on the 30th of June, as we celebrate that anniversary at the same time. That's how he was born. His 9 siblings died, and the 10th one died. The 8 siblings, pardon me, before him died. He's number 9, and the 10th one died. Because when he was born, the 9th planet was discovered. 1930, when he was coronated, pardon me, they discovered Pluto. 9. Pluto, 9, the smallest planet. That's why Pluto was disqualified as a planet. The stuff is deep. You see, the thing is with Haile Selassie, this is undeniable. That's why we show you from history that without the King of Kings, I mean, this planet may not have even been here. No, I'm very serious, And you know that too. You understood how he stood in the breach during World War II. We understood how it came down upon the planet. I'm talking about World War II. Didn't have to happen like that. And it could have been worse. That's the point. And then again, at the same time, we know how the King of Kings fits into the unity of Africa that people try to talk about today. But there's a reason why I just went back to the scripture. Because many people, they're not interested in no history. They're not interested in logics. They're not interested in astronomy, although the heavens declare the glory. The Bible says. All right, yeah, the Bible says. Well, they asked Christ for a sign. Give us a sign of your return. And he said, well, listen, only a corrupt and greedy generation, be begging for a sign. But let me give you a sign. Jonah going into the fish, which we know that one, and the Queen of the South. It's in the book of Luke, The book of Luke. Christ was giving them a sign as it relates to his return. He highlighted Jonah going into the fish, and he highlighted the Queen of the South standing in the judgment. Who is the Queen of the South? That's Makeda, the Queen of Sheba. What does she have to do with the return of Christ? A lot. She's Christ's grandmother. She is the mother of Menelik I. She's the wife of Solomon. She bore fruit to fulfill the prophecy of the book of Acts, that through the lineage and the flesh of King David, Christ shall return in flesh and bones to sit upon the throne of his grandpappy, David and Solomon. Ark of the Covenant in Ethiopia, quite telling. The Kebrenaga said that it shall put on flesh, shall be the last emperor. You can stop it right there, I'm telling you. The only head of state to speak to the League and the United Nations, we're talking about Earth's rightful ruler. And this is another thing, by the way. The full fulfillment of all these prophecies. Even in 1966, when he came to the Western world and landed in Jamaica, the full works. The first African head of states to visit the United States of America, Haile Selassie I, when you understand him, many firsts attributed to the King of Kings and the fulfillment of the prophecies. And then at the same time now, if we go deeper, we're talking about the mythos of Osiris. Remember Osiris? It was 72 that came to his banquet, just as the 72 had to come to the coronation of Haile Selassie to fulfill this. And the heavens, of course, even aligned, and stars and planets and meteor showers all align even with the birth of the King of Kings. So this is something that is just undeniable, royal family. And today, again, as I'm speaking to you, I'm sure a next AI video is being uploaded somewhere with some screwy looking picture that is supposed to be Haile Selassie. And a heap of lies, like maple syrup being poured on the minds of the young people that Don't read anything. Go and read the autobiography of Haile Selassie I, part 1 and part 2. That is what we're supposed to read. Then you'll understand the genuine nature of the King of Kings that we are dealing with. And then now you wouldn't be so, vulnerable and open to all these lies and corruption that they want to feed you with, especially in this modern day time. Go and read the scriptures, royal family. It's undeniable. But of course, you can't be reading no scripture as if it's a history book flat and nothing else, nothing more. No, it's impossible. You got to understand the depths, the realms, the different levels of the esoteric science and symbolism and all things of that nature. Family, I'm encouraging you to contact us, to make sure you are part of the mission to Ethiopia. And if not, any which way, even if you advertise in the magazine, you will be a part of the mission to Ethiopia. Even if you take one of the sponsorships, you will be a part of the mission to Ethiopia. And even if you contribute, you will be a part of the mission to Ethiopia. I give thanks. Priest Isaac Institute at gmail.com. Remember, the links are in the description below. The magazine links all in the description below. Look forward to the next ambassador's pen. Hey, if you know your Bible and you do not know your history, you understand? These fellas will make all these AI videos and turn the king's story into a mystery. You better believe it. Yeah. And of course, you need to know that because it needs some real eyes to realize the real lies that the AI is trying to put out, in this day and time. Imagine that, eh? Nobody was talking about the King of Kings. They thought they had it. Yeah, they thought they had it in the Bible. Yeah, all the Negroes are dead. Nobody know nothing about Selassie I. We can get on to some other business. Yeah, but they didn't know Priest Isaac was coming up. They didn't expect the rabbi to step into the fold, eh? Yeah, and come out strong. Not we know dancing and singing, but come out strong. And they decided, no, we got to do something about this. Let's get some AI Mickey Mouse rats to muddy up the water. But don't worry, man. We're here. We pulling the cipher out, the sword. Happy earth strong. And we slewing the wicked. Praise Farai, let the earth hear his voice. King Emmanuel the 7th. Adonai God. Jah Rastafari. Blessed love. Blessed love, royal family, let me ask you a question. Can anyone tell me the name of the university that Haile Selassie I attended in France? What about the college that the King of Kings went to in London? You don't know? What about his high school in Naples? No one can tell me. What about prep school? No school in Europe? Come on, you don't know? Well, if you're telling me that there is no evidence of Haile Selassie attending any institution in Europe, you are totally correct. But why would I bring that up, even as a discussion? This is because I'm going to highlight for you today the propaganda of yesteryear that would have led many of our parents and grandparents astray as it relates to Haile Selassie I. And obviously, that would have trickled down to us today. And this is why many of us have this misunderstanding of not just Haile Selassie I, but Ethiopia and Ethiopians in general. Now listen to this. I'm going to show you how heavy propaganda is. I'm not just speaking about some sort of gossip on the wayside. We're going to highlight what you refer to as reputable news organizations and companies within our sphere. For example, I'm going to highlight to you right now a documentary done by the Prudential Insurance Company. Many of you know of the Prudential Insurance Company. In fact, those of you who are old enough, you know of the journalist, Mr. Walter Cronkite. Well, listen to this. This is taken from The Lion and the Cross, 1963. Listen.
I'm Walter Cronkite. Last week, the 20th century presented the first of two episodes on Ethiopia and its ruler, Emperor Haile Selassie, who is the sacred king of kings of an African empire 3,000 years old, whose upper classes consider themselves a race apart, with the features and heritage of a chosen band of biblical white men burned black by the African sun and time. They are the upholders.
Now, according to him, the Ethiopians themselves consider that they are a band of biblical white men who have been turned black by the African sun and time. What do you mean what I'm talking about? I think you missed it a while ago. Listen good.
Of an African empire 3,000 years old,
listen,
whose upper classes consider themselves a race apart, with the features and heritage of a chosen band of biblical white men burned black by the African sun and time.
With features and heritage that of a band of biblical white men turned black by the African sun and time. You get it now? You looking at a picture of Rasmussen. He ain't look no biblical white man to me. In fact, he looked just as black as me, and I'm surely no biblical white man turned black by no sun nor time. You understand? But keep in mind, this is not pick up Jimmy on the sidewalk saying this. This is the esteemed Walter Cronkite. This is the Prudential Insurance Company. Many of you and your parents and grandparents would have invested their hard-earned pennies, buying life insurance and house insurance and all sorts of insurance from this insurance company. In fact, this insurance company is well known for sponsoring the halftime show for decades as it relates to the National Basketball Association in the United States of America. I'm talking about the Prudential Insurance Company. And according to the wise, intelligent people that operate this organization and who would have created that documentary, they are saying that these black, beautiful brothers that you are gazing on are white people that have been turned black by the African sun and time. We're not done, I want you to hear this now. Before we get to Haile Selassie being educated in Europe, let's get to this one. And you see, family, let me remind you that this is one of our programs within the series of programs that we are doing as it relates to the fundraiser campaign for our mission in Ethiopia. And I'm sure many of you would understand that even what we are doing now speaking to you and sharing this knowledge is what we have been doing for decades. And we would have taken this skill and the knowledge and all that we would have acquired and literally created products and services. And this is why we are now international, not just in Ethiopia, Ghana, but all over Africa. And of course, anywhere on the planet where our people are, you understand. So let me just remind you before we continue, those of you who have not contacted us to receive your copy of the proposal, which is very important. For those who may not know what I'm speaking of, just tiger with me for a second. Our mission to Ethiopia literally has a proposal. And of course, this is really surrounding the African Union CARICOM Summit and of course the official magazine launch for the upcoming edition of the magazine Kidemi. So I'm inviting everyone to email me, of course, Priest Isaac Institute @gmail.com. That's Priest Isaac Institute @gmail.com. And of course, request your copy of the proposal. And what you could do, you literally take the time and go through the pages, beginning with the overview. Now, I would have taken the time to come on this program and read the overview for the family already, so we're not going to keep doing that. You can take your time and go through it properly so you understand the importance of the mission. And I just want to say before we continue, because I'm going to return to this before we leave this program here, what I want you to comprehend is that there are several avenues prepared for you to add to the mission. I think this is the most important thing. There's several avenues, and why we did that, so no one can escape as such then, because I am positive that the vast majority of people that listen to us are people that want to contribute, people that want to assist in one way or the other. Sometimes you don't even know what you want to do. You just want to help whatever is taking place. So this is why we are telling you what is taking place. This is why we are literally opening our heart space so you comprehend our mission. We have put it in writing so you can read it, and put it in audio so you can hear it, and giving you the stats and broken it down and budget and everything. Obviously, we are serious about what we are doing. So again, for those of you who want to be a part of the mission, that is possible. Remember, we have literal tours that have been put together. All of that is in the proposal, by the way, just in case you're saying, oh, you're talking too fast. Well, listen to me. You can get the proposal and you can read everything for yourself. It speaks about the Addis Ababa tour, and it also speaks of the national tour. We'll be visiting Lalibela. We'll be visiting Aksum. We'll be visiting Gondar. And again, by itself, we have the Addis Ababa tour, where, of course, we'll be seeing the National Palace, and, of course, the newly built Addis Ababa, not Addis Ababa, but the Battle of Adwa Memorial Museum, and so much more will be taking place on this tour. So all you got to do is contact us and get more information, have a conversation with us, obviously. And now is the time, because now is the time. Remember, the African Union CARICOM Summit is scheduled for the 7th and the 8th of September. So again, now is the time that you have to contact us. Also, outside of that, you can make a choice of the sponsorship. You remember, we have several layers of sponsorship. You have the full sponsorship, the platinum sponsorship, the diamond and the gold sponsorship, and the silver sponsorship. And of course, this is starting from only $10,000 all the way up to the full budget, which is $118,000. That's the full budget. And again, everything is broken down in the proposal. No guessing game. You wonder what we're talking about. It's all here in full detail. And then, of course, there are those who would advertise with the upcoming magazine, which is the Kidemi, and even the ambassador's pen. And remember, in a few short, maybe hours, you'll be seeing a new edition of the ambassador's pen as well. So these are the ways that you can contribute. And remember, even if you are not coming, even if you're not going to take an advertisement spot in the magazine, even if you do not want one of the sponsorship slots, you can simply donate. You can simply contribute to the work that the family is doing, because you know what we're doing. Remember, family, we actually were placed in 2 finalist spots, international film festivals, South Africa and in Italy, documentary. So you understand the levels and the different avenues we would have created to get the information out. So those who understand and comprehend the importance of this mission are those who will contribute. So whether it is $500 or $5,000 or $50, you can make a contribution. Of course, I would prefer that you buy a spot in the magazine. I prefer you buy a ticket and come to Ethiopia with us. I prefer that you take a sponsorship and get so many other things for your dollar. But if you believe, hey, brother, I don't need none of that. I just want to help what you're doing. I'm going to send a 400. I'm going to send a 800. I'm going to send a 50 because that's what I have. That's quite okay. We fully understand that, and you know what to do. Email us priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. That's priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. All the links are in the description below. Remember, even the links for the magazines are in the description below as well. Very good. All right. Now, listen to this.
The fact that Ethiopia is primarily populated by a people of Caucasian ancestry makes it unique among other African nations.
So you see, here we go again. This is what I'm trying to show you, family. Now you see, the reason why it's important for us to highlight this. Now anyone can see that Ethiopians ain't, occupied by no Caucasian, nothing. And the thing is, they're trying to highlight the royal family and the royal lineage as these Caucasians that have been burnt by the hot sun. What a tan, eh? What a suntan. Hawaii has nothing. The beaches of Hawaii and Waikiki ain't got nothing on that Ethiopian sun, the way they give you a suntan. They even tan your hair, curl up your hair, in these tight spirals. What a hot sun. Give me a listen. And when you observe again, the melanated brothers and sisters, for us to even follow information like what we just heard, and I'm speaking of now, this is another documentary, Ethiopia's African Ancient Kingdom, which came out in 1961. And this is from a travelogue, movie. Here it is.
The fact that Ethiopia is primarily populated by a people of Caucasian ancestry makes it unique among other African nations.
Ethiopia is populated by a people of Caucasian ancestry. And again, that brings us back to what Mr. Walter Cronkite was saying from the Prudential Insurance.
Classes consider themselves a race apart, with the features and heritage of a chosen band of biblical white men burned black by the African sun and time.
So you have biblical white people getting fried by the sun and the hours. And then over here, you got praises, heaped on the Ethiopian people for being special white people. And that separates them from the rest of the Africans. You must keep in mind, when Menelik II defeated Crispy and the Europeans, the Italians, all over Europe, they were saying in their press that Menelik was a white man. I think that's where it really began, because they couldn't believe that you had people that were so fierce. You had Rasmokenen that was so terrible on the battlefield. You had Empress Taitu that would rip you to shreds. They couldn't understand that they had these sort of people that could defeat their heavy artillery and their massive army. They got to be white people. No monkey people in the jungle could do us that. That's what they were trying to say. So as black as Menelik II is, they still portrayed him. Even black, they still portrayed him in their newspapers and said that he was white. And that's why sometimes you see people argue about these terms, black and white, and them being political terms and and the value given to the terms black and white. And some people will say, well, listen, man, brother, there's no black people and there's no white people. And I understand the argument, although I disagree. Or I definitely disagree. I know for sure I've seen black people. Many of you have seen them too. Some of you black. I don't mean black like me, you know. I mean black. I know for sure I know black people. Maybe you don't know them, but I know them. And I've seen at least 2 white people in my life. Positive. It was an old lady and a young girl, and I'm sure you've heard me tell that story before. You understand? So you know we ain't lying because the same thing keep coming out. An old lady, I met her. I didn't really meet her, but I saw her, passed her, did say good day. And this was in a supermarket in London, old lady. And then in a supermarket right here in Antigua, a young little girl. And these 2 people were white people. When I say white, I'm talking white. Not cream, not pink. The color white. And the black people I know, which is more than 2 people, by the way. You understand? Some of them, I see them on TV, just as black as they're here. Them is black people. You understand? So, but outside of the argument over color and ethnicity and the terminologies that have been given to us to use and the real meaning of black and all of that, you know what I am talking about. Whether you believe black people are not really black people and all of that stuff. I'm not getting into that argument. My reasoning here is that you know what I'm talking about. The point is that they have been trying to manipulate us for a long time as it relates to the origin of the people of origin. And because this is something for us to be proud of, our King of Kings, our monarchy, you know, our supreme leader. Oh no, we have to separate these people from those who that, you know, will inspire them. What can we do, boss? Let's just say that they're white people. And that's what they did. Now, let me show you this, because, I mean, the stuff is serious, real serious. When you observe this now, you just heard for yourself that the Ethiopians are white people. This is a documentary highlighting the war with Mussolini and Ethiopia. You have to keep in mind now, these were the news reels and the stuff that many of our parents would go to the theater to see. Maybe black and white television didn't come in as yet, and you know, and even when it came in, it was a case of, again, heavy propaganda. Let's listen to this.
In 1930, in the East African nation of Ethiopia, Haile Selassie was crowned Emperor, King of Kings, the Lion of Judah. According to legend, this proud emperor was a direct descendant of Solomon and Sheba.
Hear that?
Educated in Europe, he was determined to bring his 3,000-year-old primitive kingdom into the 20th century.
Educated in Europe. He was determined to bring his well, I can't even remember what he said, but that wasn't the point. The point was,
educated in Europe, he was determined to bring his 3,000-year-old primitive kingdom into the 20th century.
Now, when was Haile Selassie educated in Europe? You see, this is why we need to read, This is why we need to read. This is why we highlight the autobiography, where are my books, of the King of Kings all the time, man. Educated in Europe. Okay, all right. Let's begin at preschool or nursery school or kindergarten or whatever. Where was the king educated? In fact, when was the first time the king went to Europe? So we don't have to waste too much time on the formative years. I mean, the story says when Rasta remember Haile Selassie's mother passed when he was very young, a baby, a little baby. Ras Mokennen left him with his grandmother when he went, you know, on the battlefield, when he went on diplomatic business. In fact, just going to Europe, Ras Mokennen was the one that went to Europe. Menelik II never went to Europe. Empress Taitu, Empress Zaditu never went to Europe. It's Ras Mokennen, the father of Haile Selassie, for those who may not know. Yeah? One of them biblical white men turned black by the sun. Yeah, he was the one that went to Europe as the diplomat, as the envoy, as the ambassador for Menelik II. Them times Haile Selassie was a young lad being taken care of by his grandmother. And then, of course, as a youth, growing up in the courts of Menelik II as well for some time. And we have a good understanding of the emperor's education, you know. For Menelik II and Ras Mokennen were very, very serious about education in general. Now, I'm not going to make no excuse for the narrator a while ago. He said the king was educated in Europe. I'm not going to say, well, maybe he meant. No, maybe he meant nothing. These fellas' intention was to fool me and you. So we wouldn't understand our long-lost father. We wouldn't identify our long-lost father when we see him, straight up. So they pack us with all sorts of lies. White people burnt black. He was educated in Europe. Why say that? Because they're trying to take away the credibility from his African roots, his African circumstances that made him who he is. That's what it is, eh? Remember, plan B is to stay in his name. That's plan B, you know. You need to listen to these documentaries well. Many of them, they don't really, as such, pile on the propaganda and disrespect of Haile Selassie, you know. They're telling you, well, he's doing good. And Ethiopia is progressive. And in a short time, this and that has happened. He's a biblical white man, by the way, burnt black by the African sun. Oh, I didn't know. I thought he was one of us. Oh, no. He was educated in Europe. And you learn that crap in the rum shop as a little child when the elders are speaking after they came from off of their job and they're getting drunk to carry home half of the check to their wives. That's how you hear these things. Yeah, drunk as a skull. Who Selassie in Ethiopia? Yeah, boy. A London, he get free education. You worry, we. What make you no go to school in Africa? You go to school in London. So where did you hear that? Walter Cronkite, the educated, said that. Now, Haile Selassie, from a very young age, was versed in French. You know that, of course. And he was well versed in European history too. And again, Ras Mokennen made sure of that. Menelik II made sure of that, but you can't tell me that because he was versed in European knowledge, mean he was educated in Europe. The king knew the Quran inside out. He grew up in the most famous Islamic city in Africa, in Harare. The king knew Arabic. Was he educated in Saudi Arabia? No. All of this is just lies so that we can be led astray. I want you to hear this. More lies. I want you to, this is why we have a library. I hear somebody says the truth, Barry. No, you got to be careful with these words. You know, it's reverse psychology. The library, it's a library because we are burying all the lies. People telling me have a happy, strong end. No. It's a weekend. It's a weekend. It's a strong, but it's a weekend because the week is coming to an end. Listen to this.
There was no easy escape from the isolation and poverty of Haile Selassie's empire. There was no mineral wealth.
No. Imagine that. This is a BBC documentary now, 1970. Now he's saying there was no easy, escape from poverty in Haile Selassie's kingdom. All right. I guess that's his own opinion. And then the killer went on to say that there was no mineral wealth. Now, this may surprise you, eh? But to me, that's the biggest lie I've ever heard in my life. Even all the stuff we just spoke about, the biblical white men and all of that, believe it. This is heavier than that. Listen good, listen.
The isolation and poverty of Haile Selassie's empire. There was no mineral wealth.
There was no mineral wealth. This killer should be fired right away just for saying that. What he talking about? Ethiopia he talking about, Ethiopia, where the river Nile begins, that alone. Ethiopia has a living volcano that we may see, if I'm correct, when we take our Ethiopian tour. Ethiopia, no mineral wealth. Just think about this, family. These crackers say the weirdest things. When talk about a lie, this is not a lie. No, these are not lies. When we were children, we would tell a lie to our parents. This is not a lie. You're going to look in my face and tell me Ethiopia. Just think about it. You have volcanoes in the land. How on earth you're not going to have any mineral wealth? That makes any sense? You have hot water springs, rivers, waterfalls, and you have no mineral wealth. These people, they are just so giddy to tell their lies. They don't even know what to do. Just because Idi Amin said, I don't want no Israeli and I don't want no Indians in my country, all of a sudden he has heads in his freezer to eat as icicles. He never did that before. But all of a sudden, he's eating guts, frying people's intestines overnight. How did he get so vicious overnight? Ethiopia has no mineral wealth. Man, it's the firing squad for that person there. The gas chamber he's supposed to get just for saying that. That is wickedness. Just to say that. Just think about that. Where in Africa, number one, has no mineral wealth? That's first of all. And then you're going to take the highest region. Let me repeat, maybe you're missing my point. You cannot have living volcanoes, not dormant, dead volcanoes, living volcanoes, and the country has no mineral wealth. It doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. Lake Tana, that's the source of the Blue Nile. Look, the brothers have built a whole dam, billions of dollars. Now they're supplying 60% of Ethiopia with its electricity and selling Ethiopia to Djibouti and other places. No mineral wealth. White people turn black by the African sun. And Haile Selassie was educated in Europe. And some of you wonder why we refuse to stop doing what we do. And this is why, personally, I'm very thankful for those who appreciate, love, and understand the vision of what takes place here at the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge. Let me just reach out again for those of you, especially the well-wishers, who would like to contribute specifically to the mission in Ethiopia. Of course, I will encourage you to contact us and get your copy of the literal mission, and that will give you a chance to go through for yourself page by page, the details of the mission. Those who don't want to do no long reading, you don't have no time to hear nothing else, you just want to send us some money so you can assist the mission. You don't need no report because you know we know what we're doing. I appreciate that too. Enough respect to you. Of course, you don't know you can email us, get more information, and the same email, applies to the PayPal and the Cash App, which is Priest Isaac Institute at gmail.com. Priest Isaac Institute at gmail.com. But keep in mind, family, I would really love, to see you join us on that mission once it's possible. You understand? I would really love for as much as the family to be a part of the delegation that we are carrying to the African Union / CARICOM, and again, it would be a joy for those of you to come on board, even if you're not there, to be, prime sponsors of this mission, that your banners and your business would be, seen all over wherever we go, wherever we speak, radio, television, lectures, which we will be doing all of that. That's why I want you to check out the proposal. And again, for those of you who will be advertising with us in the upcoming magazines, and remember, advertising with us is a continuous thing. It's not for this and it done. It is a continuous thing. You can call anytime and say, I would like to advertise in the magazine. Yeah, we don't have no seasons for that. Every month you get an ambassador's pen, and the Kidemi is always around the corner. Royal family, give thanks for your presence with us. Looking forward to hearing from you. Of course, if you know your Bible and you do not know your history, the knowledge of your Bible will become a mystery. And of course, it takes some real eyes to realize the real lies that are amongst us. Praise Pharaoh, let the earth hear his voice. Igas Emmanuel I, Selassie I, Jah Rastafari. Blessed love. Thanks. Oh. Attention, everyone. The Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge is inviting you to join us in September for the African Union CARICOM Summit in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Sign up for the 3-day package and be a part of the AU CARICOM Summit, plus take in all of the sights of Addis Ababa, the new flower. Or you can opt for our 9-day cultural national tour, and that will engulf sites like Lalibela, Aksum, the Simeon Mountains, and much more. Transportation, accommodation, and your meal all included. So contact us now and reserve your spot. Email us priestisaacInstitute@gmail.com or visit our website priestisaacInstitute.com. Ethiopia. See you there. Now, those who are linguists may not be so, religious or dogmatic about it. They will tell you, well, listen, I love gays just as much as you, But in reality, gays even came off of the Sabaean tongue. How many of you know of the Sabaean language, the language of Saba, which is directly connected to Sheba and Makeda and that whole story there? And then again, people break down the language into the different scripts, the Syriac script. And of course, you have the ancient Kemetic script, the Medu Neter, which ones would consider this to be the oldest language and the oldest writing. So we're going to get to that. You could tell me what you think about that Ge'ez, being the oldest tongue in general. Very interesting conversation, something for us to look into. But yes, what I want to go into this evening, really I had it as an introduction because it's something that just came up, that they want to make cannabis, ganja, illegal once again, criminalize the cannabis once again. And that is not necessarily here in Antigua and Barbuda, but it is in the country of Thailand, Bangkok, Thailand. I'm sure many of you would have heard the news. It is not something that it's officially in motion at the moment, but it is something that they would have raised. And I think they're looking to pass the law on that, or at least stop the law that was passed that would have given the cannabis a certain level of freedom. But you see what's going on in Thailand now. The cannabis is a billion-dollar industry. The cannabis is making some serious dollars in Thailand. Whatever it is that they did a few years ago, when I say a few, like 3 or so years ago, it has taken off, where many ones are capitalizing on the cannabis. I'm talking about in Thailand. In fact, there's a report. We're gonna bring that report to you tonight here on the Tiger's Nest that is speaking about the daily apprehension of cannabis being smuggled from Thailand into Britain daily. They say daily it's pounds upon pounds upon pounds, scores going into hundreds of pounds daily of cannabis coming from Thailand, going into the UK, and in some cases to be shipped to other parts of Europe and to other parts of the world. So we're going to be talking about that as well, because that may be a part of the reason why that decision was made. Plus, we're going to get some interesting information that is a bit different from what we're getting from the mainstream. It doesn't make it sound as doom and gloom as the mainstream makes it sound. But again, we'll be going into all of that as well as it relates to the ban on the cannabis once again in Thailand. Because what has been highlighted, is that even the countries around Thailand, even the Singapore and some of these other places, death sentences still on the books, Yeah, man, in some of these Asian countries, don't be sorry for them sometimes. When the earthquake and the typhoon and the tsunami and Godzilla and King Kong come for them, death sentence is still on the books. When it comes to smoking herb. So you could imagine Thailand was seen as a progressive country in that sense. But for whatever reason, whatever the pressure, and according to the geopolitics, there was some level of a coalition government, and a faction would have separated. And I think they were the one that were pushing for the whole aspect of the cannabis stepping back situation. So we're going to get into that in a few moments right here on the Tiger's Nest. Of course, let me just show appreciation again to each and everyone who would have already reached out to us as it relates to the mission to Ethiopia, as far as getting the proposal so they could go through the information for themselves. Let me remind you again, family, let me repeat, those of you who are going to be with us in Ethiopia for the African Union CARICOM Summit, now is the time to contact us. Do not procrastinate. You got to contact us. You hear the words now, even if you're not getting this live and you're getting it on a rerun, you need to contact us now. You already know what to do. You email us, priestisaacInstitute@gmail.com, and let us know, that you want to be on board. You want to be a part of the Addis Ababa tour, the Ethiopian tour. You want to be a part of the African Union CARICOM Summit mission. You contact us and let us know, and everything will be put in order. And remember, that those of you who may not want to be there, and you can be there and still be a sponsor of the mission and choose one of the sponsorships that we have available. Those of you listening who may not even know what we're talking about, we have an official diplomatic / business / cultural / many other things mission to Ethiopia in a few short weeks. Now, this will be a monumental move, royal family, not sponsored by any government in any capacity whatsoever, except the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge. I stress that because we would have, sent out proposal to several governments, giving them a good understanding of why this mission is necessary. And that is why we invite each and everyone to email us to get a look at the proposal for the mission, so you can get a good comprehension for yourself of why we are, fulfilling what we know has been mandated of us by the Most High in flesh, King Selassie I, Jah Rastafari. So remember, we have the different levels of sponsorship, from the full sponsorship, which is the budget itself, $118,000, down to, I think, is a silver sponsorship, which is $10,000, and which each level of sponsorship, you literally get back the value of the contribution in products and services. So it's a full balance that you're getting. And then at the same time, remember, we are at this time giving you the best opportunity to advertise with both magazines, Kidemi and the Ambassador's Pen. I would encourage you to get into Kidemi. You need to get into Kidemi now. This edition of Kidemi is the edition that will be on full display in Ethiopia on our mission to Ethiopia. You need to be on board with this edition of Kidemi. And again, fam, and again, even if you do not want to be there, you do not want no sponsorship package, and you don't want to advertise, well, I'm sure because you understand the mission and you love the work we do and you love us as we love you, we would have already opened the door for you to contribute. So whatever it is that you can contribute, it could be 10,000, it could be 5,000, it could be $50, but whatever it is you can contribute, we are very thankful in advance for such contribution. And remember, this can be done via the Cash App, and you can make the contribution using Zelle and PayPal and all the other ways and means that are available. But any queries, any question, are trying to get this done, just email me, Priest Isaac Institute at gmail.com. All of these programs are a part of the fundraising campaign, and we're thankful for all of those who would have contributed. My outlook as it relates to the cannabis, you got to keep in mind, the cannabis is a plant. We did a beautiful, a beautiful interview with Brother Emmanuel, Dr. Professor Emmanuel, from the University of the West Indies in Jamaica. And he was highlighting the great possibilities, the potential of the cannabis sativa, the potential of the plant itself. And it is the most traded and the value of it, and this can be the boom to our economy, but we are afraid of Marco Rubio. We are afraid of Benjamin Netanyahu. You understand? We are afraid of the bigger red, white, and blue people, because we don't want our economy to go beyond them, because we remember Morris Bishop. We understand what happens when you try to pretend you're too independent, like Patrice Lumumba, But instead of remembering those who are gone, what about reminiscing on those who are here? Brother Ibrahim Chore is not nobody to remember. He's doing it right now. Many people are encouraging many leaders to take a page out of the brother's book. So it's a good time to do such. And again, as I'm saying, Professor Emmanuel already showed us that, and we know this, that our economy is in the hands of the cannabis. The cannabis is a plant. The first step is to free up the plant. You don't need to, all of this legislation, free up the plant. Grams and ounce and pounds and get a card and let me see your ID and all of that stuff. Free up the plant. Be revolutionary. Just free up the plant. Which other plant you have? Name the plant you have other than the cannabis that has so many, yes, it's so-called free, but it has to come and report to the station at least 3 times a week. It's as if the cannabis is out on bail. Parole or something, you know what I mean? That's why people like the people in Thailand, Bangkok, can pull back their laws as if this is a game, as if we're playing fishing here. You can pull back the bait and pull up the hook and pull the plug and so forth. So that is why I decided to even highlight that story this evening, because it may, don't be afraid to believe. It may come closer to home. And you may say, oh, no, that can't happen around here. Listen, I ain't asking you, man. What's the date of today? I am not asking you. You want me to tell you clearly? It's about 7 to 8 days ago. We witnessed a brother being arrested when he was in perfect legal standings according to all the cannabis laws. He had to be let free, of course, but that's after spending a night in the dungeons of the wicked, unnecessarily. Left his family home to say their prayers by themselves. That didn't have to happen, not according to their laws. So that's why I am saying that even what is happening in Thailand could be closer to home than many one think. All right. Now, let me see. Let us listen to this report first. Give thanks for your presence with us, life giver and the keeper of life, Tiger's Nest.
And the green around me, for in the new life I shall rise up with God's grace and blessing to lead the millions of the heights of the forest that you will know. Look for me in a world and a storm. Look for me all around you. For in that place I shall come back with countless millions of black men and women who have died in America, those who have died in the West Indies, and those who have died in Africa to aid you in the fight for liberty, freedom, and right. Any leadership that teaches you to depend upon another race is a leadership that will enslave. Any leadership that teaches you to depend upon another race is a leadership that will enslave. They gave leadership to our foreparents, and that leadership made them slaves. But we have decided to find a leadership of our own to make ourselves free men. Our great scholars have advanced through the colleges, the universities, and thrown away the black record. Babylon did it. Assyria did it. France under Napoleon did it. Germany under Prince von Bismarck did it. England under America under George Washington did it. Africa with 400 million black people can do it. If you cannot do it, if you are not prepared to do it, then you will die. You race of cowards, you race of imbeciles, you race of good for nothing. If you cannot do what other men have done, what other nations have done, what other races have done, then you have to die. We have prayed to God for vision and for leadership. And He has given us our universal vision. A vision that will not limit our possibilities to America. A vision that will not limit our possibilities to the West Indies. But a vision that said there must be a free and redeemed Africa. Christ the crucified, Christ the despised. We appeal to you for help, for succor, for leadership. When you endeavor to carry your burden of the heights of Calvary, when white men scorn you, when white men scorn you, when white men spat upon you, when white men pierce your side out of which blood and water got forth, it was a black man in the name of Simon the Syrian who took your cross and bore it up the heights of Calvary. And now that we are bearing our burden of being so heavy, we just ask that you just help us all up the heights. Oh yes, the cause is grand, the cause is good. Surely we shall not turn back. Oh, sail on, sail on, sail on, almighty shepherd, sail on until the flag of the red, the black and the green is perched upon the hills of the Rasta. Because the time has come for the black man to forget his hero worship of adoration and to create and emulate heroes of his own. We must canonize our own saints, create our own masters, and elevate the positions of fame and honor black men and women who have made a distinct contribution to our racial history. Sojourner Truth is worthy of a place of sainthood alongside the Joan of Arc. Crispus Attucks and George William Garden are entitled to the halo of martyrdom with no less glory than the martyrs of any other race. Toussaint Louverture's brilliancy as a soldier or a statesman outshone that of any other people, and he's entitled to the highest place as a hero among men. Because Africa created millions and countless millions of black men and women in war and peace, whose luster and bravery outshone that of any other people. So why not see good and perfection in ourselves? We must inspire our literature and promulgate the doctrine of our own without any apologies to the powers that be. That's why this hour from God. Let sentiments and cross opinions go to the wind. We are entitled to our own opinion and are not obligated to or bound by the opinions of others. If others laugh at you, return the laughter to them. If they mimic you, return the compliment with equal force. Because they have no more right to dishonor, discredit you in manhood than you have in dealing with them. Honor them when they honor you. Disrespect and disregard them when they vilely treat you. Their arrogance is but skin deep, an assumption that has no foundation in morals or in law. They have sprung from the same family tree of obscurity as we have. Their history is as rude in its primitiveness as ours. Their ancestors were running wild in living in trees of branches like monkeys as ours. They made human sacrifices, ate the flesh of their own dead and wild meat from beasts for centuries, even as they have accused us of doing. Their cannibalism is more prolonged than ours. When we were embracing the banks of the Nile, they were still drinking blood out of the skulls of their conquered dead. After our civilization had reached the noonday of progress, they were still living in holes with bats, rats, and other insects and animals. After we had already unfathomed the mystery of the stars and reduced the heavenly constellation to minute and regular calculus, there were still backwoodsmen living in ignorance and in blatant darkness.
Yeah, we give thanks to the life giver and the keeper of life. Negus saves. Royal family, give thanks for your presence with us. Another edition of the Tiger's Nest. For Haile Selassie I exalted. Of course, your humble servant, Honorable Priest Isaac, here with you. Once again, the zone is here. The Tiger's Nest meditation, inspiration, vibration. Often imitated, never duplicated. Give thanks for your presence.
Around me, for in a new life I shall rise.
and of course, it's a great joy to deliver to you another edition of the Tiger's Nest. It's going to be a wonderful program. Again, give thanks for your presence with us. And for those of you who are not subscribers to this nightly program, of course, it's a very simple thing to do. Just email me, priestisaacInstitute@gmail.com. That's priestisaacInstitute@gmail.com. And of course, we will let you know what you need to do to become a subscriber, to become a part of the subscription team of this program, and you get the program every evening, so even if it's not on the YouTube or you're not getting clips on Instagram and you're wondering what's going on with the program comes out every evening. So give thanks for those who are subscribers to the Tiger's Nest radio program specifically. And of course, we have so many different levels of avenues, I should say, to get the information out. Let me just remind everyone at this moment that the next edition of the Ambassador's Pen is right at your doors. So prepare yourself for another edition again of the Ambassador's Pen. That is our monthly magazine. Really, it's a journal which has morphed into a magazine, the Ambassador's Pen. And of course, the current edition of the Ambassador's Pen is the Revolutionary edition. Hey, listen, between me and you, all of the editions are revolutionary editions. But of course, we were highlighting the progress of Ibrahim Traoré. Yes, and by now everyone should know what's going on, and I think his progress would have gone leaps and bounds since we would have done that magazine, but at least give thanks. And remember, we have some beautiful features and some beautiful highlights within the very said edition. Of course, highlighting Namibia, Thomas Sankara, and of course, some great works that are taking place internationally. We did a beautiful article, Honorable Empress Naya did a beautiful article highlighting the renovation of the Taitu space, now creating the Taitu Cultural Educational Center, and it was inaugurated a month or so ago. And of course, we were on top of that. And since I mentioned that, as this is also a part of the fundraising campaign, everything we do right now, family, is a part of the fundraising campaign for our mission to Ethiopia. So I got to remind you, for those of you who have not received your copy of the proposal of the mission to Ethiopia, the revised proposal, you could definitely contact us via the email priestisaacInstitute@gmail.com. So you can take your time and listen. Right now, the time is going away very quickly. In fact, let me be clear here. Those of you, let me be clear here. I hope you're listening to me. Please listen. Please listen. This is very important. Those of you who are adamant that you're going to be with us, you're joining us in Ethiopia for the Addis Ababa tour, the AU CARICOM Summit, and even those of you who are very ambitious and intend to join us for the national 7-day, 9-day tour, well, you got to contact us now. Now you got to reserve now. As you could see, the time is at hand. You can't wait until the train is moving to say, well, I'd like to buy a ticket. So those of you who are serious, especially if you're coming with the family, if you're coming with a group, as the Honorable Empress Naya would have showed you a few evenings ago, that is even more, economical for you when you come in a group, and of course, everything is already set, professionally done, and you'll be entertained in a high level of luxury too, as she would have put that to you. So it's something to look forward to. That's my point. So those of you who will be adding to the mission by coming with us to Ethiopia. Well, not necessarily coming, but you will join us there. Let me be clear and be a part of that, because our mission is a much larger mission than just the AU Summit. Of course, as you know, we are on a fact-finding mission. We are on a restoration mission. We are on a highly diplomatic mission. And at the same time, we are on a business mission as well. So there's several things wrapped up in our mission. That's why we have several people involved and concerned and stakeholding this mission as well as it relates to their concerns. Very deep, my family. That is why your brother encourages you to email me, get a copy of the proposal, go through it, the mission overview, the plans that we have, the institute team that is needed to make sure this mission goes forward. Even a little understanding of the history is good for you, because this is a process I've been going through. I highlighted in the earlier videos that I am a citizen of a specific government, and a member still and a priest of another government. I highlighted these things, of course, and it is very important for you to comprehend that this is not financially supported even up to now, at this last hour, by any government as such. Only the few of you that would have started to contribute, of course, and those of you who would have decided to advertise with us in our magazine. I give thanks for those of you who decided to put your ad in the magazines, whether it's the Ambassador's Pen or the upcoming Kidemi. And as I told you, I am advising that you advertise in the upcoming Kidemi, because we will be highlighting that upcoming magazine more than any other when we make that mission to Ethiopia. And that is just clear. Again, and all of this is inside of the proposal. So this program here, as the other programs are, and since we will be doing a video of this program, I just want those who will be seeing this on social media to understand that this is a part of the fundraising agenda as it relates to the mission to Ethiopia. Beautiful. So again, family, you already know how to contact us. And I must say, for those of you who, again, may just want to donate, we have made that extremely easy. You understand? Keep in mind, before we go to the donating stuff, keep in mind, inside of the magazine, the Ambassador's Pen, the previous edition, you also have some aspect of the proposal, not the full proposal now, especially for those who want to visit Ethiopia with us. You need to get the proposal. But for those who at least just want to understand the mission, it's in the Ambassador's Pen. And of course, the Ambassador's Pen is always in the description below any video. So the video that you may be watching, the link for the Ambassador's Pen is below the video. You press it, and within it, you will find the overview for the mission. Okay, good. And as I said before, the reason why this is important to us is so that you can feel the heart, so that you could understand the heart space. To me, life ain't about talking and trying to look pretty and having a good time. This is the mission of the Black Christ, freedom, redemption, international repatriation. We're not saying we have it all. Even if I have one piece of the puzzle, at least I have a piece. You understand? And then maybe someone else has another piece. And don't get me wrong, my life has been trying to work with the rest pieces of the puzzle. Even reaching out to you, you're a piece of the puzzle too. That's why we are asking you to take a package. I assume my people that are listening to me have businesses. I mean, yeah, because that's what life, that's escaping slavery. You got to, be business minded, like to be, and to advertise, to join us on the mission, or even just to donate. So the information is also there in the Ambassador's Pen. You go below the video and you see all the other magazines. Just press it and it takes you straight to it. Now, before we even get into the subject area for this evening, because I actually wanted to speak about the whole concept of Ethiopia being Kush. And I'm going to tell you why, because, you know, I always get that from a few people, and I must say I have an elder that every time I make an appearance and he is close by, he always chides me on that. He said, "Priest, I like your teachings, but you got to stop saying Ethiopia." All right. You don't want me to say Abyssinia neither, because Abyssinia is Arabic, and it is they that call us Habasha, and a mixture of a people. So we need to call it Kush, because the original name is Kush. And very good. Now, the thing is, you know, I never really wrestled that point down. In fact, I never argued that if someone was to say that Ethiopia was once called Kush, because there's deep understanding in it. But let me be clear. If we are going to be strictly official in the academical realms, technically, that is not so. I'm not saying the Ethiopians, to a large extent, are not Cushitic people. Don't get me wrong. But if we're looking at label, the area that we call Ethiopia today was not necessarily once called the Kingdom of Kush, as some of us just loosely say. And I will repeat, I comprehend why ones would say that. And I'm not dismissing the whole aspect of the Cushitic, pardon me, the people occupying where we call Ethiopia today. But if you're going to be scientific in the history, in the academics, it is not necessarily so. And that is what I want to address tonight. And you will see, especially if you're serious about the knowledge, exactly where I am coming from. But before I go there, I want to highlight now for you, this is, I think it was not today, but a day ago, technically. This is in Africa now, in Rwanda. So to say a day ago, the time span is different, or the time zone is different where I am here. But as we speak, they are currently having the State of Africa conference in Rwanda, as it relates to the security of Africa. And a few leaders have met. Of course, there was a speech, the keynote address, really, the opening speech by the president of Rwanda itself, Juan Paul Kidemi. And there was a panel discussion a bit earlier. And the chairperson, or the moderator of the panel, was Julie Gichuru, and she is the president and CEO of Africa Leadership and Dialogue Institute. And she was making some statements earlier that I would like the family to listen to as we are here in the Tiger's Nest.
Wait, halt. We will fly into Libya and when the attack happened in Libya and Gaddafi was being taken down, a number of African presidents said, wait, halt. We will fly into Libya and we can have some kind of diplomatic conversations. The feedback from external actors to them was, if you fly into Libyan airspace, we cannot guarantee your security. I want you to think about that for a minute, that heads of state of the African continent were told this on our continent. And ladies and gentlemen, what is Libya today? What is Libya today? And it happened on our watch. It happened on our watch. Ladies and gentlemen, Rwanda 1994. Dilly-dallying over the word genocide at the United Nations Security Council saw 1 million people dead in how many days? And who solved the problem? We had to solve the problem. His Excellency and a small force came back in and had to build this country from scratch, ladies and gentlemen. And today we still get lectures and hear lectures about human rights, and there's something wrong. I want to talk about South Africa today. In South Africa today, we are hearing narratives being built around white genocide in South Africa. You are security actors, you understand the import of these narratives and why are they being placed in the international scene? Why is this happening? What could it open up? Gaza today, ladies and gentlemen, where we've seen the brutalization and the massacre of tens of thousands of children. The multilateral systems, I'm going to come to each of you and ask, are they working? Can they hold? And if they cannot hold, and Africa has never been given an adequate seat at the table. Martin, you can talk about that. Perhaps I'm wrong. You can correct me. But where does Africa stand? 50, are we 54? 54 nations? A strong continent, resource-rich, fastest-growing continent in the world. Where do we deserve to sit? Your Excellency, let me come to you on this. Multilateral systems and how do we maneuver this very serious reality, please?
Well, what I would say, again, that is Sister Julie Gichuru, that's the president of the C and CEO of African Leadership and Dialogue, and speaking at the ISAC conference there on security. And if you notice, she said that to the audience that you are all security players. You understand the importance of this narrative that has been thrown out there. She asked the question, why is it in the media? What you talking about? About murdering white farmers in South Africa. She's wise. She's trying to show you, as we know, that before they attack, before they find some reason to say, well, this is not good, they begin to create a narrative. It's called propaganda. Messiah Garvey spoke to us about that. It's called playing the game of tearing you down in the eyes of the people. So then you are discredited. They do that, before they assassinate, before they overthrow, before they sweep you under the rug. They play the game on the mind of the people that you are not upstanding. You are not living up to the oath that you made. You understand? You are committing genocide. You're a tyrant. You're a despot. You've been there too long. Are you sure he's the one that is really supposed to be in charge? I think he really rigged the election. They do everything. So then when they move you out of the way, well, we needed a breath of fresh air anyway. And that's it. You understand? And they're known for that. So she highlighted that years ago when they took out Colonel Gaddafi, the African leaders said, hey, hold on, Mr. President. We're going to go and talk to him. Don't worry, just give us a few days. And Mr. President said, if you go into Libya, I cannot... I cannot vouch for you. You may come out in a box. This wasn't Donald Trump that said this. This wasn't none of the Bushes. This was not even Mr. Clinton. It may have been Mrs. Clinton, but it was Barack Obama that was in charge in those days. And you see, although we're expressing this, I want to be clear. We as Rastafari, and I am circling out Rastafari, those of us who are Rastafari and are progressive in our thought and thinking, we cannot be right now on the train or in the lobby of lamenting what went wrong. That's why I do not really do those sort of programs and have no long debate about all the things that are going wrong. Because before people realized these things, we as Rastafari has been telling the world, Babylon is going to fall. Nobody was listening to us, and now it's falling. It's a big conversation, so we're supposed to sit and listen to that. It's time for us to move on. We're supposed to be steps ahead. Peter Tosh already sung the song for you, The Day the Dollar Died. I mean, it's almost time to read the last rites for the dollar there. You know, this is what I'm saying. So it is important, even those of us as Rastafari, and yes, even conscious ones. But you see, as Rastafari, we have been definitely leading the charge in many ways. Everyone knows that we were the ones that led the charge when it came to the health of our people. We were the ones that led the charge when it comes to the whole aspect of nature. Look, previous night we did a program about the WhatsApp and the Instagram, for those of you who are part of the Tiger's Nest. And what were we talking about? The phones. Remember the journalist was telling the fella there from the news agency, pardon me, that they used WhatsApp to detect the position of every general that they killed. You know, when the Israelis attacked the Iranian scientists, nuclear scientists and generals, it was WhatsApp. This was relayed on the Democracy Now! Program about 2 days ago. You can go and check it out. The journalist said that. The journalist says when he's done this gig, he's going to delete his WhatsApp, and he's done with that. And as I said, it's more than WhatsApp. Don't try to jump from WhatsApp and think you're going to Facebook. It ain't going to work. You still got a phone in your hand. It ain't going to work. It can explode at any time. It ain't going to work. The same is not real showed you that, the Israeli government. We saw it on television, fellas shopping in the supermarket and trying to call home to their wife to see if they need any onions. Boom, phone blow up in the face. Not because the battery is not good enough, but somebody said, press the button. There he is. The point I'm making is that Rastafari is nature. So Rastafari bonfire on these things, you know that. Yeah, whether they have on diodes or the carbon friendly or any of that kind of jazz. Rastafari bun fridge, bun stove, even some bun shoes, fire, you know. And he's mad, he's burning fire on shoes, but now the in thing is grounding and earthing. What are you talking about? So Rastafari is visionary. That's my point, eh? Rastafari was telling you about the eagle and the dragon and the bear. How long? So I'm just saying to Rastafari, this is why you hear us speaking about the mission to Ethiopia. Again, I wish you would read the proposal like a book. Within it, you get an understanding, okay, this is what this is all about. This is about, and listen, the whole energy of CARICOM and the AU together really brings to life the mission. This is why it's so timely. Because this is about bridging the family that has been separated through colonialism, imperialism, and slavery. Oh, give thanks. So as I was saying, you see, and I want to be clear here when it comes to the whole concept of Kush and Ethiopia. Now, this is why this is what I want to somewhat put to rest. I may not put it to rest, but I just want to bring a level of intelligence to the conversation. And I think this is very important because at times, you know, I find that in our conversation and our dialoguing with each other, sometimes we tend to just, I don't know if it's talk off the head or whatever. We don't take time to sit and meditate sometimes, even what we're saying. And we got to go beyond that right now. Personally, I mean, this is not the age of just talking and chatting. And if you have to talk, we got to come with clear, precise reasoning and intelligence. I'm not saying a person cannot make a mistake in a fact or two. You understand? But to be just going off the edge, saying things because you heard somebody else say so. Like people still flipping and, oh, no, Jesus didn't exist because there was no J. Okay, I agree, no Jesus exists, but not because there was no J in the Hebrew alphabet. What are you talking about? So what are you going to tell me? Jesus didn't exist then. Ancient Jesse, because there was no J. What about John Hoy? Eh? Well, there was no J. Where was there no J? So who invented J? Where did that come from? John Hoy is Amharic, by the way, eh? Not Hebrew. Let me tell you that. And there's a J. So and Ja'amun and all of these words from the Ashanti kingdom. So I don't know where, you know, your J came from in the 1600s, but I know for sure we have been utilizing J long before the 1600s. And this is what I'm talking about, family. We got to be a bit more scholarly. And just, you know, everything someone says and we follow it and say, yeah, take your time. Now, the concept of the kingdom of Kush, this is what it is, family. The concept of the kingdom of Kush. Now, you see, Northeast Africa, interesting. And Ethiopia, as we know it today, the area, again, that was previously called Abyssinia. And yes, it is even our Negus, Haile Selassie, who would have enforced the term Ethiopia, the name Ethiopia, outside of Abyssinia. And again, there are those within the conscious realm, they don't like the name Abyssinia, Habasha, not even Al-Kebelan, you know, and they stress that, like the Al and these things is very Islamic. So let's go through some history here, family. The land we call Africa was once called Al-Sudan, the land of the black, really. So even Sudan, these are terms that have a strong Arabic level connection to them. But Sudan, just like Ethiopia, was a term given to Africa. Ethiopia is another term that has a very unique history with Africa, because Ethiopia was the land. It was the land of Ethiopia. I'm talking about Africa, the continent, was the land of Ethiopia. Listen to me. Arabia, all the way into India, was Ethiopia. India was referred to as Eastern Ethiopia. But then here now, hold on. Who called it this? You know, it was the Greeks that applied this terminology. Now you must understand, okay, fair enough, the people in the land may not have necessarily referred to themselves as Ethiopians, but, you know, there's a certain level of credibility that is given to the power or powers, you know, of the day then. Let's put it that way. So, for example, and this may be a strange example to give you, but I just want you to understand this too, just to show you something. Now, people often tell me, which is a real enslaved thing to say. Anybody that says this, unless they're trying to express a point, but they're saying it, when I say a point, to make a good statement, not to defend some stupidness, they're really off. People will tell me, hey, well, brother, you got to remember slavery was once legal. Imagine that. I want you to get that. Imagine that. Somebody telling you slavery was once legal. Legal for who? Who are you talking about? So when the wicked, evil European was trying to catch the mother running with her little baby, what you're trying to tell me? She's supposed to stand up and yield because she breaking the law. Because him trying to capture her, to send her to the ship, or maybe rape her in between and kill the youth and send her on board, you're trying to tell me that's illegal. That's in the Constitution or in the law or the Parliament passed, whatever it is, or the Pope blessed it, but that's legal. Yeah. That's like the lion trying to catch the zebra and telling the zebra, you better stand up because this is legal. Yeah, it's legal for you, but it's illegal for me to make you catch me. And I'm trying to show you, in a specific world, even today, that's the argument, that slavery was abolished. And even we celebrate that stuff, you know. And yes, it was, well, we're glad it's abolished. Okay, give thanks. But who institutionalized it in the first place for it to be now abolished? Who said it was so? Yeah? And why them saying it so made it so? Because they had a certain amount of power. Not necessarily authority, but they had a certain amount of power that they override authority and had the ancient people enslaved. So slavery became a reality that was so-called legal, to the point that it had to become illegal and then abolished. Can you imagine that? So that's how the world runs. It's called power. So just to say that's the land of Ethiopia, a lot of people were listening to the Greeks. A lot of people got their news and their information from the Greeks. The Greeks were exporting a lot of culture at the time. It's just reality. You know, there was a lot of trade. It was almost the center of trade for the world. The Greek Empire, the Roman Empire, you know, even when these empires took over the other empire, it didn't take away all the power from the previous empire. It still had a say. You understand? It's like Britain is not the empire of yesteryear, but Britain still has its own little niche and say in the world today. So my point is that when the Greeks said, that's the land of Ethiopia, to many parts of the world, even down to the university and the institutes of education and knowledge, that's the land of Ethiopia. So it became known as the land of Ethiopia, straight up, you know. Some people will argue that it wasn't the Africans that are there that call the land Africa. It's like somebody else say, yeah, man, that's the land of Africa. And it's just something that's accepted today. So it's the same thing. At the time, it was the land of Ethiopia. I'm just giving you raw history, but I'm giving you in a way that I want you to get it well ingrained in the mind, you know, so you can understand the value of knowing the nitty-gritty of history and not just talking any old thing. You know what I mean? Africans sold Africans into slavery. Another thing that a real nigga would say. Well, it is what it is. Malcolm X said you got the house Negro and you have the field Negro. No, or I should say you have the field Negro and the house nigga. Straight up. So I'm saying now that Ethiopia, as the land of Africa, Arabia, even India, that's at one time, and then at another time, Ethiopia was basically all of Northeast Africa you were talking about. So even when you talk about this great river that encompasses the whole land of Ethiopia, no, I would argue that is not just Sudan, and it's not just necessarily even the highlands of Ethiopia as we know it. That's the whole track of the River Nile. That's when Ethiopia was all of Northeast Africa. Remember, Ethiopia was all of Africa, number one. And then there's a time when it's all of Northeast Africa and Arabia. But that is how it was seen by those who were looking in from the outside, even though they were visitors, but they were technically as a nation looking in from the outside. So, and looking in for several centuries. So that's why that area could now be seen as Ethiopians. As I said, when the Arabs had their own game to play in 1600, 700, not 16, 600, 700, 800 AD, they would call the place Al-Sudan. You understand? Where Ethiopia is a more ancient terminology. Very good, very ancient. In fact, one would argue that it is a king seen in the king's list. Ethiops, an Ethiopian king, Ethiops, where the name came from. You get me good. Perfect. So it's important you get a good rich understanding, a good comprehension of at least the terminology Ethiopia and how it relates to Africa. All right, good. Now, how does Ethiopia relate to Kush? Now, what I would like to do, as I said, I would like to touch upon the whole aspect of Kush now. But before we get into Kush, because Kush, as I was saying earlier, is you have the Kushitic people, and then you have the Kushite kingdom, follow me good, and then you have Kush the landmass, Kush the place. You get me? And it's important that you comprehend these things before we just get up and talk and try to sound as if we know it all and oh, you're wrong, you don't have to say it like that, and all of these different things. Now, I'm going to use this as an example. The Isaac people, also known as the Isaac people, Ishak people in some cases, are people that are considered an ethnic group in Somalia. Now you see, this ethnicity thing is extremely interesting because you must keep in mind ethnic groups did not just start to mix. It's not colonialism that had people mixing it. So in other words, you have people that in West Africa that will tell you, yes, my mother is Yoruba, but my father is Igbo. But, you know, he's Igbo because his father is Igbo, but his mother is really Fanti. And my mother's father is Yoruba, but his wife, which is my grandmother, really she's of the Akan people. So you see, and that really happens. So you see people in West Africa looking exactly like people in East Africa. You understand? So all the different tribes, that's why King Emmanuel speak about the one tribe, you know, all the different tribes that we like to talk about. You think Israel have plenty tribes? When you really break down the African tribes, it's almost like we've gone into the thousands of tribes. So much tribes? All right. Now, you see, you got to understand in many cases a tribe could be symbolic of a village, you know. Not necessarily this fresh creation and this group of people that is just so different than this other group of people. It's impossible. And we look alike. So the people in Somalia, now those of you who, like myself, who have somewhat of a novice kind of outlook at people's ethnicity. Okay, in other words, to me a Chinese, that's just a Chinese, that's a Chinese man. A Chinese man. Now, the Chinese will be able to break down the different levels of Chinese you have in China, whatever the levels may be. In fact, to me, the Chinese and the Japanese and the North and South Korean, and sometimes even the Philippine people, they all pass as just Chinese. But to someone who is not a novice, someone who has an expert view, an understanding of these people here, they know not only the difference between the Japanese and the Chinese, but they can break down the Japanese from the north, the Japanese from the center, the Japanese from this land over here, this island, because you know Japan has several islands. The Japanese from that mountain, they talk different, they have a different slant in their eyes. These things do exist, you know, and this set of Japanese are called such, and that set of Japanese are called such, and they have a mixture with the people from China. That's what's going on. But yet still people are labeled. And I'm saying all of that to come back to the point, because we can just close down shop and say, yeah, Ethiopia was once called Kush. But trust me, any real academic will come in and say that is not so. So Isaac now, or Isaac, the people of Isaac, are people that are known to be related to the Somalia people, which is a people by itself. It's one of the clan within the Somali group of clans. But you see, the thing is that, for example, just to look at this map with no disrespect, it's somewhat a bit injustice to where the Isaac people would really be. As you could see, they stopped them at the border of Djibouti. That is not so. A large amount of the people in Djibouti are Isaac people. A large amount of the people in Tigray are related to the Isaac people. You understand? In fact, some historians will tell you that the Somali people in general, not just Somaliland and the rest of Somalia, but the Somali people in general come from the Isaac people. Even go obviously into Oroma, which Oroma is really the Somali people as well in the Ethiopian domain. But then you look at the people from Somalia and you look at the people in Ethiopia, they look alike. Eh? But then what is look alike and what is the people in Ethiopia when you have 80-something ethnic groups? Yeah, so many? So many. But again, to your eyes, they all just look like Ethiopians. They all just, to you, maybe just look the same. But the reason why they look the same is because they have a strong similarity in their ethnicity. They're just trying to pretend that they're different. I want you to get me good. Eh? So the Tigrayan is telling you that they're different than the Eritreans. So all of a sudden now the Eritreans are somebody else. Totally. All of a sudden, seeking their own history. That's what I heard a professor say on a documentary. We're trying to catch up now with our history. Catch up with which history? Your history is an ancient history, Papa. Older than anyone else talking about you catching up because you got independence in 1990, whenever it was. So again, just comprehend this. That in general, those people are one people. That's the point I'm making. All of the different ethnicity, Amhara, the Afar, the Oroma, and the Somali in general, and the Isaac people, and listen to how they sound. It's a oneness. That's why from outside, they all look the same to many of us, because they're not looking into the similarity that runs through them. They are highlighting whatever differences they may have, whether it's I came from this side of the river and you came from that side of the mountain. And that's all. So you were this and I'm these people. We wear sheepskin, you wear cattle skin. We drink milk, you drink blood. We jump up and down, you lay down on the ground, and we're different. We don't wear earrings, you wear necklaces and all of that kind of stuff. So, and that's our identity. We burn underneath our right eye, you burn underneath your left eye. Yeah. So all of these people that we are talking about are considered to be Cushitic people. And Cushitic people are a branch of Hamitic people. You follow me? Good. So at the same time, this is why even Semitic people, you got to be careful when people talking about people are anti-Semite. Now you see how they're bombing up the Iranian people and not even the Iranians, the Palestinians. That's anti-Semitic. What is a Semite? A Semite is not an Israeli. The term Semite comes from Shem. Shem is the father of the Israelites, not the direct father, but he is the forefather of the Israelites. And if the history is correct, Shem is the father of the Arabs. Shem is the father of Abraham. Shem is the father of Ishmael. Shem is the father of Jacob. Shem is the father of Esau. So if Ishmael is the father of the Arab people, as we are taught in religion, that means the Arab people are Semites. And if you be bombing up the Arab people that hardly have a gun to fire back, you seem to be quite anti-Semitic to me. What do you say? That's how it looks. Yeah. Now you are Ashkenazi talking about people anti-Semitic, and you are Ashkenazi. You said so. No, that's what you were. You came there as an Ashkenazi Jew, which really don't make any sense, because Ashkenaz is the son of Gomer. You're of Japhet. You're Japhetic, according to the scriptures. I'm talking about the Israeli people. Really? Well, that's what they say. I don't believe the hype. So the thing is now, what I'm showing you, so I hope you get the point, that we are a Cushitic people, ancient Kush. Hamitic, you see, to say we're Cushitic because we are Hamitic, you put a very strong religious, biblical attachment to it. And that's not necessarily, so Kush is not necessarily something out of the Bible. I want you to get this clear. The Bible speaks of Kush because Kush exists. The thing about Kush being the son or the grandson of Ham, and he went and he formed the land known as Ethiopia and all of that. That's strong biblical allegory. That's just the truth. That is strong biblical allegory. The term Cush, remember even Saul was the son of Kish. Then in the Bible it talks about Cush the Benjaminite. Cush is a strong term. There's some strong Cush ganja too. Historically, family, this is what we have. And I hope you're following me well. Those who have been following from the time we've been talking about Ethiopia, this is a real lesson here tonight. Ethiopia being, all of Africa and the Greeks and all of that. You may have to listen to this program again to really get the psychology of what I'm trying to say. I'm not just trying to make points. I'm trying to really get into a kind of psychological understanding of the subject area. So now you're looking at Egypt, you're looking at Sudan, you're looking at Ethiopia. So some people will argue that the Ethiopia in the Bible, listen to me good, the Ethiopia in the Bible is not Ethiopia today. No? Where is it? It's Sudan. Oh, how did that happen? The Ethiopia that you read of in the Bible is not the Ethiopia today. Yeah. Where is it? It's Sudan. Now, of course, remember you cannot judge the ancient world by these borders. that are there today. And the ancient now Kush, because what you find in the Bible, in new versions, all of the Ethiopians are replaced by what? Kush. So when it says, and this river compasseth the whole land of Ethiopia, it now compasseth the whole land of Kush. When it says that, in Ethiopia, this man was born there, it now says in Kush, this man was born there. Even when it speaks of the Queen Candace, and of course in the book of Acts, when Philip baptized the Ethiopian official, in many Bibles he's now baptized in the Cushite official. Now there's no strong dispute from me. The point is that when you replace Ethiopia with Kush, you start to not only distort the real message, but you take people off track. Because there's a Psalm 87 that says, with Ethiopia, this man was born there. So when you're trying to tell me this man was born in Kush, and then somebody's going to come and say, well, Kush is really Nubia. What we really talking about now? So just through the translation, you get that strong energy of Ethiopia being Kush, because they took Ethiopia and turned it to Kush in many Bibles. And those of us who are strong with the fact that Ethiopia was once Kush, now it doesn't even bother us. But again, if you know your history well, it should be bothersome. Because these people that change Ethiopia to Kush, they have their agenda. They're trying to distract you from Haile Selassie I. All right. Now, historically, the area of Kush really would have encompassed most of modern-day Sudan, north and south. And there were specific kingdoms within the Kushite Empire, please follow me, that stood out in history. You have the kingdom of Kerma. You have the kingdom of Napata. You have the kingdom of Meroe. Even from the time of Tarseti and these kingdoms, these were all seen in the ancient and extremely strong empire known as the Cushitic empire, the empire of Kush. Now, even when the brothers from Kush went northwards and they would have taken over ancient Kemet. This is the 25th dynasty of ancient Kemet. All of that region was now considered the Cushitic Empire. Why? Because the brothers from the south, we're talking about Tahaka and these ones, these brothers would have come to the north to destroy the Assyrians who were invading Africa, and they would have taken over the authority, the governance of ancient Kemet for some time, and again, that was known as the 25th dynastic period of Kemet. Historians with their propaganda try to make it look like that's the Black dynasty of ancient Kemet, like the rest were white. You comprehend? So get this good, eh? So it is the people from Nubia. From where? Nubia. But it wasn't really Nubia then. Yeah, it was Meroe, the ancient Napata. You understand? All a part of the Kushite empire. Now, this empire was not necessarily situated in Ethiopia, as you know Ethiopia today. Abyssinia. Remember, for those who may be even just joining this, we began by taking our time, you know. We didn't just want to talk like we have a time to just gaff. We wanted you to comprehend, you know, from all angles, the name change, the value of the name, who gave it this name. You know, even Haile Selassie himself, it was a conscious decision to utilize the name in this time when the emperor was in his infancy. It was Abyssinia. It wasn't necessarily Ethiopia, but he claimed that name as well. But there's a lot of history to the name. You get me? And let me say here before we go too far, I am not in agreement with that, in agreement that the Ethiopian in the Bible is not Ethiopia today. No. In the same way that the Ethiopia would have expanded in different spots, just like Kush. Although Kush is Nubia, the Kushite kingdom, pardon me, the Kushite kingdom is more so in Nubia. Even within that space, which is Sudan, it would have grown and shrunk and grown and shrunk. And remember, the capital of the Cushitic kingdom would have moved from time to time, Kerma and Apata and Meroe. But as we know it, as historians, what we understand as the Cushitic kingdom was not necessarily inside of Abyssinia, which is Ethiopia as you know it today. Now, that doesn't dismiss that the Ethiopian people are Cushitic people. As I would have explained, that's why I took the time to even highlight the Isaac people or the Isaac people to show that even though we would label these people like how we label the Tigrayan people and we label, do you know, even within the Tigrayan people, they have some different ethnic groups. This is something else. But to those of us who are looking from outside, they all look alike. Because there's a similarity that we detect that they overlook and pretend they don't see because they want to be different from each other. They for them alone, the man in the mirror is of another tribe too. Yeah, when I rise my right hand, he rises his left. So he's from the next tribe, and that's how they do the stuff. When we are all one people. From them time, much more now, we did just start to mix. So why this is an important point is because in the ancient time, we're very romantic about Africa, you know. But in the ancient time, the Aksumite kingdom not only was not seen as a Cushitic kingdom, but the Aksumite kingdom made it its duty to be seen separate from the kingdom of Kush. In fact, it's the kingdom of Aksum that is credited for bringing an end to the kingdom of Kush. So it's important for us to understand this. So how is this possible? If it is, let me read this to you. This is taken from ebsco.com, and it is an article highlighting Aksum. I'm not going to read you all of that. I'm just going to go straight to the point where it says, by the 3rd century under King Azana. Now, most of us know of King Azana or Izana, the king from 330 to 350 Common Era. And King Izana is credited, of course, as you know, bringing bringing, what do you call it, Christianity to Ethiopia. Now, I'm showing you that when Aksum brought an end to Meroe, history says that Aksum brought an end to the kingdom of Kush. The kingdom of Aksum is seen as separate than the kingdom of Kush. I'm trying to show you the kingdom of Kush has its own boundaries and everything. Now, once more, they were definitely, as I said, the Isaac people. They're all one with all these different tribes. But the kingdom, the border of the kingdom, was not only such difference than from Ethiopia as we know it, but Ethiopia as we know it, Aksum, which also went into Arabia, by the way, Aksum is credited for bringing an end to the kingdom of Kush. Now, you may say, well, this is just maybe the way that history says it. I get you, but you got to keep in mind that the kingdom of Aksum never styled themselves to be the same as the kingdom of Kush. This is my point, you know. So if you may think that, listen, it's just semantics. No, I think it's a bit more than that, because the term Kush is a very strong term. I don't think we are applying that term today. I believe that's the term of the day. The Kushite kingdom and the Aksumite kingdom, or the kingdom of Aksum, were different, and they went to war, and Izana came in and locked down Meroe and brought that empire to an end, although he may be of Cushitic nation. So it's deep. It's just deep thinking. You know, I know it may be a bit heavy for some, like, wow, that's a lot. That's plenty. Well, it's all right. These sort of classes are for those who really want to learn and understand, especially from a psychological point of view. Everything is not just the book and pen and facts and dates. You know, you got to have a different way of looking at things, so you don't just get caught in the trap of just repeating things that you hear people say. Or there's no J. There was no J in the alphabet. So no Jesus could ever exist. I mean, that's a weak argument. And we need to study. We need to read. That's why we do magazines, so we can encourage the whole science of reading and keep the mind, you know, active, instead of just sitting and listening to a documentary, or even just listening to myself, but going and doing the research for your own self and bringing a better understanding to it. So that's it, my royal family. I don't want to break no one's heart. If you see Ethiopia, you know, is ancient Kush, as I said, let me be clear, it is not something I deny. I took my time to clearly show you that even from a biblical perspective, yes, the ancient, where they said Kush, where the man was born, that is Ethiopia, for sure. But again, historically, outside of the strong allegory of the Bible, historically, not only was the demarcation of the kingdom of Kush different than what we know as Ethiopia today, but even Ethiopia today, the Aksumite kingdom, is credited to bring the kingdom of Kush to an end. So you must at least have that in your understanding. That's my point. At least have that in your comprehension if you're a serious scholar and you're going to have some sort of reasoning debate or some sort of discussion with anyone else that is well researched in their field. That's how we do it here on the Tigers Nest family. I am still encouraging everyone, those of you who will be coming with us to Ethiopia. And again, not even coming with us, but you will be with us in Ethiopia for the African Union / CARICOM Summit. I must repeat again that the time is now. You understand, as you know, it's almost time. It's almost September, so we need to get everything in order. We need to know those who are with us. And, all ducks in a row, as they say, but we don't say that. People put ducks in a row when they want to shoot them. We ain't shooting no ducks here. All the ducks in the pond, and make sure everyone is up to speed. So once that is how you're going to add to the mission, because everyone should be contributing to this mission. I don't know if they told you, but everyone here, everyone in our tribe, we have a tribe too. This is our tribe here, the Tiger's Nest tribe. Yeah, this is our tribe, the Mystic Vibration tribe. Yeah, this is our ethnic group here. You know, the Isaac people, the Isaac people, the priest Isaac people, and everyone. We're looking for everyone because you love the mission, because you understand the importance, because even if you don't fully get the mission to Ethiopia, you know your brother. You know what we do. You've been checking this out for some time. So this is why we would have created means and ways for every single person to contribute to this mission. And of course, the vast majority of ways you will be given the value for your contribution. So again, remember we have, well, first of all, you could be with us in Ethiopia. Let me get that out of the way. First of all, you could be with us in Ethiopia for the AU CARICOM Summit. And keep in mind that we will be doing the Addis Ababa tour. In fact, that's what you're coming for, the Addis Ababa tour. There will be those who will be coming with us for the national tour, which is an extended tour throughout Ethiopia. The Honorable Empress would have given you a good idea about that a few programs ago. Aksum, we're going to see the same Aksum, the Simeon Mountains and so forth. Of course, Lalibela, what a joyous time this will be. Remember, our mission is a fact-finding mission. We are on a research mission. We are on a diplomatic mission as well. So you will be traveling to us and you will be also leaving us there as well. So at the same time, we are looking forward to everyone. Let me be clear here that desires to be with us in Ethiopia. You need to contact us like pronto. Very, very important. Then now, for those who would be advertising in the magazine, well, to be honest, everything is pronto now, you know, because the time is at hand. Especially those of you who want to get into the magazine Kidemi. Now is the time. Keep in mind that we will be launching Kidemi in Ethiopia and in other places that we will be going. So make sure that you are on board. And then remember that we also have the different levels of sponsorship, from the full budget, which is $118,000. That's the budget. That's the budget, yo. That's the budget. I mean, that's the budget. That is what things cost. In fact, you know, we revised the budget, you know. It's a bit more than that. But we put that out into the audience for so long now, such time since we've been putting that out. So 118,000 remains the budget on the even the revised version of this proposal. So those who would desire to even full sponsorship, sponsor the budget itself, of course, you know that we have, again, a whole package created for you. I don't know if ones understand the package. Almost every package within the sponsorship card has us creating a digital magazine for you. So if you own a guest house, a resort, or or whatever, when you contribute, when you pick one of these packages, you literally will get a digital magazine. You like to see our magazines? We can create one for you. And that's just one of the blessings you get when you contribute or take one of the sponsorships, specifically gold, platinum, silver, etc. I don't think you get the magazine with the silver though, sponsorship. But of course, depending on the sponsorship that you take, you get your business cards, your brochures, all of these things will be seen when we lecture, when we travel. We'll be giving out your paraphernalia, your mugs, your bags, these things, you know, and all of that comes with the sponsorship, depending on the level of sponsorship that you take. And again, I mean, if all of that is just too much for you, you can just advertise in the magazine. I mean, that's why I am saying to you, there's something for everyone. Let me show you what I mean. If all of this is just too much, you can simply donate. That's it. So what you want to donate, you can donate 100,000. You can donate 100. Yeah, you see how simple it is. Yeah, and that's it. You don't need no space in the magazine. You don't need to come on the Lalibela tour. You don't need your business to go up in fireworks and the world will see it and speak about you when we lecture and when we go on the radio programs and the TV programs, and we'll show the world that you're with us as well. You don't need none of that. You just want to contribute because we know that what you're doing is good for the rest of us. All right, no problem. So we would have made sure that everyone listening that really appreciates, loves what we are doing, has some means and ways of adding to this mission. So they don't have to worry. They know for sure, yeah, we were a part, or we are a part of what is taking place right now. So family, we give thanks. Give thanks to each and everyone who would have taken the time to sup with us in this somewhat extended Tiger's Nest meditation. And of course, we give thanks to those who would have joined us throughout the evening on the social media. And those of you who are with us, we're just asking you to show some love to the video, press the like button, and of course, even share and subscribe to the channel and make sure that you continue to be with us and stay with us for more information. And remember your notification, put on the notification bell, you know, put on a notification bell so that when we come, you know, you definitely know that we are here. Royal family, if you know your Bible and you do not know your history, yeah, the knowledge of your Bible will become a mystery. And remember to request your proposal so you can read it for yourself. Email us and say, I would like to take a look at the proposal, so you can look at it for yourself. Yes, family, give thanks for your presence. Hey, remember, take some real eyes to realize the real lies that are amongst us. Glorify life, given the keep of life. Holy Emmanuel I, Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari, blessed love. Family, do you know that Ethiopia was once ruled by a dragon? Yeah, and the dragon ruled Ethiopia for several hundred years. In fact, it was the father of the Queen of Sheba who destroyed the dragon, and he ruled Ethiopia for at least 200 years. We're going to speak about that tonight, and that is why the question was asked, is the Queen of Sheba reality or is she myth? Now, family, I'm going to be giving you an excerpt from a program that I did just a few evenings ago on the Tiger's Nest radio program. And of course, those who are not subscribers to the Tiger's Nest, all you have to do is email us, Priest Isaac Institute at gmail.com. Priest Isaac Institute at gmail.com and become a subscriber to the Tiger's Nest radio program. So all I want you to do is to get comfortable and take in the excerpt from the program. I just want to remind each and every one who have made up their mind to be with us in September for the mission to Ethiopia. You must contact us like yesterday. Those who will be visiting Ethiopia with us, I'm speaking of. Now is the time to contact us to make sure that everything is set in order. Give thanks again for those who will be a part of that. Let me just remind everyone that you are free to contact us to get a copy of what is known as the proposal for the mission to Ethiopia, so you get a good understanding of the purpose of this mission, the diplomatic mission, the business aspect of the mission, the cultural aspect, and of course, the fact-finding aspect of the mission. Now, remember, we would have created several avenues for each and every individual to be a part of this mission that we are on, to add to the mission. So, first of all, as I said, if you want to be with us, I'm talking about for the African Union CARICOM Summit. Remember, we have made the way, created the avenue for you to join us, for you to be a part of the Addis Ababa tour, to see all the great sites that are in Addis Ababa. I'm talking about from the Grand Palace of Haile Selassie I. Then, of course, we have the national tour, where we will be going to Gondar, we will be going to Lalibela, we will be going to Aksum, and again, I am encouraging you, once you want to be on that meditation, I'm encouraging you to contact us as soon as possible. And then again, remember, we also created several what you would call sponsorship programs as such, levels of sponsorship, I should say. Remember, you have the full sponsorship, you have the platinum sponsorship, you have the diamond sponsorship, the gold sponsorship, the silver sponsorship. And of course, each level of sponsorship comes with the value of the sponsorship as it relates to marketing and promotion with the mission that we are on. And then at the same time, we are offering you, the ability to advertise with us in the upcoming edition of the Ambassador's Pen, to advertise with us in the upcoming edition of Kidemi. All of these actions would literally add to the mission. You are assisting this mission when you advertise with us, when you take a sponsorship package, even when you decide to join us in Ethiopia, you are assisting the mission. And as I said before, just in case you decided that, listen, I don't want to do none of the above, you can simply donate. So even if you're donating 5,000, you can donate 2,000. You can donate 200. You can make a donation specifically to the mission and receive nothing in return. But that's up to you, because again, we have the value of your donation that we can make sure this is a whole reciprocal process. So if you have a business, if you have an enterprise, and you are going to make a contribution to the standard of a silver or a gold or a platinum sponsorship, of course, we will be creating a whole magazine for your business if you desire. We will be creating paraphernalia. I'm talking about mugs and shirts and these different things, bags, and we will be brandishing them when we lecture internationally. But that's up to you. And just to show you, family, this is what we are about. It's business, diplomacy, education, culture, all a part of the mission to Ethiopia. But as I said, family, this is just a part of the fundraising mission, the fundraising activity as it relates to this whole process here and what we will be doing. I will revisit that as we enter a bit more into this program. As I said a few evenings ago, I had a program highlighting the Queen of Sheba and the reality of her. Some people say that the Queen of Sheba, it didn't exist. You know that. Oh yeah, man. Some people say that Solomon didn't exist. So the Queen of Sheba and the Ark of the Covenant, all of that is make-up stuff. And then when you're going to tell people that the Queen of Sheba ruled after a dragon who ruled for several hundred years, you're just adding fuel to the fire. You know, people will say, you see, this is what I'm talking about, this foolishness, you know. But anyway, let me not say too much. It has been said already. As I said, I did a program on the whole subject, and I'm going to take an excerpt from the program. It was myself and the Honorable Princess Acacia Menin, and we were highlighting the Queen of Sheba and how she came to power after the dragon that was ruling Ethiopia got slew. In fact, again, as I said, let me not say anything else. I will just continue from this angle. As I said, we are going into a very mystic meditation this evening. And of course, let me just say, give thanks for that documentary there that you just took in a bit of, maybe about 5 minutes worth. Now, what the narrator was speaking of a moment ago, he was giving you some history. And some aspect of the history, obviously, he was quite skeptical about the history. And he was speaking of the Queen of Sheba, and he was speaking of the Queen of Sheba's father, who, listen good, literally ruled according to that story there for 200 years. But that's nothing. There was a dragon that ruled for 400 years, and he was not a nice ruler. In fact, they used to have to sacrifice virgins unto this dragon regularly so he doesn't, you know, come and destroy them. So it was the Queen of Sheba's father, Angabu, who decided that he is going to come and save the people. In fact, I'm going to read something here for you. In fact, Honorable Princess Acacia Menin, will you do me the pleasure of reading this information? And it's coming from, where is it coming from? That's on
Horn in.
Interesting. AC.UK, Horn of Africa information. But I would have changed that title to something else. But yes, go through.
The first register of cartoons show how Ethiopia was terrorized by a serpent called Wainaba.
Okay, and this is
a painting on cotton depicting scenes from the story of Solomon and Sheba.
Okay, so what we're reading here from this website, really, it is really depicting the scene of the Solomon and the Queen of Sheba, coming together. In fact, we highlighted this years ago in a documentary we did entitled The Master of Ceremonies. But really, the story begins from the dragon. That's where the story begins from. This is very interesting. This is not the white man's idea of what's happening in Africa. They came to Africa. People like James Bruce came to Africa and found this cotton painting depicting these scenes with the dragon and everything. Listen good, family. And then this dragon, again, 400 years, got destroyed by a brother who reigned, not lived it up, but reigned for 200 years. And he's the father of the Queen of Sheba. So I'm going to ask my Queen of Honorable Princess to read for me again this paragraph in its fullness.
All right. So painting on cotton depicting scenes from the story of Solomon and Sheba. The first register of cartoons show how Ethiopia was terrorized by a serpent called Wainaba, who had to be appeased with a sacrifice every time the people wanted to collect water. One man, Angabo, was determined to free Ethiopia from the serpent's tyranny. He collected the poison, which he mixed with a grain and fed to the sacrificial goat, poisoning the serpent. Angabo killed the serpent and was proclaimed king of Ethiopia. After his death, his daughter Sheba, or Makeda, as she was known in Ethiopia, was crowned as queen.
Now, that may be a surprise to many. And again, this is why we highlight the importance of not losing, which we have basically lost. It's about regaining our connection to understanding symbolism, to understanding the esoterics, to understanding and comprehending allegory, to be in tune with the mythos. I'm telling you, years people trying to throw fire on us, for these things. I like to say trying to throw. We'd say, boy, I used to get a lot of licks for this. Nobody ever licked me. You can't hit me for this. I'm telling you, people try, because many never understood. I've lived to see ones who didn't understand the importance of the esoterics again, the importance of symbolism, the importance of the mythos. Again, the importance of allegory. That is why these so-called stories never affected us as Africans. We have a king's list, Rastafari. Listen to me good. We have a king's list that has the Queen of Sheba on the king's list. Queen Makeda, the Kandake. And remember, we did a whole not necessarily a series. We did it was a webinar on the Queen of Sheba, but yet still we did a series of programs going into that specific webinar. You can find them on our YouTube channel, and the webinar itself, I think you can purchase that on the website. I must say, I'm not even too sure with that one there, but it got to be there somewhere. The webinar of the Queen of Sheba. And what did we do? We really took the time to break down the truth behind the Makeda, the Kandake, the Candace, and of course we went into all the sisters in the Nubian kingdom, the what's the sisters? The
Amani Renas.
The Amani Renas and the one-eyed goddess. And, those thick, mothers from the ancient Nubia, the ancient Kushite mothers there that would have conquered even the Romans, those who were mentioned in the time of Philip when he baptized the Ethiopian from the courts of the Candace or Candice, as it's referred to in that book at that time. So it's the same wife of Amun that stands before Amun, the god of the sun, Ra Amun, Sol Amun, Solomon, the same Makeda, the same Kandake that stands before Ra Amun. Ra is the Sol or the sun, Sol Amun, the Solomon, puts her son in front of her and asks him to make her son the king. It's the same thing you see play out when the Queen Makeda stood before Ra Amun or Solomon, and said, yeah, my son, Menelik the first. But of course, it's expressed in a lot of allegory. You get it? Because allegory is poetry. Allegory is not just symbolism, Allegory is poetry or song or dance. The esoterics is science, deep science. Now, of course, the allegory will have the esoterics in it. Some esoterics are not necessarily allegories, just played, just pure academics. It's a deep thing. And you put them all in the mythos. which is not necessarily mythology. It's like astronomy is not astrology. So it's really understanding a lot of these morphed words that have been given to us to speak, you know. And sometimes we speak them according to what they say the definition of them are. I don't really want to confuse no one. You know what I'm saying? Just want to keep it, you know, keep it plain. As Malcolm X would say, keep it plain. You know, Malcolm X is 100 this year. Keep it plain. You understand? Patrice Lumumba, 100 years this year. Keep it plain, eh? Frantz Fanon, 100 years this year. Keep it plain, eh? Idi Amin, although it's debatable in some quarters, you know, but 100 years this year. So we give thanks, my very father, my biological daddy I'm talking about, 100 years this year, eh? Keep it plain. And that would be if he was still with us. So, again, family, listen good. So what the narrator was saying there a moment ago is that the Queen of Sheba, her father, was the individual that slew the dragon. But to the point that, now listen to this is real mystic, to the point that you can look on the cotton painting and see the dragon, the whole story, and the brother slewing the dragon and all of that. Well, it is the same way that we would have expressed St. George, you know, Kedos Girgis, on his horse, slewing the dragon as well. It's the same way, listen good, that we have Andromeda, which is seen in the heavens, but yet still is considered an Ethiopian legend. The Andromeda who was saved from the sea god, according to the heavens and the god Perseus. But again, remember, and her mother Cassiopeia, and her father Kephas. Kephas is Kete, and Cassiopeia is I think her name is Cassiope in Ethiopia. Follow me good. And Kete and Cassiope are two literal Ethiopian rulers, several hundred years apart. You understand? But you can see them, even if you want to say crystallize in the heavens, as Cassiopeia, which is the W, and of course Kephas, which is the ruling king, and they're all in the northern hemisphere of the heavens, literally going around the pole star. And then at the same time, you have Andromeda, who is chained down. Even in the heavens, she looks like she is chained down. And you still see Perseus. All of this is in the heavens, you know, coming to rescue Andromeda from the serpent, from the dragon that is coming to destroy her. You can see it in the sky when you look at it. Now, of course, one may say that's up to your own interpretation. But as I would have always said, I agree with that. But there are many things that is in the heavens, that are in the heavens, that I'm telling you, that are extremely, extremely clear, you know, undoubted. It's what it's said to be, especially like, for example, that Andromeda, you could see the damsel laying down, chained up in distress, clear as crystal. And of course, the M31, which is the galaxy of the Andromeda right there on her knee. So listen to me, family. What I'm saying now is that all of that and the story that the Ethiopians created around that, it's not the Greeks made up no story. They got it from us too. We're looking at it on a very symbolic level, because King Kete and Queen Cassiopeia obviously would have ruled Ethiopia, and the time frame in between when they ruled is symbolic of Andromeda. Andromeda is Ethiopia, held captive, but rescued at the hands of Perseus, you know, and that's what it is. So returning now to the Queen of Sheba. Because I think any right-thinking person knows that the Queen of Sheba, her father, ruled in Ethiopia for 200 years and defeating a great fire-breathing lizard, who was ruling for 400 years to get the power. Not only doesn't that make any sense, that sounds like a dream you are having. It doesn't connect to the reality. Now we're historians now, no time to baffle. We're historians, and we have a king's list that has been authorized by Rastafari even before he became emperor. I think even before he was Negus, he already ratified this king's list. I don't think there's anything in the world literally documented that can be compared to this. And this is why the scholars, even many of our own semi-scholars and scholars, some of them come in the form of reporters and documentary makers, are very skeptical of, are you sure the Ark of the Covenant is here? Are you sure this is this? Are you sure this is that? Now, let me be clear to myself. Remember, even the Ethiopians have, with all due respect, have lost contact with understanding what's really symbolism and what's true. So just like almost anyone that's engulfed with Christianity as you know it, they will take anything and just take it as how it's written, and that's just how the story goes, and no questions asked. And that really makes room for a lot of misbelief, a lot of confusion, and totally out of the realms of science. That's all, So getting overindulged and just losing it is not the real value of understanding the esoterics and understanding your culture. It's just as bad as those of us who have been enslaved, if you want to say, or the descendants of the enslaved. Is just as bad as those of us who just throw away. That's what we do. We just throw away the science of the esoteric, the science of symbolism. That's what it is. Totally. You understand? And that is why when we read what we read, that's just how the story goes. No question asked. Yes, that he died, he came back to life, and the fish spit him out on the shore, and the whole sea split open, and two animals went in the boat, one window in the whole boat. That's just it. No question asked. He opened the man and take out a rib, and a whole woman was created by the rib, because this man can do anything. The serpent used to have legs, and then because the serpent make her eat the apple, he take off the serpent leg, and the serpent sliding on the ground. We don't have no time to think of that as being nothing but what we read, and it's actually sacrilegious to even deny this. Nobody denying it, but it's not as literal as how you're reading it. That's all. That's the point, And the ancient ones valued that. We understood the value of that, I should say. So this is why we could tell you about Queen of Sheba and her father, the dragon killer. You understand? That was nothing to us. We knew that her father was how we pronounce it now, Asaya Jews, Tawasaya Jews, give thanks, and I think he ruled for some 13 years, and even his father was who's that now? Sebi the fourth, and he ruled for about 10 years, and then even before that, his father was, or the ruler before him, I should say, was Pinotsem the third. You understand? Run about 7 years, and the man before him 14 years, and then 16 years, and of course, you have some very mystic names in our Kemetic. We have Amen Emhat. Amen Emhat. Imagine that.
It sounds like Amen Emhet.
Amen Emhet of Kemet. And what you have here, Amen, what's this one?
Astarte.
Amen Astarte. You understand? Well, Astarte really sounds Ethiopian. And look at this name here. Her Hathor. You understand? And you have her Hathor the third and her Hathor the second. And I think these are brothers, but these are still Kemetic names, like Heteru and Hathor. But the point that we are making here, family, is that I don't see no space for no dragon ruling for 400 years. I missed that totally. When I read the King's List, you know, somebody got to maybe refresh it, you know. I mean, no, there's no need to refresh it. It is those who came in, the same ones that tell us that the Ethiopians are black Caucasians. I never heard anything as foolish as that. Black Caucasians, we can run the video for you. Eh? One fella said that these are biblical white men turned black by the African sun. In fact, the other day, one of these evenings, I'm going to bring it for you. The other day, I was watching a documentary about Haile Selassie and the war with Mussolini. In fact, I had a copy of this years ago, and I came across it on the internet. So I was joyful to see it. I said, "Wow!" So things were just coming back to me. The narrator was saying, and I didn't remember this. He said that Haile Selassie was educated in Europe. I said, "When was that?" Where? I'm telling you. So now that's to tell you how they just get away with any old thing. And we just run behind that, and we really got to be careful. So, that's just my take as it relates to that family. I know sometimes I'm very speedy in my presentations, but, the tiger's nest, we have other things we want to touch upon today. But remember, there is an authentic Ethiopian king's list that was ratified by Haile Selassie I. There's no list anywhere in the world as precise, as lengthy, as ancient, and they just go around it as if they don't see it. Trust me, a big elephant in the room, the Ethiopians' king's list. Give thanks for ones like, King Haile Selassie, our good brother, who's definitely doing some mighty works on different levels as it relates to the king's list and documenting certain aspects of it that for sure will be, brought to the world in very short order, I'm sure. All right, very good. So again, check out the Ethiopian King's List and understand the balance as it relates to symbolism and, of course, the historic aspect of it. Now, what I want to go into now is a bit of history as it relates to the founding of Benin. And of course, as I said, that is an excerpt taken from the Tiger's Nest. But that is interesting, as you know, the statues, some of the statues that were stolen from the ancient kingdom of Benin some time ago would have been sent back, repatriated. Just 119 statues. They have thousands more statues in Europe. Bronze statue from the ancient kingdom of Benin. Yes, of course, many of them would have been repatriated, or some of them, I should say. Just over the weekend there was a big ceremony in Nigeria as it relates to that. So we will be highlighting this in the upcoming ambassador's pen. So make sure you get a read of that, family. Those who do not know what I'm talking about, the ambassador's pen, that is the newest. I'm talking about most informative journal that is out there right now. And remember our previous ambassador's pen. I'm talking about the revolutionary edition. Well, in a moment, we are coming out with another edition of the ambassador's pen. So get your reading cap ready for such. Family, let me remind you once again, those of you who will be joining us on the mission in Ethiopia, you need to contact us right away. Priest Isaac Institute at gmail.com. That's Priest Isaac Institute at gmail.com, and let us know what's up, and we will give you all the information that you need to know. In general, family, time is here. Time is at hand. So even those who are advertising with us for the upcoming ambassador's pen and, of course, the upcoming Kidemi, and now is the time for you to contact us and definitely get your space, definitely get your articles, definitely get your features in order. And then at the same time, for those of you who will be taking one of the special sponsorship packages that we have, whether it's the full sponsorship, whether it is the gold or the silver, whatever have you. Again, now is the time. And even those who are making a donation, remember you have the Cash App, remember you have the PayPal, remember you have the Zelle. Each and every one, I'm encouraging you to get a copy of the proposal, even if you already decided what you're going to do. I still would love you to go through the Mission to Ethiopia proposal so you comprehend heart to heart the reason for this mission, or the reasons for the mission, and the importance of the mission. You know, why we see it as our responsibility, not just to do it, but to do it in the way that we are doing it. This is very important. It is a specific methodology that we're using, you know, not just to raise the funds, but to literally execute the mission that we are on to Ethiopia. And it would be nice if at least within your mental space you garner a better comprehension of why this is done. We're talking about freedom, redemption, international repatriation, the will of our Father, the Black Christ. So it's priestIsaacInstitute.com, Priest Isaac Institute at gmail.com for the email as well. And of course, remember the links for all the magazines are in the description below the video. I am looking forward to hearing from each and every one of you who would like to add to the mission and definitely be a part of the new wave that is taking over the world. Yeah, man, this is Africa time. Thanks for your presence. Holy Emmanuel I, Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari, life giver and the keeper of life. Blessed Lord. Of this, they ain't got nothing to do with this. At least that's not the way it appears from the television. No, it seems like everything taking place here is a one fella decision. This is serious, my royal family. You must understand we are all on the ball here. The blue marble, as they call it. You understand? And no matter how distant a country may be away from where you are, this sort of radical action that is taking place on the globe will affect the rest of the globe, whether it's economically, whether it's trade, whether it's the price of oil, which is really the price of everything else, or whether it's real bombs and what you call it from these the results of the weapons that are used. They don't have to be atomic weapons. They don't have to be nuclear weapons. Weapons in general. These bombs that they're busting all over the world will affect populations and generations to come, poison water and poison the air. That is what's taking place, royal family. But for those of you who have deeper insight, take your time to penetrate the symbolic gesture, the symbolic vibration that has been purposely played out in front of us. It's the moment and the time of war. In the same way that Mr. Trump appears, if yeah, man, I'm not with Israel, but he right there. Don't mind the King of England too. What you talking about? It's all red, white, and blue. Everybody there. One attack, all of them attack. Remember when Italy attacked Haile Selassie? We all know that France and Britain was with Mussolini and the rest of Europe as well until it all broke down. So let's not be fooled. Let's understand international diplomacy. It is very important. Now, you see, royal family, as I said, as it relates to our mission in Ethiopia, there are many different aspects. I'm going to get back to the war that is taking place in Iran in a moment, because I know they have some new developments, but I want you to be clear here. that those who may not see it within themselves to, let's say, take one of the sponsorship packages or even make the donation. And remember, you can make the donation using PayPal, you can use the Cash App, you can use Zelle, you can still Priest Isaac Institute at gmail.com, Priest Isaac Institute at gmail.com. And keep in mind, you can also advertise with us. But there's another important aspect of this mission to Ethiopia as it relates to those who will be coming with us. And coming with us is not necessarily coming with us, but if you jump on the plane with us, and hey, that would be nice. But you see, we will be on a fact-finding mission. But at the same time, there's a window open for those who will be joining us for our tours. Now, I must say the Honorable Empress Naya is much more versed as it relates to this. So I'm going to ask the Honorable Queen to give us a better understanding of what will be taking place for those who want to join us for the tours. Honorable Empress Naya, Imani, love, love, love. Give thanks.
So, thanks for showing me this opportunity. Just contact us via email. The information that we have is available via email. There's 2 travel packages. Well, let me explain before just jumping into this to that information. The tours is open for people to join the Priest Isaac Institute of Holistic Knowledge. There are 2 tours that are open, and it's to visit Ethiopia. There is a summit tour, and that package is available for three days, and really spent in Addis Ababa. Then we have a multi-day tour that would be before the summit, so it leads to the summit, and that festives in terms of those days, we can share more information about that in the email. So you all know that this is the 2nd year, and we are doing our best that we can in terms of making sure that we continue to cultivate and refine the Institute, because the Institute is a living academy. The Institute Academy has to be present and active with what's happening in the world. And if that isn't available to you all, then it can really lead maybe into, a kind of level of, I would say inactiveness. So as we are an institute, we have developed some programs to get us to visit the African Union CARICOM. Now, keep in mind, there are some security concerns. There are security concerns because not just looking at the Middle East, but the geopolitics that is happening is that there has been a lot of migration waves, migration in the form of investors that are non-African outsiders, investors that are African as well, investors that are from where the Caribbean, maybe not, I'm not sure if the Caribbean is actively, strongly engaged, but we can say that specifically the United States and the Caribbean, North America, is engaged in Africa, but due to the war, the geopolitics changes. It's actually going to be something where, as Priest Isaac was sharing, it will be felt. So it puts a lot of pressure on at hand as it relates to making sure that we have as it relates to making sure that we have, all our details figured out. We are confirmed that it's going to be, a good program, a great atmosphere. In fact, after this summit, there will be a Africa Climate Summit, that will be happening, which will be for those who want to extend their stay. You can also ask, if you wanted to just skip out with the trips, the multi-tour days, if you wanted to skip out with that and you wanted to do just the summit only, and then stay a little extra days in Africa, we have that option too. So the main target is the African Union CARICOM Summit. And then those days are from September 6th to September 7th to September 8th is the last day. In fact, September 8th is the checkout day, but there is a extended summit that will be taking place. So if you want to stay additional days, we can help you with that detail because we've actually are making reservations as we speak. So you can share this information if you want to come. It is a trip that you would have, not a trip. I don't want to say a trip, but you all, honestly, this is an actual a short trip, a short visitation to Ethiopia. We will be greeted with the welcoming staff and representatives. And we just got to come there to actually learn. And details as it relates to this organization sponsoring tourism packages for the African Union CARICOM Second Summit can be given more to you at priestisaacInstitute@gmail.com, and that we will actually be able to help you from there. So I am sorry to just jump off, but I'm going to pass this mic here to Priest Isaac and give thanks for listening. I will be looking out for your correspondences, Honorable.
Yes, Honorable.
Thanks.
And let me ask, I know you have, a lot has gone into the preparation for these tours, and even for sure the different correspondence that I know the Honorable Empress would have made in Ethiopia. And so even the tours that you will be coming, those who will be coming with us, just keep in mind that we're talking about professional tours and, as she mentioned, top security. So that is something that, would even put anyone's heart at ease, even as it relates to such. And although prices are not being mentioned here, but again, you could definitely get your proposal. You could look at the proposal and get much more information. As the Empress said, you could also reach out and converse with us. Obviously, you can come in groups of 5, groups of 9, groups of 10. All of that's available, Honorable?
Absolutely.
Different groups and so?
Absolutely. You can get information in terms of groups. If you want to get a discount or a reduction rate, you want to come with a group of at least 5 people. I think at least 5 people, we can speak with you. I think you can certainly say if you get to a good 7 people at minimally, we can give you a stronger, reduction. If you already know that certain ages you would have to pay when it comes to this, actually. I didn't express that, but yeah, we're looking at ages less than 13. Anything less than 13 is you surely do not have to pay for them. So they will be just free. And if we have to add a meal plan just differently for the youths who are not like infant or toddler, we can do that. So, anyway, those details can be explained.
Indeed, yes. So you see, family, so obviously there's more details there that we need to touch. And let me just ask Honorable Empress, so in the national tour, where are the different spots that we intend to hit?
All right, so I think that it's considered northern Ethiopia.
Okay.
All right, so because I myself am becoming familiar with it, but we have we're starting at Addis Ababa, so it will take place from Addis Ababa, from my awareness, and then we will take the flight to different spots. I think we're going to yeah. I think we're also going to some other places, like to see where, like on Lake Tana.
Yes.
I think there's going to be an eco resort, a new eco resort that's there. I think it's called Wachali or something like that, or Wachali eco resort. That is a part of the tour. And then we have different heritage sites from Lalibela, and even in Gondor, where you would see heritage sites there. Simeon Mountains, I believe. There will be some sightseeing there. I don't speak Amharic, and I am just going to have to refresh myself, but those are probably the main places where we would be. Accommodations are going to be 4-star greater, so it's going to be really nice. Very, very great. I mean, let's be honest, the tour is going to be a very nice luxury tour.
Very much so.
So the tour will have very nicely detailed and defined information.
Yes.
They're professionals. It's actually being organized by professionals, Ethiopians themselves. So we will probably be able to connect with them and see more, how they facilitate themselves in their tour. We'll be able to observe them, and we will actually also be able to take in a lot of the culture. I think most times now we can see that the relations between Africa and us will pretty much be welcoming us home. That's how this experience is supposed to be. They're going to welcome us home. It's a very interesting time, because originally when this started, according to Priest Isaac, he was sharing with me that when this started, this was during the pandemic. So the first year was during the actual global pandemic. And now the second time around, it's like it's not the pandemic. It's not stopping up. It's like another type of economical, factor pending on us again. Something that is promoting this kind of same response we had when the pandemic was happening.
And she's speaking of the African Union CARICOM conference. So first one was online, and because of, as said, the pandemic, and this is the second one, which would be in person.
Yeah, that's correct. Under such considerations, number of considerable things that's happening still in the global politics.
And of course, all the great things that are happening in Ethiopia, for sure. I mean, that is one of the things that I'm looking forward to express and to, share with all those who will be with us. I don't think that there's any African country at the moment that is expanding on the rate of Ethiopia. And that's the truth. I'm not here to be religious or too passionate with anyone. I know some ones are very passionate now, you know, but we got to be realistic. If you study your geopolitics properly, Ethiopia is definitely expanding on the economic level, on the infrastructure level, and for sure it is just following the prophecy, to be honest, of what should be taking place. Remember, King Emmanuel already teaches us that Ethiopia is the crown head. You understand? Like, for example, Ghana is the gateway, but Ethiopia is the crown head. And, you know, it is time for those of us, all the Meneliks and the Rasmokhenens, to get on the battlefield now. It's not the time to run off the battlefield. Now it's time to get on the battlefield. As you could see, the other generals are showing you their pomp and their artillery power and making you understand that they're ready for war. So we also got to get ourselves in order right now. It's obvious. That's the point. We got to see the reality of this. This is not just a time for us to be going on vacation and on trips. This is really a time for decisive actions. Now, because we don't have tanks, guns, we don't even have a proper nation, but that don't mean we're going to sleep and just watch the world blow up. No, well, okay. We have been given the responsibility. I can speak for myself. We've been given responsibility from the Most High to get the job done. And personally, I know what avenues I'm supposed to go through to get the job done. Someone's maybe education, someone's maybe health, someone's maybe theology, someone aspects of getting the work done, maybe public assistance, whatever. You have to know who you are. You have to know the tools you've been given. You have to know your talent, you know, and your abilities and the authority given to you by the Most High, and then act on it. I mean, I've been studying that for a while. I can't go back to go study that again. I already know who I am. I already know my tools. I mean, I know everything, but I know enough to start to work and you know, make decisive plans and actions towards my goals and targets. So all of that is what you see taking place here. So we definitely give thanks. The Honorable Empress would have definitely shared some good information for you. Goddess, as it relates to even contribution and the different avenues. I say it all the time, but you want to kind of reiterate it for me and how people can send their money and contribute for those who may not want a what do you call it, a program of sponsorship program, or may not want to advertise in the magazine, or may not want to come to Ethiopia, but they want to send us a $200 to the mission or $500 to the mission. You can give us just a little more detail as it relates to that.
Cash App us. You can Cash App us. You can pay us with, we still do use PayPal. PayPal and Cash App are the two main ways. I know that the Honorable Priest Isaac pretty much mentions the payment methods in the way that he does often. So just email us to get that, and we can certainly facilitate the help. Because the Priest Isaac Institute does need some support and assistance. So, you know, the administratively wise, this is something that can be done, as it's not a problem. And just email priestisaacInstitute@gmail.com.
Royal family, because you see, family, as I said, we're supposed to be a team, you know. We're supposed to be a tribe. And that is why we would have created the different avenues. So everyone listening here should be on board. Yeah, I mean, unless you hate me, you understand, which I don't mind. I don't expect everybody to love me. Unless you are a spy. I know some people here are spies, you know. Spies listen, traitors listen, but it can't be the majority. If the majority of you are spies, oh man, well, no, it's best I stop this and go and do something else. Why should I be just entertaining spies? No, I don't think so. I believe the majority of people that listen to us understands the value of the work. I'm not an entertainer. I didn't come to entertain. I don't know who else is entertaining and trying to make you feel they're doing something good. But this is the mission of the Black Christ that we are on here. And that is why we share it with those who are with us, you know, as we understand that this is Pan-Africanism. This is to benefit us all. That's why I'm asking you to email us and get the proposal so you could read it like a little book. And you could say, okay, I get it. I see. That's why if you don't want to read, I'm telling you, well, a few videos prior to this one, we gave you some good details as it relates to why the mission is so important. You can go and watch that and walk around the house and clean and just listen, and then you'll get the information properly. This is the point, so you could see that this is a mission that is quite necessary and important. And that is why we are putting it to the family in the way of a family, you know, in the way of a team, in the way of a tribe. And that is why if you cannot $118,000 for the full sponsorship, although you'll be getting back the value, all right, well, you can do a $10,000. I think that's the goal sponsorship. If you can't reach that, all right, fair enough. You can advertise in the magazine. You can get a $3,000 ad. You can get a $1,000 ad. You can get different ads within the different magazines. You don't want none of that? Well, you can donate a $500. How that sound? You can donate $2,000. How that sound? You ain't getting nothing back because you don't seem to want anything. You understand? All that money, okay, you can donate $50. And as I said, I'm saying all of this, balancing the value of what we have to do in the mission that we are putting forward to our people. You see, Royal Family, again, this is not just giving you the news and the headlines. If you notice what we did here tonight, we actually highlighted something that, well, I haven't heard anyone highlight it. I'm not saying no one did, but we highlighted to you the events leading up to the current activities in the Middle East. And we clearly showed you from the symbolic gestures of the twin. Don't forget what we said now. And the time of Gemini and the summer power solstice. Summer solstice is power. Don't forget what I'm saying now. I'm talking about 7 days before the summer solstice. The 7 is power. Don't forget what I'm saying. These fellas made themselves twins. All of a sudden they share the same birthday and having the same military parade. Don't forget what I'm saying. At the same time, the other one, I guess, is triplets, bombing the life out of the people of Iran. And that's another thing. They hit anything that moves. Don't mind them. Talking about they kill general. They don't just kill general. They kill general, their mommy, their daddy, their babies, the man that washing the car, their neighbor, the man down the road. They kill anything that's in their way and make it look as if. And that's another thing. The news, the Fox and the Wolves and the ABC and the XYZs, all the lies, you know, that they're emanating. Those who tell you the truth, they ban them. So you got to go underground to find them so they can tell you who's really being murdered and who's really being killed. You understand? That's the reality of the world that we live in. Fellas that tell you we make the news, don't deny them. When they tell you we make the news, you must keep in mind, this is not like we live in the solar system and you're on Jupiter and I'm on Mars. This is the planet Earth. You can go around the planet in a day and a half, maybe a day, non-stop. It's not as big as you think, but it's big. But the repercussions, as the Empress just mentioned, especially on the social, geopolitical level, and trade and business and commerce, it is swift and decisive when time comes for action. In other words, some of these little Caribbean islands can't even survive 2 weeks if something go wrong on the high seas. That alone. Family, give thanks. Looking forward for all of those who will be connecting us on the Ethiopian mission. Give thanks to those who understand the value of such. Give thanks to those who will be also contributing. Give thanks to those who will be advertising. Of course, Royal Family, if you know your Bible and you do not know your history, the knowledge of your Bible definitely will become a mystery. And of course, you know, it takes some real eyes to realize the real lies that are amongst us. Give thanks. Holy Emmanuel I, Selassie I, Rastafari. Thanks and praises in all doings would say, blessed Lord. Now let's give thanks to the life giver and the keeper of life, Emperor Haile Selassie I. Now, family, that was definitely a lot of information. And although you were just taking in the audio aspect of the video, we will create some visual aspect to this so that many of you could get a better understanding of what you were listening to. So we're thankful to the presenter of that information. And basically, the main point that was expressed there was, first of all, that the crowns that you see on the head of the Egyptian kings, which are the kings of Kemet, are not really crowns. Even the different level of headdresses that you would see, those are not headdresses on their heads. Those are different forms of the hairstyles in many cases. And of course, because these brothers and sisters are very symbolic in their expression, these different hairstyles are seen again in the formation of crowns. And let me repeat, one of the main points is that in reality, you have not found no whole heap of crowns for the Egyptian kings. You understand? Yes, there would be individuals like Tutankhamun and his specific physical body that they found. There was somewhat like a head tassel, a mini crown that was found on him. But like the Nemes and the hijab and these different crowns that you would see the kings wearing or adorn themselves with on the statues or on the glyphs, these crowns, according to the discoveries, have not been discovered as yet. So, and again now, listen good, you could, when you do your research, we have many different tribes in Africa. And then when you understand the history of these tribes, for example, the Tutsi and the Hutu and the Twa people, and although the Twa people are considered to be the original people, they say that they are the descendants of the Egyptian people. The Twa people specifically aligned themselves with the great Ramesses II and aligned themselves with the great Ramesses III as well. So these Twa people and these ancient people are known for their elaborate hairstyles and the elaborate formation of the designs of their crowns. And when I say crown, I'm talking about the hairstyle again. Are we, do we have to go into the importance of your hair? Even as Rastafari, our locks, we call it our crown. And this is why you can hear the spiritual realms because of your hair. That's why it's called your hair, because it assists you to hear. Now, it doesn't mean, if you're bald-headed, you do not have a connection with the spiritual realms. I don't want to go too far into that right now. But that's not the point. The point is that you're here. The ninth ether, specifically of the melanated man, is designed to connect to the ether and the astral realms. In fact, one of our metaphysical teachers taught us that 3 inches and beyond is what is needed to get that strong connection with the ether, the astral, and of course, even the solar dimension, the sun itself. And that is why the locks is not just a style, but it's an ancient tradition. So the point is that we as ancient Africans, we understood the science of the hair, and that is why when you look into many different cultures, which was highlighted a moment ago, like the culture of the Limpopo people and the Isikolo people, you would see them have the different hairstyles that are similar to the different crowns of the ancient Kemetic people. And then, you see the short locks that appears to be like war helmets. In fact, these are these are the words of the Egyptologists that would have so-called discovered these paintings or these artifacts. They said, oh, these fellas had on some war crowns. These were helmets, not crowns, but war helmets. But these were their hairstyles. So when you check the brothers and sisters in Burundi and Rwanda, you would see the same hairstyle. You look at the brothers and sisters of the Aroma Valley, you see the same hairstyle as the ancient Nubian warriors marching into battle. Then now, when you look at the crown, for example, of Osiris or Asar, some refer to it as the hijab, and you observe the high hairstyle of the ancient people of Nigeria. And again, it was one of these European writers, Herodotus, or one of these fellas, who wrote that the ancient Ethiopian king always wore a crown that went up into the air and tied into a ball, wherewith the serpent known as the aspen would wrap itself around. Now tell me, well, of course, that is really the crown of Asar. That's why you see the serpent always coming out of the forehead. But where did he get that information from? And what meditation was he speaking about there? And when we look at even the Bobo Shanti turban, is the same representation that you see in the crown of Asar, again, which is also seen in many different hairstyles. There are different hairstyles throughout Africa where its existence alone resembles the turban of the Bobo Shanti. And then now, when you even observe the Benin tradition, the ancient Benin city in Nigeria today, and even the people of Dahomey, but the statues that are to return to Benin, there's a specific pair highlighting the king and the queen, and you see the hairstyle that he was highlighting of the queen also going up in the air, also supported by beads, and these elaborate expressions of the hair has been mistaken by many ones to be crowns. So once more, in the case of the ancient Egyptians, you would have never found any crown that matches the crowns that we see. You know, you go through some ancient culture, you find the crowns and the sword and such, and they found a lot. They found many ones. but yet still at the same time, they have not found any crowns. But again, we have proof that these crowns on these symbolic hieroglyphs are very similar to the hairstyle of the literal Africans and the photos we would have seen definitely in other parts of Africa. Then now listen to this. This is very important. The Nemes crown. The Nemes crown stands out as the dreadlocks. I don't know if many ones would have ever, and as I said, I'll be producing a video to show you this. I don't know if anyone would have ever really taken note of Dizoja and his dreadlocks. Now we know he's not the only one, but to prove that the Nemes crown, which is like the fall-like crown, is the locks, and how it holds even in the back. You have to take a look at Dizoja, and we will do that in a moment. And I definitely pray that each and every one is up for. Remember, this is the Tiger's Nest, and I am encouraging each and every one, those who are not a subscriber to the Tiger's Nest program, I think you should subscribe to the Tiger's Nest program and be ensured to get your recording, the copy of the program every evening after we would have completed the program. You get it in your inbox via the email, the Tiger's Nest. Never miss another episode again, for sure. So again, remember, all you have to do is email us priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com, and for sure, you will definitely, let us know that you want to become a subscriber to the Tiger's Nest, and for sure, we'll make sure that is done. And at the same time, family, before I continue, I need to remind each and every one that the mission to Ethiopia is on. I am inviting everyone to take a look in the latest edition of the Ambassador's Pen. Listen to me, good family, this is very important. In the most recent edition of the Ambassador's Pen, the Revolutionary Edition, the link is in the description of the video that we will produce. So down below the video, you will see the link to the Ambassador's Pen. First of all, the Ambassador's Pen is a wonderful read. As you will see, it is the progress of Ibrahim Chorowe. And of course, for sure, that's a nice way to say it there. Everything was rolling there. All right. Hey, that's beautiful. Yeah. And definitely, you know that the success of Burkina Faso is definitely something that the world is admiring, and many other good stuff inside of the magazine, the Ambassador's Pen. So I'm inviting everyone. We are encouraging ones to read. We want the revolution of reading to continue. Let's not forget reading now. And give it up for listening and watching and hand under the chin and all that stuff. No, let's flip the pages. And that's why we created the flip book and the PDF as well. So get into the Ambassador's Pen. But listen, before we continue, very important. When you go through the Ambassador's Pen, the proposal for the mission to Ethiopia. Follow me good. Many of you would have heard us explain this in detail. The proposal for the mission to Ethiopia, the overview of it is right there in the Ambassador's Pen. So the overview of it. So we would have asked those of you who are interested, not just in coming to Ethiopia with us, but interested in the mighty works that is being done, because you are on the team. We would have asked you to contact us, so at least we know you are there, and we would send you the proposal. So just in case you didn't find the time to do that, you can go right in the Ambassador's Pen, and you can read for yourself properly the overview, plus the different levels of opportunity that you have as far as the sponsorship. You know, we have the premium and the diamond and the gold level of sponsorship, so you can just take your time to go through that. And remember that the sponsorship, we're giving you value for your sponsorship, and all the details are right there as it relates to marketing and promotion, which is definitely what we are into with our international traveling. So we're going to make available also the different links that you can donate for those who just want to donate. It's all right. We are thankful for that too, because you understand the importance of the mission. Definitely, we are very thankful. God bless your heart. So you can make those donations with the PayPal. I think all of that is the same email, priestisaachinstitute@gmail.com. We'll put all of it up, and you can use the Cash App, and you can use a few other modes for the contribution or the donation, that we will be very happy and very thankful and appreciative of as it relates to this mighty mission. And just in case you need to have a better understanding of the importance of it, I am inviting you to look through that specific episode or edition of the Ambassador's Pen, the revolutionary edition, pardon me, and you will get the full overview. Beautiful. All right, give thanks for your presence. Oh, no, I'm not done, man. We were going to talk about the dreadlocks. Of course. Come on, man. What's wrong with you? And of course, you know, the dreadlocks is something we would have gone through. Now, some people don't like the dreadlocks talk. Not that I'm a proponent of dreadlocks. I mean, it's not like the top of my agenda. I can say it and I can do without saying it, to be honest, But I don't have no reason to suffocate it. Yeah, man. The scriptures say he shall be a dread and a terror to the wicked. So if the wicked dread my locks, that ain't no big problem to me. You understand? That is what it's supposed to be, really, actually, But we would have done several programs, and I think it's obvious, where you can clearly see in ancient Kemet, and, Kemet is seen to be used as the standard for anciency, but we know that, it all began up the River Nile in what is known as Ethiopia today, the crown head, Abyssinia. And even there, and that whole region, that whole concept of the locks is not just people that didn't comb their hair. And I heard one of my beloved historians say we grew locks because we didn't invent the comb yet. It was more than that. We understood the natural spirit of the locks and how it connects to the ether again. And Samson with his 7 locks and the whole works. So we understood the art and the thin locks and the booty locks and what you call what people call the freedom locks and all of that stuff. We comprehended the science of it. So this is very important. But now, outside of seeing glyphs with locks, the point here is that the kings and the queens and the specific headgears that they wore or appear to wear. Now, this is the next level that I may be just skipping over this, But many of us who are in this study, we haven't taken the time to really sit on this level to come to grips that what we are looking at, I mean, that's not really how it was. Yeah. I have come to that conclusion a long time ago. So for example, you see how they dress. That's not necessarily it. I mean, the History Channel and Discovery Channel would have sunk that image in your head for so long now that even those of us as conscious ones cannot see that what you're looking at is not how it looked. Like Tutankhamun did not necessarily have on what you call the Nemes crown then, with the rays and all of that. I'm sure he never put on the mask outside and that he was buried with and walked up and down. No,
there's high symbolism there. If you just understand the pyramid, Rasta, you would know that we're dealing with a society that is deep in symbolism, in everything, every single thing. When you can look at the statues of the Amenhoteps and both the geometry of the symmetry is so precise. Nobody else does that. No one else does that. Perfect symmetry. You know, not even the human being has that perfect symmetry as those statues of the Amenhoteps in ancient Kemet. And a few others, I think the Tutmosis too. So you can see it's over generations, that perfection you comprehend in every detail of symbolism. And that's ancient Kemet, and that's for sure. So, and just even in the expressions, you know, so I'm not of the belief that they literally dressed like that. And I've had that opinion a very long time. Of course, a lot of my opinions are not the popular opinions, I can tell you that for sure. But a lot of what I've said have proven themselves to be facts as time rolls on. You know, so even in sealing, just to show you the importance, look at the Bobo Shanti turban. You know, look at the dreadlocks and look at the Nemes crown, the falling crown, what looks like a fall. But look at the back now. Look at the back of Tutankhamun's Nemes crown, where it has the beast thing that I speak of from time to time. Also resembles what you may call a ponytail. And even the ancient Africans also, you know, of the savannah would have that style where they cover their hair in a specific type of clay and bring it back in the same ponytail. That's their crown. As I said, the Rastaman call his locks the crown. So it doesn't mean that there was no headgear, like what you may see, like if I personally am wiping it out totally, like, oh, there was no crown whatsoever. No, not at all. But I'm sure that a lot of what we're seeing, remember we're talking of a 3,000 years sort of existence here. So I'm sure that what we would have seen, many of the skull caps and the war helmets and as I said, the Nemes crowns and the hijab and whatever have you, many of these expressions represent the locks and the different hairstyles. So now when you look at the great Dizoja, and remember King Dizoja is the builder of the step pyramid. And well, really it is Imhotep, but the step pyramid belonged to Dizoja. And if you look at Dizoja, well, now he has on the Nemes crown. But if you observe good, his locks is literally running out from underneath the Nemes crown, and that is King Dizoja. I can see why they were really anxious to destroy his statue. They knock off the nose, they try to bust him in his head, bust off his beard, you know, and he has a real fat beard. And you can see, again, the locks raining down from the side of King Dizoja. And of course, there are other ancient Kemetic rulers that carry that formation. So, very interesting subject, especially when they say you haven't found any of these headgears. And the ancient ones of Africa definitely is also highlighting the same style as ancient Egypt. And of course, we say, check the people of Rwanda, who say that they are descendants of the Kemetic people and still the origin of mankind. We are all one.
Look at the Lipombo people again and the hairstyle that they carry as well. And even the people in Benin, all seems one to I and I. So give thanks, royal family, for your love. You know, I'm just going to encourage you again. Make sure you go through the ambassador's pen, specifically at this time, the revolutionary edition, and go straight as well to the proposal for the Ethiopian, the mission to Ethiopia. Go through the overview, get a better understanding as well. It would be good if you choose one of the sponsorships that we have available. And if not, please feel free to make that donation. Beautiful. Remember, if you know your Bible and you do not know your history, the knowledge of your Bible will become a mystery. And of course, you know, it takes some real eyes to realize the real lies that are amongst us. Very thankful for your presence. Glorify the life giver. Holy Emmanuel I, Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari. Give thanks, blessed love. Royal family, blessed love to each and every one. Give thanks for your presence with us. Of course, we glorify Negus and Agas, and of course, I welcome you to the Tiger's Nest. And this is a very special edition of the Tiger's Nest. This is a part of our fundraising campaign. Let me repeat, this is a part of our fundraising campaign as it relates to the mission to Ethiopia. So off the bat, I'm going to tell you this is a lengthy program. Yes, we're going to be answering the question, can Rastafari save Ethiopia from Bill Gates? And I'm going to tell you why we brought that up. That was something that an individual that commented on the previous video that we did ask. He was saying, why are you speaking about this? Rastafari cannot do anything to save Ethiopia from Bill Gates. Well, you see, let me tell you, family, it's not about Rastafari just saving Ethiopia from him specifically. Rastafari is the savior of the world. Now, let me highlight Rastafari the man, yes, but we're speaking of Rastafari the movement. Rastafari the nation is here to save not just Ethiopia, again, humanity, mankind, and not just from him, but him and the likes of him. And I will prove that this evening. Don't worry. We're going to discuss that in depth. You don't have to be afraid, because we as Rastafari have already begun that process of saving the world, if you want to use those terms. Now, royal family, again, let me highlight that this evening we have several things that we're going to cover. In fact, what I'm going to begin with is even showing you the palace where Mr. Bill Gates got his special award. Some people are not too happy about that. I mean, the palace of the King of Kings. But again, family, for those who do not know, we have a serious mission that we will be making to Ethiopia, diplomatic mission, business mission, humanitarian mission, fact-finding mission, research, educational mission. And of course, this will be taking place in the month of September. So we are on the campaign right now. We have an official fundraising campaign that we are on. And this evening, we're going to take the time to crank up that fundraising campaign. So I will be highlighting not only the mission and what it is all about, but we are looking for those of you who are observing, who are watching, those of you who are well-wishers. We are looking for you to start from this evening the whole process of contributing or donating to the mission to Ethiopia. Now, of course, the information is right in front of you. For those of you who do not know, you can easily contact me, email me, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com, or you can even WhatsApp us at 1268-728-8289. And of course, you could definitely get more information, or you can directly make your contribution. Remember, we have the Cash App. Remember, we have the Zelle. Remember, we have the PayPal. Yes, we have it all. For those of you who understand the mission, and again, make sure you stick with us. This is the evening for you to get all your snacks together. Trust me, we're going to be here for a moment. This is the evening for you to get your meds. Share the link, call a friend, share the video, like the video. You done know, subscribe, and the whole works. And listen to me, we're going to have a bit of a movie night as well. Yes, we will be commenting on a pedimec. Family, there's so many things I want us to get into this evening. My chalice is right here and ready. And again, the mission to Ethiopia is the subject really for this evening. But what I would like to do is to begin by showing you, for those who do not know, the very palace that Bill Gates got his award in. We're going to go deep into that there, family. Trust me. Now, let me highlight, this is, I would say, the forerunner edition of the ambassador's pen. This is the first ambassador's pen that we would have done, Peace in the Horn of Africa. And within this ambassador's pen, we did a video highlighting, or we embedded a video highlighting not only the Jubilee Palace, but the renovated Jubilee Palace. And of course, this was done by the present Ethiopian government under the leadership of Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed. Again, they would have restored the palace in Ethiopia. I'm talking about the Jubilee Palace, which they refer to as the Grand Palace. So I would just like to begin there for this evening, family. This ain't no rush. We have a beautiful evening. If you were to go away and come back in an hour, we still will be here, but we are not encouraging you to go anywhere at all. You just stick right here with us as we definitely continue to go on another level. Now, this is going to be beautiful. Just make sure, again, you are well in tune. Let's check out the Grand National Palace in Ethiopia.
Discover Ethiopia's hidden royal legacy. For centuries, Ethiopia's majestic royal residences remained shrouded in mystery, closed off to the public despite their prominence in urban landscapes. Now, thanks to the restoration initiative led by Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed, starting with the Grand Palace, now known as Unity Park, these historic sites have opened their gates, offering a rare glimpse into...
And family, I must say once more, again, this is very important. This video that you're looking at, you can go right in the magazine and see the video. That's how the magazine has been designed. The flip book specifically, you just open the flip book of the ambassador's pen, that is Peace in the Horn of Africa. And then, of course, you turn the pages and you come straight to the page and it will begin to play automatically. How you like
Discover Ethiopia's hidden royal legacy. For centuries, Ethiopia's majestic royal residences remained shrouded in mystery, closed off to the public despite their prominence in urban landscapes. Now, thanks to the restoration initiative led by Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed, starting with the Grand Palace, now known as Unity Park, these historic sites have opened their gates, offering a rare glimpse into Ethiopia's regal past. Discover Ethiopia's hidden royal legacy. For centuries, Ethiopia's majestic royal residences remained shrouded in mystery, closed off to the public despite their prominence in urban landscapes. Now, thanks to the restoration initiative led by Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed, starting with the Grand Palace, now known as Unity Park, these historic sites have opened their gates, offering a rare glimpse into Ethiopia's regal past. Welcome to the National Palace. Originally built to commemorate Emperor Haile Selassie's Silver Jubilee, the National Palace stands as an iconic landmark and a testament to Ethiopia's rich heritage. Once a space reserved for royalty, national leaders and dignitaries, it has now been transformed into a shared treasure for all to experience. This historic compound, which houses time-honored buildings and national treasures, had long been neglected, becoming overgrown with vegetation. Close to the public, the palace and its grounds fell into disrepair, characterized by dim lighting, dusty rooms, and ivy-covered walls. However, now fully restored, it stands in grace, welcoming everyone to visit and enjoy its beauty. Given the palace's collections and historical artifacts of significant value to the nation, its preservation and restoration have been undertaken with great care. The meticulous restoration process has been guided by specialists, ensuring that the palace retains its historical and cultural significance. Considerable energy and effort have been invested to maintain its current appearance. Spanning over 27 hectares in the vibrant heart of Addis Ababa, the National Palace serves as a sanctuary of Ethiopia's rich history, beautifully intertwined with expansive natural landscapes. The grounds feature historic tree species, lush greenery, tranquil fountains, and architectural wonders. From its serene pathways to the meticulously restored Royal Dining Hall, where many world leaders were once hosted, the palace tells a story of global significance. A journey through time. Stepping into the newly constructed vehicle gallery is like embarking on a journey to the past. Here, restored automobiles, carriages, and train wagons, once used by Ethiopian royalty, are showcased in the specially built gallery for the public to explore. The luxurious and eclectic car collection were both symbols of prestige and practical means of state transportation. The fleet, which included luxurious vehicles such as Rolls-Royce Phantom 4s, Mercedes-Benz 600 Pullman limousines, Packard Super 8s, Cadillac Fleetwood limousines, and Lincoln Continentals, often used for state ceremonies and official engagements, also features practical vehicles like Land Rovers for navigating Ethiopia's rugged terrain, along with Fiats and Peugeots. These vehicles were abandoned in a shanty warehouse until Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed initiated their restoration and spearheaded the construction of Ethiopia's first modern vehicle gallery within the National Palace. Visitors can explore carriages that once welcomed and bid farewell to national leaders and guests, as well as those that were used for touring the city. The vehicle gallery also features 2 train wagons, both equipped with sleeping quarters, a dining area, a bathroom, and an office. These lavish trains were used by the emperor for both work and leisure during trips to Harar. Upon exiting the vehicle gallery, visitors stroll through the pristine grounds and are greeted by the ornate golden entrance of the palace halls and chambers. Inside, they are welcomed by soaring ceilings and softly illuminated walls. Wide steps lead to spacious reception rooms, the banquet hall, and what was once the emperor's residential quarters. Every detail has been meticulously restored, preserving the palace's historical essence. These spaces have witnessed key moments in Ethiopia's history, from state banquets to pivotal diplomatic meetings. As visitors descend into the basement, they encounter the newly constructed Palace Museum, featuring the palace's rich history, exhibits of royal regalia, artifacts, significant gifts, including ivory tusks and gold ornaments. The Palace Museum houses regal treasures, crowns, thrones, ornate dining utensils, and leather-bound books. Each artifact resonates with Ethiopia's rich cultural heritage and its connections to the world. From exquisite crowns once worn by emperors to intricately designed thrones, these items reflect the artistry and craftsmanship of a bygone era. Emerging from the museum into the back of the palace grounds, a spacious garden area awaits. Designed as a peaceful retreat, the garden features manicured plants, a pond, stone paths, and bamboo bushes and a bridge. The garden provides a tranquil environment where visitors can experience a moment of calm. Nearby, a newly built natural hot spring spa offers visitors a serene space for relaxation and respite. The spa harnesses the therapeutic power of the area's geothermal waters, providing a tranquil environment where guests can immerse themselves in warm, mineral-rich waters known for their healing properties. Whether for a quiet escape or a wellness experience, the spa adds a luxurious and restorative dimension to the National Palace grounds. The palace also offers a variety of amenities designed to provide comfort and relaxation for visitors. Among these are exquisite cafes and restaurants presenting a range of culinary experiences where guests can indulge in both traditional Ethiopian dishes and international cuisine, all served in a refined, elegant setting. Additionally, the African Mosaic and Addis House of Culture showcase the vibrant interplay of fashion and art. The National Palace is truly more than an urban destination. It's a bridge between Ethiopia's past and present, offering a space for learning, connection, and celebration. Whether you're admiring the treasures of the vehicle gallery, wandering the lush grounds and manicured lawns, or marveling at the royal regalia, each moment here is a step deeper into Ethiopia's extraordinary history.
Beautiful, beautiful. And as I said, royal family, all you have to do when you get a copy of the Ambassador's Pen, the Forerunner edition, you just flip to page 4 and that beautiful video will just begin to play. It is also seen on our YouTube channel as well, the Grand National Palace in Ethiopia. So that is the place where the gates of hell got his award, the highest award in Ethiopia, in the house of our God and King. Now, to answer the question, really, let me just get to that question so I can move on, because the individual was saying, and people say these things, I mean, what can you do about anything? And maybe Rastafari, I guess, ain't doing nothing and whatever you may think. But you see, this is why we have a mission to Ethiopia royal family. We, Rastafari, number one, we are the ones that have been preserving the anciency as it relates to certain aspects of history, certain aspects of the science and the anciency, and of course, without a doubt, the true knowledge of Haile Selassie. It has been, secured by I, Rastafari. Now, there are aspects of our culture that no one can deny, that the world has now taken up. We can speak about the locks. And remember, I've been in it long enough. I remember that when we used to go to the church, I used to go to the Anglican church. Even if you were a boy with plait hair, you couldn't come into that church. I know exactly what I'm talking about. Much less locks. Now, the preacher has locks. You understand? And in fact, everybody has locks, even queer people with the pink locks. Remember, we were not just ostracized for carrying locks, We were murdered, homicide. We weren't just thrown in prison. We walked in and were taken out on a stretcher in the prison, and they didn't have to carry us to the hospital, straight to the morgue. That's the kind of treatment we got for carrying locks, So we bear that, or bore that. We have the stripes on our back to witness that. And then, of course, even the food that we ate, or the food that we eat, we call it ital, because it's vital. Today, you hear about vegan and vegetarian. And listen to this, the vegetarian now, you have all sorts of different sort of vegetarians. You don't even have to just eat vegetables alone. You could eat fish and egg and still pass the vegetarian test. But the vital, no animal, nothing with feathers. No eyes, nothing that left its child or children under the rock or in the nest. We don't do that. The wicked Babylon would come into our campground and kick the jabber pot off the fire. Our old people, bless their heart, would tell us to leave the home because no two-pot cooking in here. That was the specific marching orders that I got. No two-pot cooking in here. Now, right now, the world is vegan. And you need to eat more green, leafy vegetables, says the head of the medical fraternity. He's still prescribing the pills, but you have to eat more green, leafy vegetables. And I'm trying to show you things that Rastafari were persecuted for, mainstream today. Let's not talk about the ganja. Oh, my. I'm telling you. Remember, I'm speaking of what I know. And now the whole world is embracing marijuana and cannabis. So even when it comes to Haile Selassie the First himself, there was a time when you couldn't call his name. And we defended the king on our shirts, on our badges. You think it was an easy thing to rise up saying Haile Selassie in a country that was not independent and was under the rulership of another monarchy, namely Britain? That is one of the reasons why the persecution was so strong. Not because they believe he was the returned Messiah, but you're hailing a monarch separate from their monarch. Ostracized, penalized, brutalized Rastafari, I'm telling you. But then now, what it is, you have leaders of the Caribbean. And remember, it was the great Haile Selassie I that once said, oh, is that so?
And if we follow the example of Marcus Garvey, you don't say. And I'm not speaking of what I read in the books, you know. From the time I was 20, I was on the radio, and I didn't start doing foolishness. I started several days after I accepted Haile Selassie I as the Almighty God. And that was the mission. So I know what was the do's and don'ts, and what you were supposed to say and what you weren't supposed to say. And I can tell you how times have changed. You know. So anyway, I'm saying all of that lengthy reasoning there, just to let you know that we as Rastafari, especially when it comes to re-edifying the people, we are the professors. Don't fool yourself. We are the professors. You see, I'm going to show you something here in a moment. The present Prime Minister of Ethiopia, I don't know what really went to his head with him and Bill Gates, really, but I can say I, like many people, would have admired not only the renovations that are being done in Ethiopia, but the different structures, infrastructures that are being established in relatively short years. There seemed to be a stain on the brother because of the war with the Tigrayan people. I don't want to get into that now, which we would have done. We would have done programs on that. For example, dealing with the spirit of Menelik II involved in it. Maybe sometime throughout this program, I will pull up a bit of it because I intend to be here for a little bit, you know. But I'm just showing you, please listen to me good, that in Ethiopia right now, for example, he would have established the government, really, would have established the Addis Ababa, not Addis Ababa, pardon me, the Battle of Adawa Memorial Museum. In fact, I have a clip of that prepared also. This will be taken from a YouTube channel. Let us just look at it. I will turn the volume down just a bit. So what you have there, of course, this is the Battle of Adawa Memorial Museum and Complex. And of course, it is highlighting, you know, the great victory of the Ethiopians against the Italians in 1896, the Battle of Adawa. So this museum and complex is a full region, more than just a museum. And of course, it highlights the great warriors. You know, you would see the great Empress Taitu and the great Menelik II and the great Ras Mokenen and the great Ras Alula, all seen in statues. In front of the building, there's a specific waterway where Menelik II and Empress Taitu is standing before the waterway, and Empress Taitu is pointing towards the waterway, which is really symbolic of the history of the Battle
Adwa. And the history is that the Italians themselves, they would have captured a fortress. And the Ethiopians, this is just a few days before the actual famous Battle of Adwa. And the Ethiopians would have surrounded them. And Rasmokenen, it is, he wanted to attack. And there were those, including Empress Taitu, who didn't think that that was a wise move, because although we could have overpowered them, they were in a very strategic position where they could have overcome us. And we did attack, and we had some casualties. I think we lost about 500 men according to the history. And the next day, Empress Taitu suggested that they cut off the waterway, the water supply. And that really was what, if you want to say starved, if that's the right term, the Italians. And so they lost that whole access to the water, and that brought them out. And we were able to even charge upon them. So Empress Taitu is remembered for that, even in the architecture of this new establishment, the new museum, the new area complex it is. And when I say new, I mean new. I think it was inaugurated like 2 years ago on the 1st of March. So that is just another example that I'm just highlighting to you, royal family, as it relates to Ethiopia and the not only the growth but the development, because we can speak of the economic aspect of it. Of course, many ones would know of the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam. I speak of it from time to time, but that as well has its own historical foundation too. Everything has history. And this is the point I'm making. This is the point, not to draw along the point. This is the main point. Most of what is being erected in Ethiopia as such is somewhat a reminiscence of the past. And in many cases, you have to point directly to Haile Selassie I. And remember, these were some of the last words Haile Selassie gave to the Derg when they were taking him out. And this was his grandson who said this, that he told them if they do not treat the people right, their history will fade away and my history will return. And for those who follow Ethiopian history, again, for example, okay, they renovated that great palace. This is the palace that every leader and president and prime minister and everyone comes, and all the ambassadors have to come and see this palace now. What do you think is being said to them when they are given a tour of the palace? I mean, and they're expressing the truth, because these are the regalia of Haile Selassie I. These are the medallions of Haile Selassie I. This is one of his walking stick and the scepter and the golden orb and the golden this and whatever it is. This crown belonged to maybe another king and this queen, but the majority of what is taking place there is Haile Selassie I. And this is why we highlight, that from time to time, that when you even observe the most outstanding airline in Ethiopia, in Africa, pardon me, is obviously Ethiopian Airlines. We all know where Ethiopian Airlines had its beginning. And although Ethiopia itself at this moment is really somewhat taking a next step into the future, it is. This all began, without a doubt, somewhat with Menelik II, but if we're going to be honest, we know that it is Haile Selassie I that really concretized this modernization program. And to show you that it wasn't just about, it was the time after Haile Selassie I, it really slowed down. Ethiopia was like a dull gray space for a moment. That's just the truth. But as it's the diplomatic, #1 diplomatic hub in Africa today, it has the most ambassadors of any African country, at this moment. So it is something that we celebrate. I don't know what on earth we needed to bring Mr. Gates a hell there with his 10x chickens and his 10x eggs. All right, royal family. So this is really the mission to Ethiopia agenda. This is the proposal, the fundraiser campaign, royal family. So for those who do not know now, we will be conducting a mission to Ethiopia. In fact, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to read it for you, and then we will say a bit more. Please just give me your ear. Mission to Ethiopia overview. The Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge will be visiting Ethiopia officially as early as August 2025 to October 2025. We will be launching both the Ambassador's Pen and Kidemi, 2 digital publications of our online magazine collection. The previous issues of the Ambassador's Pen highlights the culture, history, and geopolitical public affairs happening in the Horn of Africa. Now, let me say that this was written prior to the revolutionary edition of the Ambassador's Pen that is out right now. So really the previous edition was the revolutionary edition. And you see a copy here. This is the latest, as they call it, but it wasn't late at all. It was right on time. But anyway, the latest edition of the Ambassador's Pen, the progress of Ibrahim Traoré, and you can definitely get your copy. The link is in the description below the video. Just go below the video, and the links of all the magazines are just there, free of cost. You don't have to pay anything to go through the Ambassador's Pen, and of course, Kidemi. All right, let me continue. The magazine Kidemi, also called the Cultural Icon, takes a conscious look at reality. The December 21st edition cover story highlights the heritage site Greencastle Hill and the historical research documented on this national park here in Antigua, Caribbean, the West Indies. On our visit to Ethiopia, this is very important. The family, I want you to get this very important point here. On our visit to Ethiopia, we will be visiting several business professionals, owners of hotels and resorts. Maybe I should have put all of that in bold letters, as well as government officials. So I'm just saying this, this is obviously a business move and a diplomatic mission. We will be pitching our business proposals to create long-standing professional contacts and international relationships between Africa and the diaspora. The Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge will be present at the second African Union CARICOM Summit on the 7th of September 2025 at the Adawa Memorial Museum located in the capital of Addis Ababa. Now, the paper said we will be present. I began to say we will be presenting. You didn't hear that? I said the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge will be presenting at the second African Union CARICOM Summit on the 7th of September 2025 at the Adawa Memorial Museum located in the capital of Addis Ababa. Yeah, but as I was saying that, I pull it back. You see the powers? Pull it back. So there's powers in your words. Yeah, we will be presented. But anyway, let's continue. As a legally registered entity in the twin island nation of Antigua and Barbuda, the Institute, the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge, will be representing many businesses in Antigua and beyond. For example, businesses that advertise with our publications will be highlighted in our speeches and interviews. And as you could see, I highlight that, which is basically the main point here. Now, again, before we move on, not to keep you too long in this, for now, I even want to get to the video that I want us to watch this evening, and we're going to be commenting on the video as well. But before we go here, this again is the mission to Ethiopia, what is known as the proposal. So I'm inviting everyone. Some of you would have already contacted me to get your copy. I'm very thankful. Just email us, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com, so you can go through your proposal properly. Now, we are definitely looking forward to individuals partnering with us, family. This is not just about, if you want to say, contributing, I want to show you that we definitely have our sponsorship rates, our different sponsorship, if you want to say, where they are, your gold sponsor, out there they are. Your full sponsorship, your platinum sponsorship, your diamond sponsorship, your gold sponsorship, and your silver sponsorship. So remember now, this is an international mission. This is the team, the institute team. You have the head of missions. You have the administrative director, events manager, chief assistants to the head of missions, second assistants to the head of missions, assistants to the assistant to the administrative director. I wonder if you understand what I'm saying. We have several events that we would have already earmarked from the 17th of August to the 14th of September. We have specific venues also that we would have already earmarked, from the Addis Ababa Library to the very same Grand Palace Hotel. We have 2 tours, royal family, that we would have instituted. And these are the Addis Ababa tour as well as the national tour. So we have packages for those who would want to come with us and be a part, or join us there and be a part of those activities as well.